Hey everybody. I think we live and say we live. I'm sorry, I know I'm late as hell, but this what y'all get. Y'all be talking shit. I be seeing y'all. If I be 2 minutes late, y'all be talking junk. So now you really got something to say. I'm 30 minutes late. I'm sorry though, y'all. I'm sorry. We about to get this thing started. Y'all know we gonna be here all night, so like give me some grace on this again, okay? I gotta get my folks on MX Network started, and then we gonna get into this conversation. I ain't got nobody back here yet. Y'all want to have this conversation tonight, huh? See, I'm sorry, I'm late, y'all. Blame it on Georgia traffic, and I had a nice little iced coffee. I dropped that in the motherfucking foyer. I had to clean it up. This is why I'm late. Drop my whole iced coffee. So if you come here talking some junk tonight, wait like 10 minutes before I can get over the coffee thing, and so you don't get cussed out, okay? Just wait a minute. I ain't in the mood right now, god damn it. Okay, let me see. I gotta get everything situated. Y'all give me a second. Oh, this moment has been a moment, y'all. I'm sorry I'm this late, but I dropped my damn coffee. I got stuck in the damn traffic. Everybody and their mama out there cannot drive. One of my best friends just pissed me off. I'm trying to get it together. I'm trying to get it together. Okay. Shout out to everybody on MX Network. Okay, I think we got it. Okay. All right, y'all. I know I've been gone. It seemed like forever, but for me anyway, it's just been a damn week. But I meant to get live before now, but it just did not work the fuck out that way. All right, everybody. All right, y'all. I think we ready to do this thing. Shout out to everybody in the house. Y'all do me a favor. Okay, I'm ready. Y'all ready? Let's start the show over again. Hey, everybody. We live. Do me a favor. Like this video, share this video, subscribe if you have not. Hit that notification bell. If y'all do not want to watch the commercials on YouTube, click the link in the description of the video, y'all. You guys can come over to MX Network and you can watch this whole thing without no commercials. Okay, you get your free subscription. You can come watch it while we are live over on MX Network. So you do not have to watch these commercials all night long. That is truly up to you, though. Okay, shout out to everybody that is over on YouTube. Also, I want to remind everybody that the boot camp, because y'all be sending me emails. The boot camp starts tomorrow. Why y'all be asking me questions and y'all know y'all can go on the website and see it? So the link to it is pinned in the description of the video over on YouTube, over on MX Network. Y'all should now don't be going to MX Network. Y'all be confusing that too. Y'all be on MX Network like I'm looking for the class. MX Network is the network. The Real Michi X is everything. I got all kind of websites. We got MX Survival. It's all different stuff, y'all. But if you lost, just go to the realmichix.com. Everything is over there. You can find your way to all of my websites from that one website, okay? But that's where the classes is, okay, you guys? It starts tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern, okay? So make sure y'all are there. Y'all ask me questions. Yes, you will get recordings and the replays after 24 hours. Everybody gets the replay. So if you miss a class, that is fine. You're probably going to miss the class or two. We're in class for 6 weeks. We have 12 classes. Sometimes we have extra ones based on the needs of the group. Each one of my boot camps are different. Information is the same, but we still tailor it to the group that I'm teaching at the time. Okay. So tomorrow, I'm not doing any more boot camps for a while. After this boot camp is 6 weeks. I'll be done somewhere in May. I'm taking some time to do some other stuff. I got some other stuff to focus on. Okay, y'all. So I have some new products that's coming out. I'm excited about that. I'm gonna be quiet until we get closer to the grand presenting to everybody. So I have to work on that. We are trying to do a cruise, you guys. So I will give you more information. I have to call the lady to put it together. The cruise, if we do the cruise, it will be in June or July. There is no payment to me. You just need to pay the lady, the travel agent who has hooked everything up. We will have a bid schedule. We are going to do a no passport cruise because a lot of y'all might not have your passport. So that way we won't leave y'all behind, okay? So if you want to come, you just got to get your ticket and we just gonna hang out, have a good time. It's not an event where you're paying me money. You just paying to come, okay? So with that said, I will have all that information. So the next boot camp is probably going to be in the fall. The next time I will do one. Also, my consultations are open for the next 6 weeks. Once boot camp is over, I will not be doing consultations. I will be stopping consultations and the boot camp. The only class that will still be going is my mentorship group that meets twice a month. Other than that, the consultations will be closed out for a while, and so will the boot camp, not until the fall. Okay, y'all. So anyway, the link to that is up there. Somebody said they want to go. I want y'all to go too. I think we'll have a good time. Now, don't come with no bullshit because I will push your ass off the boat. I just want you to know that right now. Okay, don't get your ass pushed off the boat. But I think it'll be a good time, y'all. I think it'll be a good time. So anyway, for those that want to come, I'm expecting a small group. I'll be shocked if a big ass group show up, but as long as it's room on the boat, come on, y'all. Let's go. Let's go have a good time. Let's go on a cruise. Okay. So anyway, I have that information for y'all. But yes, the boot camp is up there. I think that's all the questions everybody keep asking me. Can you start the boot camp late? I will allow a person to come into the boot camp 1 week late because you can get the replays. But once we have gotten into the boot camp a little bit further into the second and third week, I don't like to let people start because you're so far behind, right? And a lot of y'all be like, I'll watch the classes, but most of y'all don't watch the classes. If you're not in the class while we're doing what we're doing, y'all, you really don't turn around and watch the classes. So you don't end up doing what you need to do, right? So I prefer the live classes and people coming in there. If you miss a class or two, you can watch it. But if you miss too much, I just don't think that it will benefit you as much as you think it will. Now, don't get me wrong. There are some people that's determined. Y'all can come in there and you like, I missed the first 3 classes, but that's half the thing. So, after the first week, no. But within 1 week, I will let you come in late and put you in the class. But that's it. So I think those are questions y'all asked me. Yes, you do get the replays. Turn this on. All right, y'all. We're gonna get into this conversation. Shout out to everybody on MX Network. Hey, Patricia, Jordan. We got Dom in the house. Shout out to you. Thank you for all the support over the years. We're going to get into a conversation that we have had, but it might be a little different. So much is going on, you guys. So tonight we're going to talk about Trump. Somebody said Trump 2025. What? Yeah, Trump 2025. He already the president. Like, we got all these people out there that's out there protesting, losing their damn mind. I saw a video of a bunch of people in Detroit protesting. My question is anybody in here? Is there white people in here? Is there white people in here? White people, if you in here, click the link and you can come up on the panel tonight. My question is, what the fuck is y'all protesting for? Because y'all black folks, y'all better not be out there. What are y'all protesting for? Can somebody tell me that? What are these people protesting for? Huh? He's already the president. I think this is the dumbest shit ever. You're going to protest against the president being a president. You do know you can't remove him from his seat. You do know there's not nothing you can do about him being a president. What the fuck are you out there protesting for? I want people to understand, like, if you sit back and you watch these white people that are protesting, I saw a video, they in Boston everywhere, but they was in Detroit, and I thought it was rather interesting to watch all the white people, because if you look on the news, it's nothing but white people. Like, I'm from Detroit. Where are my Detroiters at? Like, Detroit was all black. Crackheads was black. The police was black. Everybody was black, except for the Asians who own the beauty supplies. And then you had the Arabs who own all of the party stores, the liquor stores, right? We call them party stores because it's way more than liquor in the mug. It's food, it's groceries, it's fake Gucci bags on the ceiling, bikes and everything else, right? But those were the people that we saw. If you went to 8 Mile, yes, it's true, where Eminem is from, then you see the white folks in the trailer park. But for the most part, we would have some white people in the hood here and there, but like, where did these still white people come from? That's how you know they done gentrified the hell out of Detroit. Where did these white people come from in Detroit? But I want to say, black people, I want to show y'all something. You know how these people look like fools? They marching left and right to do what? Do they know, as somebody giving them the memo, that you protesting and marching against Trump being the president is not going to fucking change him being the president? Do they know that? So watch this here. Let me remix this shit, flip it and switch it and rub it down. Oh no, I want you to know that when your black ass is out there in the street, some of that shit you be protesting for, you need to sit your ass down too, because it's not going to change a goddamn thing. Like, I don't understand how we always think some of the shit that we're protesting for, that it really works. where do you, there's only certain things that protesting brings awareness to something. Let's be clear. And activism, when you protest, you're bringing awareness to something. You're not changing the situation, you're bringing awareness to it. So what that means is we want you to see that it's a problem over here. We want you to know that something is going on. We want to bring some notoriety to this situation. That's what protesting is for. Protesting does not actually change what's going on. That's a whole nother step. For example, we already know that police have police brutality. If they murder somebody that is Black, you can protest to bring some notoriety to the topic. But now you have social media. So if everybody starts learning about it, what the fuck are you writing on billboard signs for and poster boards and taking your ass out to the street with a bullhorn yelling and screaming? That don't change that shit, just like them protesting against Trump don't change shit. What they should have did is they should have wrote on the goddamn ballots where they voted, and they should have not voted for him. that was the time to write some shit. Not right now, okay? Okay, so I just don't I don't understand like people's thought process behind that. Okay, but I want to also talk. So we're gonna talk about that with all of this protesting. How do y'all think Trump is doing as the president? Do you think he's doing a good job? Do you think he's doing a bad job? What do you think he has done so far? How do you see the time that he has spent so far in the White House? I want y'all to also talk to me tonight about these tariffs, right? Because they started in one place, but now these motherfuckers is growing. Somebody say he's okay. Okay, Christine say he's okay. So are y'all terrified by these tariffs? First, the tariffs was just on some bullshit we wasn't really focused on. But now there's tariffs on everything. He said he's slapping a tariff on everybody. Your mama getting a tariff, your daddy getting a tariff. The kids is getting a tariff, the newborn babies, all the animals at the zoo, everybody getting a tariff. I heard this nigga slapped a tariff on a island that don't have no people even on it. They don't even have anything to export. What the fuck they got a tariff for? Music though, you know, because if I would start slapping, you know, you ever been upset and you start slapping people? Now, maybe everybody has not experienced this, but you ever been around some people and they start testing you? So you got to start slapping folks, right? And you don't care, you ready to fight the whole room. I'll fight all of y'all if I have to. And you just start slapping people, and in the motion of slapping, you end up slapping somebody that you were supposed to slap. Y'all never experienced that. So Trump is just slapping people, and he's slapping so many people. He's slapping things that he's not even supposed to be slapping, because a tariff on a place we don't get no shit from is just animals there. What you doing? What you doing, Trump? I think he's just trying to let you know there's no extent he won't go to. That's what he's trying to let you know, right? This shit is hilarious to me. Are y'all worried? Are y'all worried, y'all? Are you worried about these tariffs? Are you worried about a recession? They keep telling us a recession is coming, and we about to be hungry and broke and starving, and I don't know. You about to be eating ramen noodles, living in the projects. Sound like everybody finna be Black. They should rename America Africa. All of y'all about to be Black. If you're not Black in the chat, welcome to being Black. This is what it's like. Shout out to the Don for the first super chat of the night. Says salute. I will not be up all night. LOL. Yes, you will. You gonna hang out with us, the Don. Don't be trying to leave us, okay? We're gonna see how long we last. Now, y'all know that these panels and these call-in shows, they last based on you. When y'all don't got nothing else to say, Michi will gladly say, I'm going to bed, y'all. It's time to go, okay? So we're gonna see how long y'all keep us up tonight. That is completely up to y'all. If we're here till the sun comes up, blame it on the people, don't blame it on me. Now, some of y'all have not, we got one person that clicked the link. We got Mac in the back. Mac, I'm gonna bring you up in 1 minute. So I want to go over these topics, you guys. Somebody said I've been broke, hungry for a long time, and nothing's changed. So on some real shit though, are all of y'all, is anybody concerned? Like, they're talking about a recession is coming. The stock market is all fucked up. One point I do think that some people made that maybe we might want to look at. They said, you know, he's slapping everybody with these tariffs. You got China coming in saying, well, we're going to slap 34% tariffs on America because we're not going to let you bully the EU, right? So now everybody's kind of coming together against America, and Trump is like, if you want to fight, let's fight. So somebody is saying that with all of these tariffs, at the end of the day, there's not going to be what I want to say. there's not going to be much of camaraderie against these other countries. So once we make manufacturing come back this way and things are built in the United States, the question then is, are they going to have a good enough relationship with America that they are willing to buy, from America? Is that going to then be an issue too? And I don't know, but I don't really care. Do y'all care? Mac left. Where you go, Mac? Come back. Let me see. Somebody said, not concerned. I prepared myself, though I am concerned for those in my family who are struggling. So when you say that, what are we concerned for, y'all? They posted struggle meal videos. Well, shit, y'all better get in on this. It's a perfect time. Anybody want to become a content creator or a YouTuber? If you Black, you know what a struggle meal is. We've been eating them all our life. You should start making struggle meals and your channel will blow up because everybody's going to need that knowledge, all right? So go ahead and get it where you fit in. But everybody seems to think that we're about to be in a bad way. So let me ask y'all this. They say that these tariffs are going to come in here for a moment, right? And it's going to change the trajectory of things later. Now, I told y'all that everything that we see happening out here right now, this is the change. We are going into a new world and a new way of doing things, right? So that is happening. Okay, but this is the change of it. So do you think though that in the change we're gonna all get caught up and get fucked up? Is anybody worried about that? But more importantly, Black people, are we worried about that? Right? I see a lot of people still upset when it comes to Trump. I want to say this too for like all of my business people out there. You got a small business. We'll talk about this in the boot camp as well, but I know they're trying to make it seem like tariffs are going to be on everything. Now, we do get a lot of shit from China. So when we start talking about the tariffs that are on China, even though China has slapped some heavier tariffs on us, which is not going to affect, us, that's the shit that they get from us that goes over there. But China will affect a lot more, right? But I want to say right now to everybody, it seems like you don't have to worry at this moment. I explained this to some of my students. So China has a lot of warehouses right here in the United States, not manufacturing companies, but warehouses. So they have shipped months and months of products that are already here in this country. So you can get them shipped right here in the United States. There are no tariffs or anything on those products, and they have months and months of them. So you probably got a good 6 months before, if you are dealing with manufacturers that already have warehouses here, okay? If you go onto any of the China websites, Alibaba, DHgate, Made in China, any of these manufacturing companies, if you're not in business for yourself, you might not have never heard none of this shit. But for those that are, my students, if you go look right now, just about everything on their website has free shipping. So it looks like to me, those manufacturers are eating the cost of that tariff right now, and they're not charging you extra. The products have not changed. Shit is still dirt cheap over there on them websites from the manufacturing companies, and majority of them are free shipping right now. So if you are in this part of making money, I just want to say to small business people, you got stuff in the TikTok shop, you have stuff that's on Amazon, you are getting products from China when it comes to the things that you are supplying from your business. As of right now, that's not really an issue. So I want you to know what's real versus what you're listening to on the news. Okay. Yeah, there are tariffs from all kinds of things and maybe the bigger companies, but right now, if you're a small business and what you get and the things you're doing, your drop shipping products are coming from China. No, the prices have not gone up and the shipping is free right now for every goddamn body. So it looks like the companies are eating the cost of that. And that's the real truth, okay? So I guess we want to decipher between that. We got somebody back. I don't know if this is Matt back. He changed his name. We got Trump in the house. So I'm gonna let him up here. I'm gonna drop the link for you guys to come up here so we can have this conversation, right? How do you think Trump is doing? Are you worried about these tariffs? Are you worried about Canada? Let me throw that out there too. Canada said that they're not playing. They did slap a tariff on the electricity in like 4 or 5 states. And they said that they will not hesitate in the future. If he keep going, they'll cut that shit off. Now, the government is stepping in. They're trying to go into the Senate, and they're trying to actually overturn these tariffs that Trump is placing on Canada, right? So Canada is beefing with us. The Senate is saying we don't want them to do this. So they're trying to see if they can overturn what Trump has done. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to watch the fight. But Canada said they'll cut your fucking power off. So are y'all worried about that? Is there anything that we are worried about? Now, if you're in Michigan, New York, Don't quote me on the other two. I want to say Wisconsin, but anyway, it's 4 states. They said they'll cut your power off, and Canada does supply you power. So what about that? I keep telling y'all need to be prepared. I think if you're a group of people that don't focus on the government providing everything for you, you will be fine. But if you have never taken the time to do anything for yourself, then you might be worried. If you don't got no generators and you ain't got no way to supply yourself no power, and Canada cut off your power, yeah, your ass is probably gonna be affected. Absolutely. All of these white people in the street, are any of y'all concerned about the white people? It's Minnesota. Okay. Are y'all concerned about that? Now, white people, remember, these are the same folks that went to the Capitol and was trying to, fight folks and shit at the Capitol when they felt Trump lost. So you got all these white folks in the street, and you got people setting Teslas on fire. They holding up signs talking about burn that shit down. Now, as black people, I want y'all to go out there and try and protest over some shit and say that we need to go burn something down and put it on signs. We all going to jail. We all going to jail. These white folks are setting Teslas on fire, and they are promoting that other people should set Teslas on fire. They're telling you we'll damage some shit. Are you worried about the number of people that are in the streets that don't look like us and their ability to start doing violence? Because they say that black people be killing the most people, but they have the most perpetual history of the most violence in the world and than any other motherfucking group. Let's be real. So are y'all concerned that we might see some civil uprising, that some real shit might really go down? Because, I'm gonna be honest with you, the shit that we're not willing to do when we go to the streets, we'll protest, we'll march, we get a bullhorn, but y'all going to tear some shit down. Y'all not causing a whole lot of violence. You'll gentrify and fuck up your own communities, but we won't go out there and really do no damage. Like, what if these white folks start getting really out of hand and we got martial law and shit? It's a lot going on. So I just want to know, is y'all concerned about any of this? I'm going to drop this link again, y'all, and I'm going to bring who we do have in the back. We got Trump in the house. How you doing, sir, President?
Hey, how you doing? I'm from West Virginia. First of all, start out. I'm not racist, and I'm a Trump guy. But you have many of us white Christians for Trump. We never used to like you or your show that much, but now since you and like a lot of colored people
hold on, slow down 1 second. So you're white?
Yeah, I'm a white guy.
Okay. And you said y'all used to didn't like my show. Y'all be watching me?
Yeah, well, I mean, you seem like, don't take it the wrong way, but yeah, you were on the radar down here in West Virginia because you're like in them Hebrew, just, anti-white people. That's and like, believe it or not, like the church I go to, we watch channels like y'all closely.
Really?
Oh yeah, you and Tariq Nasheed and Phil, all them like that are anti-white people. And I'm not trying to be a smart butt or nothing, but no. Yeah, we keep close watch on y'all. But what I'm trying to say is, we're all of us white, a lot of us white Christians down here. We are very proud of all the colored. All you people that are for Trump now, because Trump did many amazing things to help colored people, and he continues to do it.
Why we got to be? I guess they do call us people of color, but go ahead.
But yeah, he's done a lot of great things for you people, and yeah, you finally you're starting to see the light that now I'm a pastor, and God in the Bible, it did say that God, Jesus is white man, and God's white, and God created colored out of a curse, but the colored man and the colored person that votes for Trump,
God white. God is not a human being.
Well, God's white. The Bible says he's white. I'm not trying to make it like a race thing or nothing like that. Because I actually, like I said, I respect.
No, it's fine. But let's have this dialogue. Now that you're here, I guess I think that's interesting, because I always tell my black people that white people actually took religion and Christianity and turned it into a whitewashed thing so that it would allow them to, of course, be more supreme. When you tell people that God is white, doesn't it seem like you guys are the supreme race then?
Well, I can't help what the Bible says,
so is that what you think, that you guys are the supreme race over human beings?
Well, yeah, the Bible says, because it actually said it God turned him colored, a curse.
You do know that those Bible scriptures and the Christianity that you follow actually came from African spirituality and Ifa?
Oh, I don't know about that, but I mean
I do.
they're like voodoo and all that Egyptian stuff over there. That's Satanism stuff. I mean that.
Okay, well, let me ask you about that. I mean, if you don't mind, I would like to have this conversation. I've never really had a conversation with white people who watch me, who are Christians too, believe in God. I tell my people all this all the time, so it's really good for them to see this. That you get the white Christians, and even though they don't believe in all of that peace and love and light, because y'all can be Christians but still be very racist at the same time. Because I don't know if you realize that you've made several racist comments since you've been up here, like God being white, black people being cursed, and
Well, no,
created.
no. I'm not meaning it like that, sweetheart. I mean, I'm not. I'm trying to be respectful. I'm just saying that the Bible clearly says it. And what I'm saying is, now you were doomed. You and your supporters were doomed to go to hell when you didn't like Trump. But now, since you guys like Trump and you're colored, you're going to be in heaven with white folks. That's what I'm saying. But all the colored, just put it this way: the colored Democrats.
Because we support Trump. That's what's going to take black folks to heaven now.
Yes, because y'all support Trump now. You guys, I'm telling you, the Bible says it. It says the trumpets. The Bible says the trumpets. That means Trump.
Really? The Bible speaks of trumpets, yes, and you think that's speaking of Donald Trump?
That's speaking of Donald Trump. Yeah. And I'm not saying it to be like a bad. I'm not trying to.
Can I ask you another question? You said, your people. So let me ask you something. You've been watching me. You do know that my father is white.
Yeah. I can. You have it in you. Yeah. I mean,
yeah. You don't know if you want to say the right word. You can say mulatto. They call me mulattoes.
Yeah.
So let me ask you something. When you say that in your people, do you recognize when a person is mixed and they're black and they're white? Do you just acknowledge that they're a black person? Are they allowed to claim that they're white too, or do you think that?
No. I mean, don't take it the wrong way, but interracial mixing.
I want you to be honest with my audience, because I tell them this shit all the time. I want
cats
you to be
and dogs.
honest.
Cats and dogs don't mix. Lions and tigers don't mix.
So the black in me has dirtied my white, so I can't be white.
Right. One drop. I mean, I'm not being racist, because we got some colored people go to our church, but they do. We got a few of them.
Do these colored people that go to your church know how you feel about colored people?
Well, they grew up down where we're from, and they love Trump, and they're good people. They're some of the good ones. But they're respectful to white folks, and they don't go around like them colored Democrats saying, "Oh, white person did this, white person did that, and all the white man's a devil and all this and that." They respect white folk. They go by the good.
Well, you said that you want to be literal. You said when they talk about the trumpets in the Bible that that they're talking about Trump, but it says that the devil comes to kill, steal, and destroy. You do know that the white man all across this world has gone to every group of people, every place of land, and killed, stole, and destroyed in all those places. So is it fair from that perspective to see why we say you're the devil?
No, that's liberal Democrats started by Obama.
No, let's not talk about the Democrats. Let's talk about the fact that you're talking about the Bible. The Bible says the devil comes to kill, steal, and destroy. Yes, and it is a fact. Or do you not agree with that fact? I mean, it's a fact. You don't have to agree with it. Whites have gone all over, and they have killed, stolen, destroyed from every group and land mass that there is.
But the Bible clearly says, though, hon, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I mean, it's your show. But the Bible clearly says that God, give the land to the white man, and all the other people.
I'm sure is that God gave the land to the white man.
It says it in the book of Genesis.
Generous. I don't even believe you're a pastor now, because you don't even know
it's the book of Genesis. It's the book of Genesis.
What's the name of your church? We gonna come to church. Y'all want to go to church?
Well, we're
us colored people, are we welcome at your church?
Yeah. As long as you support Trump, we don't want no coming in there, no bashing American.
Trump
No
just
bashing
became the
American.
president. So before
But
Trump was around, what was your measure of black people back then before Trump was even an issue? Because not too many years ago, Trump wasn't even about to be the president. So let's say before Trump even had his first run, what was your outlook or perspective on black people then?
well, they didn't have to like Obama because they like that boy. No, and they had to be conservative. I mean, they had the good Christian values, and you got to respect God's chosen people, white people.
Oh,
And
so all other races have to respect you because you're white.
yes, the Bible says that, and it's not me saying that. Okay, I go to Bethel Church. Now, my mentor, my pastor, you can look him up on YouTube. It's Pastor Mike Hoggard, Bethel Church, Festus, Missouri. Michael Hoggard, Bethel Church, Festus, Missouri. Now, he was my mentor. Now, he actually adopted. He's his. Now, I don't agree with this with him. The reason why I left his church though, because he's a big Trump man, and I love him for that. But his two of his daughters married colored guys, but they're from Africa. The colored people in Africa don't act like the coloreds in the United States. The colored people in Africa respect white folks. So, but Pastor Mike Hoggard don't like colored people. He don't like colored Democrats like I don't. He respects the colored people that are.
Why does it matter what political affiliation that a person is? You do know. Let me ask you something about you. You do know that the KKK, those good white Christian folks back in the day, that they actually created the Democratic Party, and that black people actually used to be Republicans, and the KKK came in with force and coercion to get black people to sway over to the Democratic Party. And those were so-called good white Christian folks too. That you used to burn crosses in the yard. You do know that it's your people that created the Democratic Party.
That's right. The Democrats started the KKK. That's right. It's the Democrats. The Democrats is the trouble of everything.
Right, but the white good Christians like you, they're the ones that actually started it.
No. I mean, if okay, if there was slavery, I wouldn't want slavery today. I mean, I'm against that. But the Bible clearly does say that there was slavery, and certain people were meant to be slaves, and certain people were meant to be masters.
So black folks were meant to be slaves.
Yeah, pretty much.
And okay, now again, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Let me say to my audience, in that Bible that y'all worship every goddamn day, they have those scriptures.
Right.
No, because the truth is, this is what I want you to also know too. It's like the Bible that you talk about has actually been whitewashed so that it can benefit white people. It's the one book on the plantation that the slave master would let black people read, because all those scriptures were put in there about how black people were supposed to be slaves, or how they were supposed to be good to thy master. But you know that that's not the real verse of it. And most of the stuff you do in your church is a whitewashed spin-off version of African spirituality that comes from Ifa. Like do you catch the Holy Ghost in your church?
Oh yeah, we do.
Isn't that called a possession?
Yes, ma'am. It's called that.
Yes. Okay. So you get that from African spirituality. That's calling on a spirit that then possesses you. When you are taking communion, is that not a ritual? You're participating in a cannibalistic ritual of eating the body and blood of someone for it to live in you.
Well, I mean, I never seen it that way, but I can see what you're saying. That sounds something like a voodoo or something. But
the thing is that a lot of the practices y'all have are just a whitewashed version of actual African spirituality. Because I mean, you wouldn't call that. You said that kind of sound like voodoo, but that's exactly what it is. It comes from African spirituality. It is called a ritual. And when you're dealing with the Holy Ghost, that is called a possession of a spirit.
Well, I mean, yeah, I know, but see, the Bible predicted Trump, and see, I don't want to get off. I don't want to make you mad at me or nothing, because I think you're one of the good ones.
You're not making me mad at all. I'm glad that there's actually a white person up here. I be trying to tell my people this. You're actually showing them everything that I've been telling them. I find it very interesting that you say that you guys know who I am and y'all been watching me. I think that me and my people should come together. We should come visit your church. I'm glad that you're up here telling them everything I tell them, because I get black folks who get mad at me, and as soon as they do, they tell me, "Oh, you're a white girl." I told them that when it comes to white people, y'all don't accept us because the black in us, you say, it make us dirty. I laugh at that though, because I'm half white, just like I'm half black. So I should be able to claim all white if I want to, just like y'all let me claim all black. Those are just laws y'all came up with, but y'all just human beings
Well,
like anybody else.
we would accept you because you like Trump. I mean, now, this other stuff, no, but you like Trump, and that's what we like. That's. I'm just being honest with you. You like now, and why you was on the radar because you're okay. I don't get mad,
When you
but
say the radar, y'all was watching me because you thought that I was a hateful black person
black nationalist
against white people.
Yeah,
And
the
I was on the
colored
radar.
nationalist.
Y'all were watching me for what reason? What does that mean?
We
You
were,
were keeping your eye on me for what? If I come to your area to know where
yes.
all the black nationalists are?
You got to understand something about West Virginia. I'm on the by Pikeville, Kentucky, in West Virginia.
You in the white people part. Them
Yeah,
sundowns.
It's not a place that you want to be like that. That's and it's just I'm a godly man, but I'm just saying, we keep close. A lot of people down here keep close watch on people like that.
So when you say keep a close watch, I find this interesting. I want to say this to my people that are watching. Again, this is a white man who is a Christian who goes to a church, but he is telling you that we keep watch on who the people who we think are black nationalists and may rise up black people to cause a problem. Even though he is a Christian, he has no problem telling you that there are certain people that are beneath him. I want you to understand white Christianity versus your Christianity and the way you think about it, because most black people, y'all gonna go to church and you gonna love this man because God said you should. You're gonna pray for your enemy, and he's not doing any of that. I want y'all to see the difference in white Christians, because they're the ones that created this whitewashed religion to give to you to control you. And I'm glad that he's telling you exactly how they feel. In 2025, it still exists.
Now I'll tell you, there's a boy, a colored pastor named Pastor Dow with a D. Now he's like one of the black Hebrew Israelites, and he's really on the radar. He's down in Tennessee, but he actually has changed his tone like you, and he's a big Trump man. He's a big Trump man, so he's not on the radar list no more, Pastor Dow. But yeah, he was.
Well, what if I told you that I don't have a problem with the things that Trump is doing, only because I understand that there is a new world order that they're going to use him to usher us into? Absolutely. That is the part that he's playing. But believing that my black people should rise up against people like you that think that we're beneath you, and that nationalism and us separating and having our own, and also being armed and prepared for people like you that live in those parts that do all kind of stuff that you're probably not willing to talk about tonight on this live. I still believe all of those things. So now how do you feel about me?
Oh, I don't hate you, sister. I mean, it ain't nothing about hate, nothing like that. It's just,
right, but like you say because I appreciate what Trump do, but what I'm telling you is, as a black nationalist, all those things I believe, even though I don't disagree with Trump, they still stand. You do understand that when black people have love for themselves, it doesn't mean that we have hate for everybody else. Every time we go around and say, as black people, we should stand up, we should come together, we should focus on ourselves, we should not care about other people. At the end of the day, somehow y'all always equate that to us having hate for y'all, when the truth is we're just showing love for ourselves. But whenever we do that, it always equates to hate. So I want you to know that I don't disagree with a lot of the stuff that Trump is doing, but everything I said that had you watching me as a black nationalist, I've not changed my mind on any of those things.
Yeah, but it's hard. I can see, I can see what you're saying, but it's just hard. See, it's hard for like my people, when we see that, like colored people like you that like Trump, it puts a softness in our heart. And I can kind of substitute some of your black nationalism stuff, but since you like Trump, then that, any colored person that likes Trump, then you're all right with me, because Trump's going to change everything. Trump's going to send all them back down south of the border, and he's going to all them to eat the dogs and spring. He's sending all them back, and he's cleansing America.
If I can like Trump, then you're cool with me. But if my daddy can be your cousin, you not cool with me?
Well, any white man don't like Trump. He's a sellout.
Well, my daddy not alive, so it ain't about him liking Trump. What I'm telling you is that my daddy white, just like you. He dead, but when my daddy was alive, he a white man just like you. So me being okay with Trump makes you have a soft heart towards us, but me having a daddy that could have been your cousin don't make you have a soft heart towards me.
Well, I'm being honest, and like I said, I'm trying to be respectful. It's your show, but I don't believe in coloreds mixing with whites.
And you know what? I agree with you because I don't think that black folks should be mixing with y'all. I agree. We agree.
Right. I mean,
Right.
it's like
You
dogs
come from
mixing with
us.
cats.
You do know. Let me tell you something, sir. Greetings, Sister Michi. I would like to say that you know, you don't even understand that the concept of Christianity that came out of Egypt. That's why you say Amen at the end of every prayer, because of the kings, Amenhotep, all of these things. And people don't realize Moses, at the time that he came out of Egypt with Judaism, there was a concept of one God, and that was Akhenaten, a black man that came out of Egypt. And I'm going to give you some scriptures. I want you to go look up Genesis, because every book in the Bible is different. Some of that stuff is astronomy, you know, but Genesis is talking about genes of Isis, generations of Isis. You want to know why? Because even the Sumerian, when you talk about Cush, that's the son of Noah, right? The grandson, right? The three sons of Noah is Ham. The racist Ku Klux Klan, they like to say, oh, Ham is cursed because his skin is dark. That is a blessing. And when God said, let us make man in our image, he's not going to make someone whose skin burns in the sun. And they already tell you first man is on the planet. The reason why you have racism is because of xenophobia. And there's no reason, because you do come from us. Now, getting back to the scriptures where Nimrod comes out of Cush, right? Cush is the son of the son of Ham. And you know who else is the son of Ham? Mizraim. That's Egypt. So they were black too. And but going to Sumerian, right? They like the white historians, they like to put Samaria first. Oh, but check this out. When you look, it says Nimrod came out of Cush. In Genesis chapter 8 through 10. Read that. It bring that fire, okay? It says Genesis, in that section, it says Nimrod came out of Cush and he went into the land of Shinar. If you look up the land of Shinar, that is what is Iraq today, where the Sumerian, they call themselves the black-headed people, meant burnt face, like the Ethiopian. So there you go, your black people in the Bible. The book was rewritten when the Romans converted into Christianity. They had to. You could look up your first, and you want to know about the knights? There were blacks in Europe, knights, Moors. Your patron saint of knights was Saint Maurice, and he was a Christian, an Egyptian. And when you see him all the way up there in Germany as a statue being worshipped, you got white families with coats of arms with Negroes' heads on it. There was a time when black people were worshipped, my friend. Did you know that the first Duke of Florence was black? Alessandro. I'm sorry, man.
No, I was gonna say, I want to say, first of all, MX Network, shout out to Watcher for the donation. He always showing love. I want to say this because I'll be waiting too long to show people this love. But and shout out to Roz, thank you for that. Thank you for bringing up the conversation. So thank you for the donations on MX Network. But again, I just think that shows, I think when it comes to religion, everybody's going to have their thing, because even when he says that he had me on the radar, just like the Hebrew Israelites. But the Hebrew Israelites say I'm an Edomite. They don't receive or accept me either. But I just think that it's interesting how in religion we all try and find some way to be more over another person, which is ridiculous to me, because God is not, like this man said earlier, that God is white, but God is not a man. God is not of any race. And so God is the creator of all. So he created all of us, not just the white race, and God is not a person. So, but what I find interesting that I would like to ask the man is that, you said because we're cool with Trump, that kind of softened y'all towards us. So what was y'all perspective of us before Trump was ever even the president? Like, that's one thing you use, but Trump was the president one term. This is his last term, and then he'll be gone. So if that's the only thing that has kind of brought a softening to the people that you are with down there in Virginia, who seem really racist, because if you have to say a couple times, I don't mean to seem racist, then that means it is racist. I want you to know too that when I'm saying this to you, the definition of racism, see, I want to show y'all this. The definition of racism is what we are watching right now, whether he understands that or not, because it says the definition is when a person thinks that they are superior to another race. So he has literally said that that's what he believes about white people and the black people. So this is definitely, even though you say you don't mean to be racist, that's exactly what you're showing in the things that you say. So my question is, without Trump in the picture, how do you feel about black people? Like, that's the only thing that made y'all come around to us. So what was your thing? How did you feel about black people before Trump was even an issue?
You talking to me?
Yes.
Good question.
Oh, well, I mean, like down south here, it's probably a different way of life than what it is where you're at in Detroit.
I'm in Georgia.
Oh, you're in Georgia? Georgia?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. So, well, you should know the code of this. Well, you're probably in Atlanta or somewhere like it. But
no,
like
but
in
I know
smaller,
there's places here in Georgia I wouldn't go.
But there's a code. And pretty much the collards that grew up here, lived here, they're respectful to white folk. Now, if some outside agitating Democrats come in, then they get put in their place. But we've always treated our colored people right where we're from. I mean, as long as they're respectable, they work, they don't do drugs, on welfare.
Aren't on welfare. So wait a minute. So black folks can't be on welfare. You do know white folks are the biggest recipients of welfare, but so they have to be respectful. That sounds like some plantation stuff. It's like, as long as they're respectful to us, as long as they don't drink or do drugs, it's like, why do y'all think that y'all have the right to control a person's life? If a person is grown, that's black, regardless of what race, but let's say they're black for the sake of this conversation. Why is it up to you to decide if they have to be respectful to you? Do you have to be respectful to them? And if they want to drink, they grown. If these are the things they want to do, what makes y'all think that y'all have the right to pass judgment and tell other people what they can or they can't do based off their skin color? That's interesting to me.
And y'all do the same thing.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. I'm being respectful. Do you want me to talk or?
Oh, I don't know. Somebody, they put their, I don't know, the microphone was off in his back, but you could go ahead and answer that question. I just don't understand why it is that y'all think y'all have the right to tell somebody what they can or can't do as a human being.
I'm just going by what the Bible says and how I grew up. In the Bible says that God's white, Jesus is white, and white folks rule. Now the gentleman you just had on it, the gentleman.
Sorry, sir. Where does it say that Jesus is white? Because I can tell you the
scripture
where it
says hair like sheep's wool. When it describes him, it doesn't describe a white man in the Bible actually at all.
Yes, ma'am. Teach, ma'am. I'll be quiet. Yes, ma'am.
No, that's where you're going, right? You're right.
Yeah.
He's right though. Right.
It says
the Bible says that, but the Bible does not.
Yeah, and I'm gonna drop something else too. When you see these young black men with the dreadlocks, you know what that is? So you need to really go study the Bible, because they are matter of fact,
Trump's gonna get that cut off. Trump's gonna make sure they get cut off.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
They shouldn't have that.
Man, but check this out, though. The white people have never created not one religion.
So what?
They adapted Christianity and they corrupted it. They took Jesus, they took their sun god Dionysus, and they put Jesus in front of it. That's why in Spanish, when you say Zeus, Jesus, you're talking about Zeus. And guess what? Did you know that Zeus' origin is in Ethiopia? So you're Greek, that knocks out all the Greek.
Sorry, I got a question for you.
Sure.
So, and I really got a question for Michi as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, the man, what the man's saying, the white man, what he's saying is correct. Slavery is in the Bible. Now, the Bible is so wicked and it's so corrupt. Stop comparing the Bible to what our ancestors wrote. The
Right.
Bible ain't got nothing to do with how the Bible describes slavery, and all this white man doing is putting himself in the master's position. We
Yeah,
have
the
to
version.
stop. We have to stop. No, hold on. We have to stop comparing what we did to what to say that, oh, well, y'all get the Bible from us. No. And if they got the Bible from us, then we practice the same wickedness that they practicing. It's just that it was the opposite back then. So stop,
No,
man. Stop.
it
Like,
wasn't.
I
First of
don't
all,
agree with slavery
first
at
of all,
all. Don't matter
May I
who's
say
doing it.
first of
something?
I
all,
don't
no,
care who's
hold on.
doing it.
First of all,
Black man doing
let me,
slavery or the
wait
white
a
man
minute.
doing slavery.
Let
Slavery
me
is
respond.
wrong.
Let me
Period.
respond because he said something to me. First of all, I don't know what you're talking about because at the end of the day, you say what he's saying is correct, but that is not true. Even the Bible that he reads does not say Jesus was a white man. It said he actually
But the
had.
Bible has slavery in it, right?
It did, and we've already talked about that because they
Okay, so
whitewashed.
when you
No,
saying
let me finish.
that the
It
Bible
has, we never, but we never
comes
said
from
that.
us,
We
that
never
means
said. Let me
that we
finish.
supported slavery.
Let me finish.
No.
I never said, I actually said that they got it in the Bible, the slavery that's in the Bible. That's the whitewashed part. If you go back to slavery on the plantation, they would beat you, maim you, or kill you if they found you reading. So why is the Bible the only book they will let you read? Because they added scripture. They whitewashed it
I'm
to
on
get
your
you to be
side, me. I'm
conditioned.
on your
Wait a
side.
minute, let me finish. Let me finish. So if I was the master and I wanted to get black people to follow me, I will become their voice of God to control them even more. So yes, I would add scriptures that say somebody need to be a good slave to thy slave master. Absolutely. That's the old, and then they got the New Testament. So as you're trying to come up here, call yourself like checking somebody correctly, I never said that that wasn't in the Bible. I said it is a whitewashed version that comes down from African spirituality, which a lot of these religions actually come. Now remember, Africa is a continent, okay? So I didn't say a certain country there, but when we talk about the essence of what spirituality is, all of these goddamn religions take offshoots of it. That's a goddamn fact. So nobody said that in his Bible that he's not stating what's in there. We said that part of it is whitewashed. And at the end of the day, if you don't understand African spirituality and Ifa, you cannot break down to me all that shit in the Bible that I can tell you that came from motherfucking Ifa, but it is actually presented in the whitewashed manner. The next thing is, again, he's not telling the truth because he said the Bible said God is white. There's nowhere in the Bible that says God is white.
No, I disagree. I disagree with that part. I never said that God is white.
Let me finish my thought, and I'm gonna shut the fuck up and let you go. We're not gonna do this. How is it I can have a racist white man up here and me and him can have a conversation without going there? But as the black man, you can't shut up fucking 5 minutes to let nobody finish their thought. It's kind of trifling, don't you think? In the Bible, because I used to be a pastor and used to teach that Bible. It also gives a description of Jesus, and it says that his hair was like sheep's wool and his skin was like bronze. So where the fuck is that white? Now I will rest my microphone and you can go.
What I'm trying to say, I think you misunderstood what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that God is white. I'm not saying that's true. What I'm trying to say is that the Bible teaches slavery, right? When you and the other fellow,
but white people were slaves too.
My God, can I finish?
Asians were slaves. I think there's been every race of slaves.
I can't even finish my thought.
Yeah, that's not me talking.
What I'm saying.
Let him
Can
finish.
Let me finish, and I'll be done. I'll be done after I finish. I'll be done after I finish.
I'm gonna let you talk.
Finish his thought. Goddamn, I'm about to mute everybody, Mike. Well, hold on one motherfucking minute, okay? Again, how is it that we have a racist ass white man up here who is expressing his racism and he can be respectful enough for us to have a conversation back and forth? Now we get up here and everybody's on the panel and y'all can't even be quiet. Now y'all heard me mute dude's mic so I could finish my piece, and I said I was going to let him go. Now let him respond to what I said. Why do y'all keep cutting him off? You can have a chance to talk after he done, but let the man finish his damn thought. Go ahead, Elijah, and finish what you were saying.
Thank you, Michi. And what I'm trying to say is that I don't agree when he talk about God being white. I don't agree with that. The Bible does not say that, and you are correct on the description of this Jesus. What the Bible said. What I'm trying to say is when we're talking about slavery in specific, right? Slavery in the Bible. Jesus himself said, "Slaves, obey thy masters." And respect them as you would respect me. They ain't word for word, but close enough. What I'm trying to say is, when you guys compare the Bible and say, well, y'all got Christianity from us, or Christianity was in Ethiopia and shit like that, you can't claim that, because if we was practicing slavery just as the Bible says, then we're just as wrong as they are. That's all I'm trying to say. No, we didn't practice all the shit that they put in the Bible. We didn't practice every single thing out of that shit. And that's all I'm trying to say, is stop comparing it to what we practice, because it just shows us. And when you say that, it's all it's saying is that even the evil shit that's in the Bible, we taking it on too. All the racist shit that it does have in the Bible, we taking it on too. So we're no different than the oppressor, and that's why the shit keep happening to us. No, we didn't have all our practices, all our religions wasn't created out of evil. The foundation wasn't evil. It was for the people, and that's what I'm trying to say. Stop comparing our doctrine to his evil, racist ass doctrine.
Where were we comparing anybody's doctrine to what he said? I was telling him that it was whitewashed, and I was giving him examples of things that the white man has stolen and tried to take as their own and altered it. And that is true when we talk about the rituals of communion, or even the possession of the Holy Ghost. Those things come from African spirituality, but when we talk about that, people will call that evil, but that's actually where Christianity got it from. So what do you mean comparing? And let me say this to everybody too, and if there's anybody trying to come up on the panel, this is what I don't understand about y'all that blows my mind. Somebody, first of all, said, ain't no Caucasian racist respectful. Again, y'all, please don't make me cuss y'all out over the white man that's in the chat right now. When I say respectful, are y'all niggas dumb as fuck that you don't understand what I mean by that? When I say respectful, he's being respectful to the damn panel enough that he lets people speak when they need to speak. He's not over fucking talking. So do you not understand that concept of it all? And then the next thing is that y'all niggas want to come up here and y'all want to, you got to white. This is what kills me about us. You have a man up here that is really being honest with us about his motherfucking ways that his people think about us in 2025. Don't you know that this man got kids? Don't you know that his kids gonna raise kids? And motherfuckers try and tell me that racism is gone. No, it's not, because you have people that are raising their children that way, and y'all really pushed this button because y'all wanted to come up here and have what? A religious conversation with this man? The fact that that's what the fuck you want to talk about is baffling to me. I brought up his religion because I make a point to y'all to teach y'all that in y'all spirituality, just like what the brother Logic said, you proved my point for me. Y'all goddamn spirituality, y'all turn around and what y'all do is y'all use it to be love and light and forgiving, and we don't need to be these things, and we don't need to be the evil or what the fuck he's saying we is, or we're just like them. When I'm trying to show you that these motherfuckers believe in God, they go to church, they read a Bible, and they'll burn your ass at the cross and don't give a fuck. Y'all missing the whole goddamn point. Y'all want to come up here and argue the fucking Bible with him. I'm trying to show you how racism really works. I'm trying to show you the true face of a racist man, that's just the way he was brought up. He don't even think it's nothing wrong with the way he fucking thinks. And y'all niggas want to come up here and have a conversation with this man about religion? What the fuck is wrong with y'all? I only brought up the religion to make a point. White Christians will kill your ass and drag you by your neck with a rope off the back of their truck and won't give a fuck about your life. And a in fucking church. That's the point that I was making, and y'all missed all of that. And instead, y'all wanted to actually argue with him about what part of the Bible is right, what part of the Bible is whitewashed, which part of it is blackwash, which one is this and which one of it is that. I'm trying to show your ass something. You know, there's plenty of black people in these chats that turn around and tell you that racism is gone. They'll tell you that people aren't racist today. This isn't back in slavery days. This isn't Jim Crow. This isn't when people were getting hung. I want you to know that that man exists and he's raising kids and his kids will have kids and he got other family members that think like him. This is what I'm trying to show y'all. But instead, y'all made this shit about religion. I don't understand why that's where your mind is in this conversation.
Well, look. The only reason why I was responding to the whole religion thing is because they use the Bible to justify the treatment of us. That's why I honed in on the religion thing. And when he was talking about the slavery shit, a lot of people don't read their Bible, Michi. A lot of people really don't, and they don't know that. And when you say that, I don't think a lot of times they take heed to that shit. All the passages.
I think y'all need to put the Bible down. I want to
I
point out
think
something.
so. I agree.
If that very book that you're talking about is the very book that empowers that white man that was just up here to feel like y'all need to be good niggas, and then he won't have a problem with you if you a good nigga, if you don't smoke, if you don't drink, if you don't sin, if you don't be on food stamps, if you don't do none of that stuff. So that very book y'all keep worshiping and taking your ass to read all the goddamn time, it empowers that white man that was just up here to feel like his racist ass perspectives are okay to have. That if that's not a reason for you to put that fucking book down, I don't know what is.
That's all I was trying to say, Michi. I love you, man. I love all your perspectives. I love the topics that you touch on. But our people have to wake up to the fact that these people have a deep hate for us, and it's just they feel like it's justified through that book. And like you said before, if you can control the people, God, then you can control those people. So they living their lives based off that book. And that's a fact. He already told y'all tonight that they do that. So fuck that Bible, fuck that Jesus, fuck all that shit, man. Let that shit go.
Yeah, it's just it's a part of history, you know. But
I put everybody back in the back. I don't know who the other person was that came up here, but the two brothers that were talking were brothers. I'm not sure if the third person was a woman, but as a Black woman, I find it really, I don't even know the word I'm looking for, that y'all Black men came up here and none of y'all had no checking words for this white man. We colored, remember? I'm up here talking because I'm not in my emotions and talking to him. So I was able to say to this man the things that I wanted him to say out of his own mouth. I say it to y'all all the time. Yes, I am half white, and I've been around a lot of white people in my life, not because of my white family, but because my mother always thought that it was okay to go and live in white neighborhoods, because one point when we were coming up back in the day, and some people still think that today, we think that if we go to the white suburbs, we've made it. So I lived around a lot of white people because my mama always thought going to being around white people would mean we was out the ghetto and we made it. I've been around these people. I know how the fuck they think. And I spend years on this YouTube trying to express to y'all how these people think. Today in 2025, that man came up here and said all of that shit with no conviction. Crazy thing is, a lot of y'all said he was trolling. I don't believe he was trolling. I believe that man was being honest. But he didn't think that anything was wrong with his truth. I try and tell y'all these things, and I thought it would be, for once I had a white, because every time Black folks get mad at me, y'all turn around and y'all tell me, oh, you just a white girl. I'm always a white girl as soon as you niggas get mad at me. But I want to show you that, yeah, I'm a white girl. You see what the white man said, right? He don't believe in mixing good. I don't believe in mixing either. That was my mama's decision, not mine. But you see, my Black dirtied the white, so I can never claim my white side. But logic would say, if I can claim to be all Black because I'm half Black, I should be able to claim to be all white because I'm half white. It should work both ways, right? But it doesn't in this racist ass country. For anybody who wants to say racism still does not exist, I'm awed. I guess that's the word I'm looking for. Their brothers brought their ass up here, and you had, and I don't mean smoke like you need to go off on them, like, oh, you fucking cracker, da 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 da. But y'all had no words for this white man. This white man said that there are places in Virginia. Boy, you want me to interpret for y'all? You want me to interpret for y'all? What the white man held back a little bit that you couldn't hear that I did? Boy, long as you come around these parts with your nigga ass and you learn how to act right, you'll be fine. They're respectful around here, so we don't have to drag, hang, or get rid of none of them. He said, oh, you know them parts. You know he was referring to sundown towns. You do know that as I do these series of unjust in the South, in the fucking South, they lynch Black people every day still. You don't think that's what he was referring to? If you are anybody in Mississippi, you know people in Mississippi, then you know damn well that every month there's a black boy missing. They find him in the river somewhere. They find him hanging somewhere, but they don't talk about it on the news, and they call all of them a goddamn suicide because everybody that's on the police force is related to each other. This shit is real. It's not a joke. The stories that I've heard, the places that I've gone, and you got this man up here, and he is telling you, boy, long as you act right, we'll give you some love. Well, because y'all colored folks, you know, you like the Trumpster, we have a little softness in our heart for y'all. But other than that, y'all just some niggas to us, and yes, you're beneath us. You're beneath us. You were born to be slaves, boy. He also told y'all, since y'all can't read between the lines, our white church, we've been watching niggas like Michi and the rest of y'all nationalists, because if y'all rise up, we want to know who our enemies are and who we should be worried about. But read between the lines. What you watching us for? This white man just told you are beneath him, that you were born to be a slave, that as long as you a good nigga, then you be all right with them, and that they keep a watch. They watch who their enemies are. Do any of you niggas know who the white boys are that are your enemy? Do y'all know who all the white militias are? Do you have their names? Do you watch them online? Do you watch what they do? Do you know where they go? Are you in your church doing that? Are you too busy fucking trying to pimp the motherfucking audience for $40,000 like these sorry ass pastors, or steady fucking have sexual improprieties or being some weak motherfuckers? That's what you do in your church. And your brothers brought your ass up here, and you had no words for this man to let him know, as black men, well, we protect our community. We got our backs. While you worried about watching us, don't worry about watching Queen Michi, because brother, we watching you. He done told you where his church and everything is. He said, if you want some, come get some. You niggas in here. Frank, if you want me to come, who is it, Frank? If Frank ain't the white man that left Frank, you could come up here and tell me where I'm wrong. It's amazing to me that these black men clicked this link and all they had was words of debate over religion with this man. You didn't want to send him some messages and let him know we're not worried about you watching us and we not nobody's boy. Everything that man said to y'all went over most of y'all head. I was trying to show y'all something. And somebody said she not cussing him out. No, I wanted him to talk. Do you not understand the art of war? Do you not know you must know your enemy? And apparently you niggas don't know your enemies. What you battle every day, aside from systematic racism, y'all want to call people racist. Y'all want to talk about racism. Racism was in your face, the pure definition of it. To think that you are superior than another's race. Now, that was the purest definition of racism I've ever seen show itself in a long damn time. Not systematic, just in your face. Yes, we are superior to you. That's what I told you. And people said, why I'm not going off on him? Because I want to hear how my enemy thinks, you stupid motherfucker. And then with all you black men that clicked the link, I surely thought that y'all had some heat for the white man. It's up to the black woman. You wonder why there's no regard in our communities for the so-called leading black men. You waiting for the queen to check the white. See that white man up here speaking for his community and how they feel. And we watching you niggas. We know who all of you are. He said you was on our radar. Listen to the words. He said, but now that you with Trump, you ain't on our radar. Wait a minute. So if you're watching me, whether I like Trump or I don't, I'm still on your radar because you're watching me, right? So radar don't mean we just watching you, bitch. It means we looking for an opportunity to make sure you shut the fuck up talking. But that went over y'all head. I'm trying to let y'all get to see your enemy with your own eyes. You can't fight a battle if you don't know who or what you're fighting. You can't find a way to outwit your enemy if you don't even know what the fuck your enemy thinks or what they do. And then when the brothers come up here Y'all have no signaling words to let him know, brother, you ain't gonna do nothing over here in our community. You're not gonna do nothing to none of our people. And now that you told us where you are, maybe you on our radar too. How about that? How about that, sir? You on our radar too, boy. Boy. No, y'all want to argue with him over religion. I'm awed at the bullshit. I didn't know that our call-in show was going to start off like this tonight. Wow, what a teachable moment. Hey, brother, we got Paraphernalia Palace. You gotta mute the show in the background because I can hear you. K Young, go ahead. Can you hear me, brother? K Young? I assume it's a brother.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Michi?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Right. Yeah. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah. How do I get my mic right? Can you hear me?
No, I can hear you. I can hear you good. You fine.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I just wanted to say, yeah, those are some those are not real men. Okay. You're absolutely correct. Yep. I wish that white boy would. You know what I'm saying? And it's good that he's being honest, but yep, he come around here. I'm in LA. Yep, he wouldn't be able to talk like that. And so these other dudes that's talking about religion, that that's some pussy ass shit. Okay. So I usually don't get on here, but yeah, that pissed me off. Yeah, those dudes I don't know what kind of guys those guys are, but yeah, they should have listened to the enemy, the white boy, being honest, telling you guys exactly how they think about you. And then these dudes want to come in here and talk about Jesus and he's right and all this. No, listen to this bullshit. And so you guys know how to counteract, when the time comes. So Michi's absolutely correct, right? Now you guys might be beta males. I can hear it in your voice, and that's okay. I'm not angry at you. But I had to get on here at least and say this, all right? I'm an alpha male, black in LA. White people don't talk like that over here. We don't allow that, okay? Now, maybe in the South or whatever, that's fine, but you can't come to LA with that. But now being honest, white boy, that's cool, good. Yep, that's fine. That's all good. You understand? But yeah, we watching you too. Okay, just like y'all say, oh yeah, you like Trump and all this, and we're fine with that. I don't give a fuck if we like Trump or not. Okay, white boy, I hope you hear me. I don't give a shit if we like Trump or anything. You know what I'm saying? We watching you too, and you are not superior to us. And now to the whole panel, when it comes to racism, okay, racism is not like I don't like white people or white people don't like black people. That might be prejudice. Racism is a system, okay? The whole system is backed by the dominant society. You go to their institutions, okay? You don't control shit as a nigga, as a black person. We don't control shit, and we need to change that. So yeah, we're listening to the white boy talk, right? Okay, and we already know that they don't like us. That's why we're not dealing with Democrats no more. You understand? If you're not Black American, listen to me very carefully. If you're not Black American, we're not really dealing with you in politics no more. Okay? I know Michi and the other dude, Tariq or whatever, they're not on the same page, but yeah, we foundational to this country.
You got to stay
ADOS. Exactly, ADOS.
My question was,
Indian.
I just wanted to know, like, if we wouldn't have gotten to the debate of religion, because I hope y'all realize that man was not here to really discuss religion. That was just a part of why he tried to justify what he believed. That's it. But that's not really what he wanted to talk about. You know what I'm saying? So he left because that's not the conversation he wanted to have. Somebody said she wants us to give master attention. G-man, what I bet you won't do, you punk ass bitch, is click the motherfucking link. My question is, though, what I wanted to say is like, before he ran off, I was going to get to the part where I wanted to go. And it said that the brothers didn't want to go there. Because my question also would have been to him is that you do know that this is not the Bible days nor the plantation days. So as much as you say you watching people or we got to be good niggas, you know, there are colored folks out here who will bust your shit. Like it's not that day and age anymore. What makes you think that we just gonna let you do that to us? But I couldn't get to that point in the conversation. You know what I'm saying? So again, everybody just made it. Somebody said want us to give him attention or get emotional over him. What? Nobody getting emotional over him. The emotional people were the men on the panel. They got emotional and triggered over their religious beliefs, and that's why they wanted to say something to this man. There was no emotion. I was having a real conversation to hear what he had to say, and we could have gotten to the part where we were going to let him know, like, we're not our ancestors, and at the end of the damn day, you know, it's a different time. So what make you think your ass can't get it? That's what I wanted to know next, but we couldn't get there, right? And we're also talking about politics. So for as many of y'all talk about the white people in the street going against him, there are white people who support him. Y'all say that the white people that support Trump are racist. Well, there y'all go. Y'all niggas could have came up here on the panel tonight and made your point. See that racist person who supports Trump? Y'all say all his supporters are like that because he's racist too. For as much as people want to cry about that shit in the chat every time we have these call-in shows that Trump supporters are racist, there you go. But everybody missed the mark on any point that could have been made with that man up here because they wanted to take it to religion. I want all y'all to leave that religious shit alone. Take that fucking Bible and stick it up your ass. Leave it alone. I'm so tired of y'all bringing that shit up.
Yeah, I understand, ma'am. Yeah, I just came in to drop like where the origin that came from, because the white stuff that he was talking about, because that's what I thought it was about when I came in the conversation. I'm gonna tell you right now, ain't no punk shit with me, whoever, you know what I'm saying? I'm a former ex-Marine, you know, and I understand because, you know, about the racism and all of that, you know, and I'm very sharp. I'm 50 something years old, you know, but I just wanted to point to him that when it comes to his messed up concept of religion, they don't even have that. They don't have any spirituality. You know, so I'm not a Christian or anything like that, but I study, you know, the history and stuff like that. That's all I'm saying. And that's how I get them. Because I bet you right now, that dude left, and he's going to go look up those things I'm telling them about. You know, that's all I want to say. Peace out and one love, because I am a warrior. I fight and I will die for my people if I have to. God bless y'all. There's no punk here. God bless you.
I doubt he gonna look up any of that shit at all.
He didn't look up none of that. He don't care. That's the whole point. They made the Bible the way it was so that they could justify what they do. So they're not finna go find nothing that is actually going to
go against their narrative.
Wrong, right? Because they whitewashed it so that they could say it was right. That's why they did it. He ain't gonna look up that shit.
Hey, Sister Michi, how's my feed? Is no feedback this time now, is it?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I don't hear this stuff in the background.
Can I just give my no filter rant on this? Because I was pouring candles and I had to stop because it wasn't going how it should have been by all them weak ass niggas and shit that I wouldn't trust none of them motherfuckers to watch my back with the Kalashnikov.
We talking about that white boy. Fuck the niggas. You talking about that white boy.
No, I'm talking about that. I'm gonna get to the white boy. No, them niggas that want to talk about religion to this white dude. Y'all all off code and shit. Y'all the weak beta males. I wouldn't trust you to watch my back on the battlefield when the shit goes down. Now to the white boy, Mr. Meth Mouth, I am anti-white. How can I get on your motherfucking radar and shit? I'm here in Detroit, D-Town, Motown, motherfucker. How can I get on your motherfucking radar and shit? You meth mouth motherfucker coming up here calling us colored and shit. I'm black, motherfucker, and I am anti.
Now, I was actually raised in Southern West Virginia, and West Virginia is an extremely segregated state by county. There's a lot of race mixed in West Virginia. So some of the stuff he was saying, judging by the area he was talking about, that is redneck area. I cannot lie and say that he was not purposely saying colored, because that's the way some of them motherfuckers talk. That boy shit, that's the way some of them motherfuckers talk. Still, we can stick our chests out like we tell we gonna go to okay, we go down to the people church. Some of us ain't gonna make it out. because I tell you, raised around these people, and him relayed. Then people have churches where they play with snakes and shit. So him having the Trump church, that's not a surprise to me. And him relating all that, oh, you's a good nigga, cause you obey master according to the Bible. But I land my plane right there, man. It was a display. And I hate to, I just said back in list, I said, many niggas is trying to do the We Was King speech up to this cracker. And it's amazing.
That was disappointing. It was really disappointing that my brothers are so weak. You want to debate with this motherfucker, but didn't want to give him no motherfucking smoke. Now, if he came to Detroit talking like that, you'll probably find his ass in a burned out basement somewhere.
But that's why he in Virginia. But I mean, again, I'm not going to waste my time to try and make a white person believe anything. Did you hear me try and convince him of anything? I asked him a lot of questions to clarify his perspective. I wasn't trying to get him to change anything he believed. I just want him to clarify. So again, you saying that because I'm half white, I can't be white? No. So it dirtied up the white in me. Yeah. I just wanted clarification on how he felt. I don't understand why are we trying to convince him to think different. That I don't think that was the goal here, you guys. But I would say
he was getting comfortable opening up to you too.
I don't actually want to turn this panel into talking about him, because we would have also
I didn't want to flip it like
politics, right? Because this is what we're talking about here tonight that he came up to say, because I even asked, I said, are there some white people in the chat? Do y'all remember that? Like, why are y'all out there protesting against Trump? He felt he would come up and let you know that as a white man, he actually supports Trump, that he's not protesting against him. So that's where all of this started, right? I want to say shout out to Betty Boop for the $20. He is Jim Crow racist. He absolutely is. And I want to say there was another one. I want to say let me see, and let me do the other one. Shout out to Angela. Thank you for the super chat. So anyway, I do want to bring it back to that, because again, I mean, and here we go. I'm gonna put this up there for all of y'all people, because y'all like to come in here with this. We talking about religion. I want to say shout out to Ashley over on MX Network for the donation. Thank you, I appreciate that. Somebody says, why you call yourself black when you're dead in law? Look it up. We don't have those debates over here. You might want to go to my brother Q Butter channel. Y'all can debate about that stuff all night long. I think that those things are insignificant and they have no point, because if you could snap your finger and every black person in this country right now was like, oh, I'm not black, I'm gonna call myself something else, none of the issues we face would go away. So to me, that's what I feel like is like meaningless knowledge. We understand that, but what does that have to do with anything that we're talking about right now? Like, if I was to throw an agenda called the what do you want us to call ourselves, Moors or some other word, and say the agenda, do you know how many people would not identify with that? Because that's not what they've been called for so long. So again, we call ourselves black because that's the group that we've been put in as a social construct. So as we speak about it, everybody knows what we're talking about. The word that you would probably like me to use would go over so many people's head. They don't identify with it. A lot of them have not heard it. So as a speaker who speaks to a large audience of people, you should always speak in a way that is going to resonate with the audience. Something a lot of you guys don't understand when you're in the chat. A lot of times you guys just want to share your knowledge just so people can know that you know something, even if it doesn't have any validity in what we're talking about at this moment. So to me, that is a meaningless statement. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Why do we call ourselves black? Because under social construct, that's what we've been called. That's why. That's the simple answer, okay?
Sister Michi, I'm gonna land my plane with this. I love you, sister. I'll back you till the wheels fall off. We come from the same city, and that's how it is. But that was disappointing. The first brothers on the panel, very disappointing. Your mother should have swallowed, and I'm out.
You ain't got to talk. You ain't got to talk to the brothers like that. But thank you, man.
Okay. All right.
But thank you, brother.
All right, that's cool. I'm gonna just say I'm back, because I don't know what that was about, because all I was doing was hitting them intellectually. You know what I'm saying? I don't gotta come like ignorant and all of that.
No, well, let me say this to you, brother. Lord, I don't, no disrespect meant to you. I mean, you was coming up here saying something. It was kind of the second brother. I'm not saying it wasn't you too, because it was. So don't take it so personal. The second brother, though, like he was over talking me. He's the one that came in.
He interrupted me, right?
He was coming in to tell us we was wrong, and he agreed with what the white man was saying. So like that took it, like I just felt like that started to take it a whole nother way. I get that you were coming up to correct him on what he was saying about in the Bible part, because I told him too in the Bible, it don't say God is white or Jesus is white. It doesn't say that, you know. So don't take it so personal, you know. It was a combination of the whole conversation.
I don't like none of that disrespect, because they thought I was coming like a religious nut. No, I was just showing them how even the Bible's showing that the origin of man is us, and that we're not superior, but you come from us, and even you being like, you know, like mixed race. You're black because you are what is dominant, and that's what genetic teaches. You drop one drop of ink in the glass, don't the whole thing turn black? You are what is dominant, because there's really no race. Everybody's really human race. You feel me? And that's what I'm about. I'm about scholarship. I hit them with scholarship, and trust me, he's gonna go look up some shit. You know what I'm saying? And I come from the South. My family's from South Carolina. Like I study, like, you know, I'm also a musician. I see how even country music. 1850s black cowboys did that. Did you know how when they used to call black men boy, they used to call the white dudes cattlemen and all of that. When them brothers started doing, you know how brothers used to do tricks with basketball, hooping through the legs, getting freaky with it, playing guitar with their teeth, you know, just real fancy. Well, them rodeo tricks, the brothers started doing that. When them white women started and the children started idolizing those black men, like Nate Love, go look him up. Nat Love, 1920s, they started. That's when they took the name of cowboy. Like I just like to teach. That's it. And I hit them with knowledge. You know what I'm saying? God bless you and peace. And also, you know, that's all. Bye.
Well, thank you, brother. G-Man, I put you in timeout for a moment, because what you're not gonna do, G-Man, is keep running your mouth and talking about the white man, and how people is this and that. But you seem like a punk because you keep running your mouth in the chat, but I keep dropping the link. You could come up here. You see brothers don't even have their camera on, so you ain't even got to show your face. But you could come up here and say what you would like to say, but you gonna shut the fuck up in my chat, steady just saying dumb stuff every time you turn around. You know, I can't stand you people in the chat who chests be so big, you got so much you want to say. Every other statement is a negative thing. If you disagree, then you should click. That's what tonight is about. You should click the link and bring your ass up here and say that shit, because you want to talk about everybody else being emotional. You want to talk about everybody else wasting their time and energy on the conversation. But my question would be, you sure keep using a lot of energy too, because see, I'm opening my mouth to talk. This is easy. You over there with your fingers typing away, nigga. Stop and click the link or shut the fuck up. So I timed you out for a few minutes. Next time we'll just be blocking you and you be talking to yourself. Okay? All right. Again, I think that if we was going to challenge his ass again, you see how he ran from the question of, he talked about these Democrats, like Democrats have to do with the racist stuff, but he also was admitting that the Democrats were created by the KKK and that the white people actually created that party and all black people used to be Republicans. And he said, well, yeah, but he really didn't want to go into that. I wanted him to go into that. You know what I'm saying? Your people created that shit, motherfucker. Let's talk about that, right? So if you're going to hit him with some shit, I want to hit him with some shit he can't refute so he can see how his perspective is dumb. And he talking about this being politics. I guess my question is, if politics don't have nothing to do with it, you feel this way anyway. Go back 8 years ago. Trump wasn't in office. Nobody was crying about that. Like when Trump's not in the office, at the end of the day, your perspectives are still your perspectives. So stop trying to blame it on politics, right? Because Trump's not always been in the White House. So this can't just be about Trump, right? So I will remind everybody, though, in this conversation, let's remember to bring it to that. I want to say shout out to my niece. I don't know if she's still in the chat, Real Estate Bay. She had said it earlier. I think she said it's her birthday today. I think that's what she said. If it is, happy birthday. I don't know if you're still in the chat. She hasn't said that. She usually do moderate. So if it's your birthday, you ain't in the chat, I understand. You're supposed to be out there having some fun because it's your birthday, girl. So happy birthday to you. Somebody says, does Michi still believe in the Bible? No. I practice spirituality. I don't read the Bible. Right now, my altar I just cleaned off my altar yesterday. and lit some candles and laid some new flowers for my ancestors and did a couple of other things at my altar. But no, I don't read the Bible. I'm not saying that everything in the Bible is not something that you can receive. It is a lot of words that have been whitewashed. They've been manipulated. They don't stand for what they genuinely are supposed to represent. But there are some scriptures in there that you can glean from, but even then they are presented to you in the wrong way, right? So I don't throw away everything that's in there, but I don't need to uphold the Bible to have the knowledge that you can take from it. There's a lot of stuff in there that's been twisted and reworded the wrong way and been whitewashed. It doesn't mean that nothing in there is not valid to take, so I will say that. But no, I don't believe in the Bible. There's not one in my house at all, and you'll never see another one in this motherfucker. Shout out to even Steven says, bro, you can win intellectually or biblical arguments all day. We win moral arguments all day long, but they don't give a damn. It's I'm white and I say so. Yeah, he ain't finna go look up none of that shit. He don't care. Let me see. And shout out. Thank you for the super chat. Even Steven. All gas, no brakes says, I just joined the live. Did you talk about Trump preparing to attack Iran if they don't negotiate? No, we have not gotten there. You want to come up here and tell us about it? So I do want to say that, you guys, I don't want to stay on the conversation of the religion nor the white man. I want to go back to what we were originally discussing on this panel. So let me throw this out there. Do anybody have a perspective of this? How do you feel about the job that Trump is doing? Like, how do you feel about so far overall, the stuff that he's doing? Do you think he's doing a good job? Do you think he's full of shit? Why you think what you think? What is your perspective on that? And Katrina done turned on her camera, so she ready to let us know. So you go ahead and say your piece because you ready. I can tell in your face.
I am ready. Michi, it's good to see you. I was about to reach out to you tomorrow to have some more one-on-one time with you since I haven't.
Okay, good. It's good to see you too. I hope everything going good.
It's been going. I've been doing my hustle, so
good.
It's all good,
Okay.
But I love this subject tonight, and I just wanted to give my 2 cents in all of this. I think Trump is doing a great job for the bankers who put him in control and run everything. Okay. Because that really is his purpose, is to bring in the new, basically, like you were saying, the new world order and the new financial system. We're in the midst of a global reset. Yeah. And that's what he's doing. And part of that is everybody's getting their nigger card now. That's what's about to happen. And that's what people don't seem to understand. You have certain sects, like that lovely gentleman that spoke first that you had on, who really thinks that Trump is for him. Even though, I'm not to be insulting, but I'd be shocked if that man's IQ reached 80 and he's a working class man. Trump put at least 13 billionaires in his administration. He's not here for the people, okay? Not for the working people, not for the masses. He's here to put the system in place. He's here to ensure that the control grid that is going to make sure that the masses are slaves, all of them, all of us, is put into place. And that's exactly what he's doing.
I want to say to the person in the chat, they said, y'all are fools cheering for Trump. I think that people in the chat shouldn't be so emotional, because I think what you said went over his head, because you said he's doing a great job for the people who put him in place. He didn't even listen to what you said. So he thinks that you're cheering what Trump is doing on, because he didn't even listen to your full thought. Y'all got to stop being so emotional. Let somebody finish their thought before you go in. Get out your feelings, brothers and sisters and brothers, in my Umar Johnson voice. But you know what? I agree, because when you look at what's going on with these trade wars, right? Ultimately, it's going, and even when people say that, okay, so we talk about the trade wars, they are getting into these wars, all of these tariffs are going up, going down, playing all these games, but it really does come down to the business. Now, you're going to have the regular citizens who are going to be caught in the middle to some extent. But again, even if they're forced to bring their manufacturing companies over here, which some places are doing, right? Those aren't going to create jobs for Americans. I want him to be honest about that. Automation is on the rise. No company is going to build a brand new manufacturing facility from the ground up and not put automation in the building of it. There's so many companies who are switching over to automation that if I'm going to build from the beginning, I'm building automation. AI is going to get those jobs. Those jobs are not going to Americans. So again, it's putting the country in perspective to have more manufacturing here, which ultimately is going to benefit the corporations, the bankers, the big jobs. Even when you look at the stock market, if anybody plays the stock market and you know anything about it, yes, it is crashing, it is crashing, it is crashing. But people who have money, right, they see this as an opportunity to invest. This is because it's going to come back up at some point.
Yeah, it's a fire sale for them. They've already understood what was coming. They're all, they're all down with the get down, and they're about to clean house. And that's exactly what's about to happen. You're right. All those factories that are going to come over here, they're not going to be filled with American people getting jobs, getting good paying jobs. That's not going to happen at all. There is a supreme agenda to greatly reduce the population. And they've been doing that for years. That's why our food is what it is. They poison us through our food. They are poisoning us through the spraying that they do in the skies with the nanotechnology and all the chemicals they're putting in us. They're killing us through our medical system. I think we're all aware of a certain event that just happened 5 years ago. It took out a lot of people. Okay. And it wasn't the illness itself. It was the remedy to the illness that took out people. And if you recall, the first thing that Trump announced, January 21st or whenever he came in, it was about the $500 billion investment in new mRNA technology. So if they're announcing $500 billion investment, they are expecting a lot larger return on that investment. Huge. Times 5, times 7. So basically, they're saying they expect the global population to put this new technology in their bodies, right?
Yeah. They're even talking about putting vaccinations in food. Did you see that? And they were debating in the Senate and in certain places over it, if they need to label it. Like if I go buy this head of lettuce, it needs to say that this has vaccine in it, versus people taking the shots they're just eating and it's supposed to make them healthier. But I no, that doesn't work. Just eat real fruits and vegetables. You'll be healthier if they stop poisoning us, so.
Well, that's just like the debate that they had recently where they were saying they didn't have to tell you if you were eating real meat or not.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't think that Trump is here for anybody but his own people and the people who finance him.
I think he's here to usher in the new world order. Now, and it's funny because they misconstrue what I say. Now, some of the stuff Trump do, I'm not mad at it because it's not something to get emotional over. At the end of the day, some of it is very interesting to watch all of the chaos. Like people is losing their mind, especially white folks. Like even the man who came up here, like he has no idea that Trump's not really on his side. He's probably some poor white man in the raggedy South. He probably is on a rickety porch.
No LLC.
He probably is in a trailer somewhere, and he really thinks Trump is on his side. But when the shit hit the fan, he gonna get caught up in the fan just like everybody else.
Right.
I think he's already caught up in the fan. Like, come on, this man lived in Mason County. So this is not his.
I've never been out to Mason County. Is that like poor white people out
that's
there?
That's 97% white, and literally under 25,000, 75% of the population is on the government stamp. So he tried to troll my room.
See, he brought that up. He said if black people, if they're good black people, he said they're not on welfare. I get it because all the white folks is on welfare.
75% of his population, Michi. So when it comes to this troll, he was on my panel 3 years ago trying to be able to recruit. I think he's Fed operative, but to each his own. But like you're saying, he's the cog of the wheel. He's to help Trump to be able to make sure that his billionaire, because mind you, Trump has global connections. We're talking about people from India, the Ngani family, big Indian billionaire worth $100 billion. Nigerian billionaires, Aliko Dangote, $26 billion. Where Trump likes money. Trump likes money. This crackhead has no monies, no assets, no nothing. He lives, like you just said, Michi, he lives in a fucking shack.
Well, you know what? America eats their own, and that's what they don't seem to understand. You can have some type of a privilege in this country and in the system as white privilege to a higher level, but that's only if you capitalize on it. If you don't, America don't care about poor white people. When it comes to the government, they'll throw you to the wolves too, because you should use your white privilege and elevate it a little bit. What's wrong with you? So they look at you, they look at them too, like they don't want to claim them, like you white trash. Don't
you white trash, buddy.
Trump will turn his nose up at that man too. But that's the funny part, because he's gonna, as much as he thinks he's superior, he's about to know what it feels like to be black. Welcome to being colored, sir. If you're still in the chat,
we just some niggers. Y'all right? That's dumb niggers. Damn nigger.
I'll tell you this, because this is nothing. You know what's really frustrating is the Beckys and Karens are becoming angry, upset, and I call them the Buckies, the Karens and Beckys of the Chuckies. Get it? Because they act very enraged, angry, upset, and they told Black Americans before, "Oh, why can't you guys play up your own bootstraps, right?" And so now the Beckys and Karens are feeling the same impacts that Black American freedom have been going through for so many years. So now the Black American freedom are giving the same energy that the Beckys and Karens gave them for so many years. And it's even funny on YouTube. You're seeing Becky's, Karens, the white Cuban Karens are begging for Black Americans' assistance, right? And what's even worse is the white Cubans. I call them the white Cuban Beckys.
They're the biggest bigots.
Yes, they are the worst. I figure them like the worst, liberal police who know how to weaponize the police against, Tyrone. So the white Becky Karen is begging Tyrone for help. And Tyrone's trying to let go of her, but he has to be very careful because of his surroundings. And it's like, I think of her like she's like an electric magnetic. Like she can't seem to let go. And so she talks to him in Spanish, and Tyrone says, "No hablo español. Sorry, white Becky Karen, I can't help you. I don't speak Spanish. So sorry, Becky, you got to go back to Cuba." And as well as the in historically, even the white unions did not want Black workers in the first place when they knew that by having Black workers on union, it could make the numbers not only grow but size and power. And instead, the Beckys and Karens actually ended up suffering by their own people, because the rich white man told the poor white man on the job, "I'm sorry, Ken, I can't help you. I'm sorry, your job is going to go to China. Good luck trying to survive on your own. And Ken, please don't come back to me anymore." And so now the Beckys and Karens are throwing their outrage, their anger, frustration at Black Americans. But Black Americans had nothing to do with automation or outsourcing. It was already in the making in the last, in the last 30, 40 years. So really Trump was a symptom, not the cause of the symptom in the first place. And and they're just going nuts. Even on the protest too, April 5th, the way, they're doing it. And before that, they were just lost for words, right? And and adding insult to injury, they were trying to play hip hop, R&B, but the way they were trying to do it was so poor. And it's like, sorry, Ken Beck, you guys gonna have to be on your own. And I know they're trying to get Black Americans to protest, right? You get their anger hyped.
That's what I was going to say. Is any Black people involved in the protest? When I saw it on the news, I saw a bunch of white people and I saw like 2 Black people in the crowd. I didn't really see Black folks participating. I'm glad that we're minding our own Black business. I hope I don't see none of y'all out there as far as like the folks in the chat. How do y'all feel? Do y'all want to be participating in that? I hope not.
That's not our fight.
Absolutely
not. Nothing to do
What?
with that.
They fucking up LA right now, Michi.
It's Black people?
Man, there's Black
Where they at?
Black communists. They're not pro-Black. They're Black communists, meaning that whatever the DNC has bought and paid for them, these are the same people that love the agent provocateurs of 2020. Now they fucked up certain freeways, but we so far so good. But 1,200 people in LA blocking commerce, saying that we need to gum up, where you have Black people literally looking at me like, why you ain't fighting, brother? Like, don't you see this is us? Like,
this is not our fight. And not only that, everybody has to remember,
you had one chick was talking about Planned Parenthood. So when I was listening of the motherfuckers blowing in the damn blowhorn, motherfuckers talking about Planned Parenthood, talking about illegal immigration, talking about everything but Black. All these countryside issues, but not Black issues. So I don't know, Michi. Like I said, the media machine.
Does anybody know what they're hoping to gain? Shout out to Trees for the
Yeah.
$2 follow the rich,
Stir
buy the
some
dip,
bullshit.
be patient.
Are you talking about?
Stir
Are you
up
talking
some
about in terms
bullshit.
of what they're
Really,
But
aiming?
that's the thing.
really quick.
Now it's like everybody want black people. We're the black people. We always been
Because
here.
we got the
But
loudest
people are
voice.
being
They need our
but people
voice.
exactly. But people are being more, you know what I'm saying, awakened, if that's the word that you want to use, about the
What do
shit that's going
I don't
on.
think it has
Yeah,
anything to
awaken.
do with wanting our voice. I don't think it
Yes,
has
I
anything to
was
do with that.
right, and I'll add this. It's because you know, a lot of white people now who became unemployed, got laid off from federal agencies, so they're now receiving a silent treatment, you know, from the white oppressors that oppressed Black American for so many years, right? And what I learned is that when white people become too comfortable, like over time, they end up becoming victims later on. Whereas someone who's been very uncomfortable so many years, they don't become victims because their mindset is telling them how to survive, how to navigate. And I guess for the Beckys, Karens, and Zen, this is their first time, you know, experiencing, you know, experiencing the issues that Black America have been going for, you know, so many centuries. And so now the Beckys and Karens have to reckon what they did to Black American freedom for 400 years and counting is paying cash payment reparations, you know, for, you know, several centuries of racism, white supremacy, Jim Crow segregation, redlining, destruction of Black Wall Street in 50 states. And the Beckys and Karens know they have to pay reparations. They know it, but they resent because they're afraid that once they give, you know, Black American freedom reparations, they're concerned, what if Black American freedom out earning and replace, you know, replace Beckys and Karens financially. And now Beckys and Karens going to feel like they're going to be second class citizen or remain.
Now, what they know is that on Trump's way out the door, he about to he probably make that happen, and that's why they scared.
Okay,
Well,
look.
Yeah.
Trump is not going to be giving us reparations. So let's
right. No, you got to get your
all this
own
stuff that's
reparations.
happening is meant to foment chaos and division. And the easiest way to do that in this country is to focus on race.
Right.
So that's what's being happened because the goal is to create some type of civil war, civil discourse, so that they can come in and take over the system and then have the reason to put in the control grid that they're planning to put in. All of this they need Black voices. No, that's Mockingbird created stuff on social media to get people to fall for it, to think that's part of it. All of it to get people fighting.
Now that
I think they just want to use Black people so that they can put the race card in the middle of it. Like, for us to be the smallest population, it amazes me how much they always want to find the one Black person that'll say something about the
Trump
march.
firing Black
They're
generals.
not out there. Right. So if they can play the Black card, they can play that racism card, which will get everybody in an uproar, just like they tried to do with the DEI thing. Like, oh my God. But DEI is not for Black people.
Yeah, it's for white people, white women.
List of 7 people, we're last. They were fighting for white women. They're number 1 on the list. And I was watching a clip today on social media about a girl. She graduated from school with honors. She's a white Hispanic girl. She was going to school. She said that she could never really learn how to read or write, so they would tell her to go, you know, color, read books in the corner in 3rd and 4th grade. They pushed her all the way through school. She graduated with a diploma. She has honors, but the girl is illiterate and can't read, so she uses talk to text to be able to write things that she has to do in her papers. But these are the type of people that they were putting in positions for DEI, right? Just because she fills a quota, but the bitch can't read. So it's like,
doesn't matter.
At the end of the day, this was a white woman, okay? And she was saying that she was in a position of DEI but can't read. But everybody thought that it was so racist in what was being said. And so it's like they want to play the race card and they want Black people to be on board. But you brought up something interesting, Katrina, about the Civil War. Now, I want to know, does everybody think that that's something we have to think about? I do find that the tensions have been growing. For example, first it was when he said he was taking down the Department of Education, right? First it was the DEI people got mad, but Department of Education, you saw politicians come out, they were protesting, they were in the streets. The news will show you this stuff sometimes, but then don't show it all the time. Next, after that, you had people coming out and protesting against. And before that, it was him deporting the people. It's like every other week there's a protest. Now you have all these people in the streets protesting because they don't want Trump to be president, right? They're upset about that. Shout out to you for the super chat, and I'll drop the link. They don't want him to be president, but you can't change whether this man is the damn president or not. So it's like, again, they're just driving all of these tensions among the people in the streets. And at some point, when is something going to be sparked to turn into something else? You got people protesting against Elon, which I think is the most ridiculous fucking thing. They are literally setting Teslas on fire, going to
You got
people's
a black dude that got caught doing it
destroying
too.
people's property. There are people who bought Teslas who got their car parked in the grocery store parking lot, and they destroying people's personal property. What does that gain, and what does that have to do with Elon? And even if it does, why are you upset because he is finding fraud and waste in the government? Like, the outrage over that is ridiculous. And it did go from setting cars on fire to messing with people's personal property. So my question is, are they going to keep lighting the match? And if there is this civil unrest that happens and some real like shit break out, I'm going to go back to the root of what I say all the time. Are y'all ready for that?
I'll say this. From what I've seen with Muzungus or them folks, I call it in Swahili, right? It's from what Philip Scott, I'm sure you guys are familiar with Philip Scott, the African Diaspora News Channel. So yes, that's going to report them folks. They're going to continue protesting once they reach a boiling point or a tipping point. Because, in the past, I've never seen so many white people protesting for black people, never until now, right? And white people are just going crazy, destroying, Tesla, people's personal properties because they can't really, I guess, because when they try to they're trying to get black people to fight for them. And you're right, black Americans are very smart. They know, like, okay, those days of doing for everybody else but their own are over. And so now white people feel like they have to take their own anger and rage against an object that they feel like they can communicate, right? Or the object can reciprocate.
But Michi, hey Michi, I'm sorry. I just started talking in your chat. Can I say something?
No, go
I
ahead.
love you.
I love you back. Go ahead.
I love you. But no, I just want to say, then I'm gonna hop off and let somebody, because I've been sitting up here for a minute. So I would say that Trump, yes, he's in there shaking things up. I don't know if y'all remember, like, I used to watch a lot of cartoons and stuff like that, but on The Simpsons, when they had that episode of Trump coming down the escalator as president, right? Back then.
I remember that.
Yeah, in the 90s and stuff like that. So, and even he said it himself that he felt like this election was rigged for him to win. So a lot of things that are being done, you know what I'm saying? That he's shaking everything up or whatever, it will cause a lot of civil unrest, because a lot of white people feel like, certain ethnic groups shouldn't have certain things, especially black people, you know what I'm saying? So when he start doing these things that could potentially benefit black people to get us to be on the same playing field or whatever, you know what I'm saying, it's going to cause a lot of civil unrest. You know what I'm saying? The lady said, I don't know her name, but the lady in she said Trump is not going to give us reparation. What would make you think that he wouldn't? I mean, just hypothetically speaking, to shake things up, to, because we got to remember.
I don't think he will. I don't think he will, because I think everybody's about to get a universal income, and I think that the premises on giving reparations is based on, because we started so far behind, we need something to come up. Now, universal, and I'll even quote Elon, a high universal basic income, right? So you're not going to get a little bit of pennies. You might have been busting your ass to work 2 jobs and you make $3,000 a month, right? You start getting a check for $5,000 a month and you ain't got to do nothing. At the end of the day, they're going to say everybody is now equal. So now that we're equal, nobody's behind. You have the same amount of money as everybody else has. And so you have no excuse not to be comfortable in life, because all your means are taken care of in that sense. And that's why I think they're doing away with the taxes, right? Mm-hmm. But they're also ushering in cryptocurrency, government talking about XRP and all these other crypto digital currencies, because we're also going to have this cashless society. So it's going to be a lot easier when they don't have to give you a check. They're just going to give you a digital wallet with some numbers. It's just some numbers. That's it. It's going to transfer from one bank account to another as you make transactions. There probably won't be a whole hell of a lot of nothing back in it, because it ain't really nothing back in the American dollar right now either.
It's also going to be a lot easier for them to turn you off.
Yes, right.
When they want
Again, I don't know if you heard me say that too, Katrina, but there was when I was saying that there will come a time, let's say there is a shortage in food or certain things going on, they can actually tell you, if we want you to stay in the house, they can cut off people's cards at that point and say, well, you can't buy anything. There's no reason for you to be outside, or you may be limited at the grocery store to only buying so much of a product, and the card won't let you buy more than that. They'll have way more control over how you spend. I was watching something on Instagram today, and it was a video about the system that they have. That now, remember, when I say the new world order, this is something that's coming for everywhere. So yes, it is reasonable to look at other places and how they're using technology and see that if it's possible, they can use it that way here as well. But they use facial recognition every time somebody makes a purchase, right? So you have to actually have your face scanned in order for you to verify it's you, for you can even make the purchase and use your card. Well, a lot of the systems are getting it wrong, and they're denying people because it's not reading their faces right, because any technology can have issues. It was a lot of people, and they're like, it's not reading your face, and the people couldn't get their food and they were being turned away.
And they've shown that the technology is shows more errors for Black faces than any other race.
It does. Yes. It does show that in reading it. So I would, maybe it's racist. It's one of the things where all Black people look alike. They didn't program the computer to think that too.
Well, yeah, it's just like when you go and you do the automatic washing your hands. Depending on how it's programmed, if it doesn't pick up the complexion of your hand, it won't work for you.
You're right. For Black people, it does not. That is a true fact of what she's talking about. The sensors, if you guys don't know that, if you're dark skinned and you go into it, it has the sensor underneath to turn on the soap or the water, it doesn't come out. Sometimes it has a lot to do with your melanin, and it doesn't pick up on people that are darker skinned. It won't read for them. But to go back to what Sis was saying, if he does give us reparations, it'll be when digital currency takes over and it's a cashless society. And then he may say, well, that's a way to get this card, right? Once the government has access to your wallet, they'll have a whole lot that they can do with it, just like with your food stamps or anything else. When you go to the bank right now and you have earnings and you put that in there, that's your money to do what you want. Can't nobody really keep track of my money and tell me what I'm doing with it. If you get money on EBT, guess what? They can track what you're spending it on. They can look at it. Just like right now, they're debating over, they're saying that they're changing the rules in some places where you can't buy junk food with food stamps anymore. So guess what? That's what I'm talking about. So you're going to get ready to go into the store, and certain things you will go to buy, your EBT going to say, you can't buy this. Just like you can't go and pay for certain kind of foods, hot foods and things like that. Remember, we had those issues. So if the government is in control of the money they give you, whether it's EBT, food stamps, it's all the same. It's governmentally controlled. They can decide what you can or cannot buy with that card. So I'm not saying he won't give us reparations, but if they do, it'll be a thing of like, oh, well, we'll give you all, but you must take this digital wallet because it's digital currency, and you have to accept this to accept the reparations. Or we'll all get a universal income and we'll be getting so much money, the government will say, well, reparations is about bringing Black people up to where they need to be in wealth, but we're all equal now. Everybody gets the same amount of money.
Right. And I only say that because he
doesn't cover wealth.
I only say that because he be doing some irrational shit, right? Like
to piss people off,
he be doing some off the wall stuff that really rattles a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
but he's not
doing
like
for
instance, he went to Gaza. He went to Gaza and he, telling them people, all this, how we want to rebuild and stuff like that. Like, how you go over there to those people's country, you know what I'm saying? And just basically try to take over, rebuild or whatever. But I'm just saying he does things to shake it up, like in his speeches and shit, he was talking about all I see is the Black ones. Like, you know what I'm saying? And people, you know what I'm saying, took that as a form of racism. But he really was like saying, I can't believe, I took it as, he was saying to Black people like, yo, all this time I haven't been racist. I've been, with Black people and pictures and rappers and all this other shit. But now that I'm in this position, I'm all of a sudden racist. You know what I'm saying? So when he made the comment, like, all I see is the Black ones, for me, it was like, oh, he about to do some shit to rattle the fence so that Black people, in a position to where we are on an even level playing field, because he knows as a businessman, we are the biggest consumers.
Mm-hmm. Well, can I say this really quick?
He said it in the speech himself. He said, what do you say, colorblind and merit-based?
Yes.
You want
can
to
I say
treat it
this?
like that. So what that does is pretty much equivocate everybody being on the same level. You know, it's all about your merit. We ain't looking at your color. You know, so we eliminate this DEI thing. As far as protests and stuff like that, I'm minding my nigga business. And
Well, good,
I have
because
to create
motherfuckers in
my
LA
own.
was mad as hell because I didn't want to go
Hold
outside.
up, bro. Hold up, bro. Let him finish, my man.
Michi,
You
can
know,
I make a point?
I know folks identify ADOS, FBI. I identify as nigga, seed of the nigga or slave, but that's another point altogether. I'm minding my nigga business. And in minding my nigga business, I'm creating. I need to create. Okay, well, I need to figure out. Well, try to influence people to plant their own gardens and stuff. You got space in your backyard, plant something. Figure out some ways to build something, like, you know, paint. If you got contractors or carpenters or something like that, figure out some type of way to build some type of structure of protection for your people. Cause that dude in West Virginia and his people, they got their shit together. And we talk people stick our chest out like, oh, you know, yeah, we ready, woo, woo, woo. But a lot of niggas is out of shape. You can't smoke 7-8 blunts a day and be sedentary and think you ready for war.
Well, I'm glad you minding your own black business, because here in LA, you got black people mad as hell
Because
because
that's
I don't
what's
want to
best for you.
protest.
Because you stick your nose in them people's shit, you end up being fucked at the end of the day.
You're making the biggest point, the best point for sure. It is about, in my opinion, we need to be preparing for this, and it starts with our health, our physical health, our emotional health, and our mental health. We are not the biggest consumers. I don't know why Black people think that. We're the poorest consumers because all we do is consume.
Mm-hmm.
And they're trash. We consume their trash.
As a collective, we don't own or run any industry. We own less property now in this country than we did at the end of the Civil War or the end of Reconstruction. We need to stop thinking and believing these fallacies. We are not the biggest consumers as a good thing. Okay.
Right.
We're actually in the weakest.
But I would kind of beg to differ on that, because when you look at it, you know, you said that we don't own our own stuff or what. You're right, and that's the problem within itself with that. But the people that don't own homes and stuff would rather go buy a pair of Jordans than invest in, you know what I'm saying, the opportunities to own their own home. When I say consumer, I mean Black dollars, like, you know what I'm saying? You're witnessing now, you know what I'm saying? Even though it was dumb as fuck for Black people to be out there protesting and stop shopping at Target for all this other DEI shit, because it only benefited white women and those people, you know what I'm saying? It goes to show that the Black dollar does have power. So that's what I meant when I said consumer, you know what I'm saying? Because we do, you know what I'm saying, our dollars really has an effect on this fucking.
Let me say this. I do want to say this though, when it comes to propaganda, that Black people were not the only people that boycotted Target, because when we talked about DEI hire, unlike us, white women know that they're DEI. They were a part of that boycott too. All of the groups of people who were DEI, they participated in that boycott as well. But the news took Jamal Bryant in the Black face to make you think it was a Black thing. Now, don't get me wrong, we do spend a lot. But the thing is, for as much as they tell you Black folks spend $2 trillion, have they ever told you how much white people spend? Have they ever given you the amount, because it's way more of them than us? Have they ever given you the amount that Hispanics spend? Have they ever given you the amount that Asians spend? Like, so at the end of the day, when they have not given us these other groups to compare it to, it's very easy for them to make us believe that we spend the most. But when we're the least, and most of us live below the poverty level, if we want to be real. And below the poverty level is all them Black folks that fill out that food form for their kids to get free lunch. They live below the poverty level, usually below it, right? Not at it, but below it. Right. That's what a lot of our people are at in these communities that they live in. And we got a lot of people who are felons because they send them off to jail, who can't really get good jobs. So at the end of the day, the question is, if we're spending $2 billion and our group is in that condition, what are all the other groups spending? Because I never hear them give us a comparison.
Yeah, and I would add to that.
Numerically, we cannot be the biggest consumers.
Right, I agree.
We're the poorest group and the biggest consumers. That makes no sense.
Yeah, well, there's 197 million white people in this country, so they're the main ones spending. 197 million white people. in the country. So when it comes to that aspect, I don't know who created that talking point. I don't know
I
if this was
know.
liberals. I don't know if this was
I'll
liberals,
say
black
this. I know
liberals.
the corporate media created those talking points.
Yeah,
Let me finish, brother. Let me
yeah.
finish.
You
We
can't
talk
just.
about the
Let me
bullshit we consume. We
let
consume
me
a whole bunch of bullshit, but they're not talking about like grandiose things,
like
like houses and business things that business supplies. They're talking about bullshit that we buy, like the aforementioned Jordans he spoke on. But
that's a micro lens.
Yo.
People that's
Yeah.
talking in that aspect, that's a micro lens. When it
Yeah.
comes to the most consumers, it's going to be white women. We have literally 101 million white women. That's why when the whole DEI situation, that means that 26 million black women got to compete with 101 million white women. You're getting outmatched 5-1. So of
Well,
course they're going to eat up 75% of the damn budget.
let me ask you too, we win it. Like when
Yo.
we talk about this, how many of y'all think, because everybody always say, oh, we want about name brand Gucci and this and that. I want y'all to be real. They show you like Housewives of Atlanta, they show you the few black people that can buy those $10,000 Gucci bags. But when there is a Gucci store, Louis Vuitton, it's a legit store. How many black people do you think they actually see walking there a day, even though they're in business to buy a $70,000 purse? How many black people do you really think that they see every day? When you talk about the whole nutshell of what they're actually selling, I'm
Less
not
than
talking
5%.
about I'm talking about
Not
the
too
real
many.
ones. There are more non-black people buying that shit than it ever is black people buying it. That's why when we go into some of these stores, some of these rappers complain about being treated racist because when they walk in there, they're not used to serving niggas
You're
every
part of the
day.
less. You're part of the less than 5%. You're
And
part of the less than
I'm still
5%. Like
I'm
you got
still tripping.
international people. Like I'm here in LA. When it comes to everything that's on Rodeo Drive, La Brea, that's all European white people that then came from
Is
Monaco.
black people over there on that strip going in all those stores?
Not up and down, not up and down. You got people from
No.
Monaco. You got French frogs out here. You people from the UK, people from Australia.
It's
You know,
more
you
of a
got
tour. It's
everybody
more of
that's
a
white
tourist
in the
spot.
whole continent.
Anybody that come over there, they want to get there because that part is always on TV.
Now,
So
now
it's
when it
more
comes to
tourists than regular people.
now when it comes to, let me just finish my point. I'm gonna land this bitch home. So when it comes to everything, Michi, they're literally doing micro lenses and literally using talking points to be able to garner support, aid. Because you got people like Roland Martin. I was watching his shit just to get a couple chuckles, and he was trying to say the situation of the spending and how scenarios of we ain't got no money, or we spend all the money and we just buy all the jewelry, all the, like, dude, you got Bernard Arnault worth $300 billion. The man's company's $2 trillion. And it's spread it out where the motherfucker got Louis Vuitton, Gucci. He got Jay-Z's liquor, bought that shit all for $1 billion. And this is all white consumerism that's literally funneling all this shit.
Yeah, I'm
All
still
this shit.
I'm still tripping off of how they made them Sambo faces, put it on the shirts. Beyonce had one on.
Shit, Rihanna got dipped in France with that shit.
And it's crazy to me how this information is out there, but it's still a conversation. Is if we shopping there, that blows me. That
But that's
blows
what I'm
me.
It's
saying.
strictly white people.
I don't think we're shopping there. Rihanna
No.
and
No, I hear
Beyonce,
what you're saying, Michi.
they don't represent us. They
No.
really don't. They're in a class all by themselves because we're not part of the black millionaire billionaire club. Majority of black people are not. And that's why I put this comment on the screen that Exquisite put up, said black folks purchase bootleg. Most of them brothers you see walking around with them Gucci bags and Gucci belts, them is knockoffs, baby. We
Jimmy
did not
Choos.
put all that money for them, okay?
But that's what I meant though, Michi. We ain't buying it, but we still supporting it.
Right, but they see us rocking it, so they feel like we
But
still
you're not the main dollar. You're not the main dollar that
Oh
they
no,
capture.
right. I'm just speaking on folk. I'm just speaking on promoting
optics.
something, promoting something that is clearly trying to destroy you. That's all I'm speaking on.
I don't disagree on that, man. But you know, like I said, when it comes to the metrics of the economy, the way how I see it when it comes to this whole tariff situation, you can actually look up in 1996 out here in the West Coast when Nancy Pelosi was actually pro reciprocal tariffs. So that's why that's why I'm looking at this situation as, you know, this is just people saying whatever Trump say, we just go against it automatically. Don't even research that. You can show Obama, Hillary, Nancy Pelosi, all the Democrats, even Chuck Schumer in New York, saying that we need reciprocal tariffs. We're only charging 2%, and we are getting taxed 34%, and we're charging only 2%.
Well, you know, let the people know and be honest in that too. The truth is that a lot of these people that are getting hit with tariffs, they already have very high tariffs on America and always have.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
it's not like Trump. Let's be honest. When Trump is hitting a lot of them with these tariffs, they already have high tariffs put on us that we haven't really done anything about. So when people feel like Trump is just slapping tariffs on them, Trump is actually giving back to them what they've already been doing to us.
They charge us on every duties. Yes, ma'am.
And in the end, who does it hurt the most?
The globalists.
Well, let's talk about that.
No, it's not. Who does it hurt the most?
Americans.
Yes.
Well,
Your
they're doing
average
price
American
cutting.
person.
So the Chinese manufacturers, they're doing price cutting. So when it comes to Chinese model, they're doing overproduction in order to keep up the same levels of demand. So I don't disagree with that aspect, but we also have loopholes called foreign trade zones, where a lot of these corporations and companies can just short into a foreign trade zone, Miami, Atlanta, Houston, Los Angeles, New York City, and they don't have to pay no tariffs due to the fact that you're still importing, assembling, and you can re-export it tariff-free. So I don't disagree with you on that, but these are multinational corporations. They're very smart people. They got trade experts that say, man, this is the loophole that you literally pass all this bullshit, all the smoke and mirrors.
Right.
You just go to the foreign trade zone and you can be able to store oil,
Can I add something?
inventory, pharmaceuticals, and certain key parts that we're tearing of 25%. So I don't disagree, but a lot of these companies is going to reposition domestically in America. But then again, we don't even talk about the $5 trillion in repatriated funds that you have. 1.4 trillion from Saudi Arabia. Yes, I know Saudi Arabia. Yeah, you know, I mean, you know, they very shady people. I get it. 1.4 trillion, 600 billion in the UAE, 20 billion of Hyundai going to Louisiana and Georgia. And I'm still mad at them niggas for listening to Roland Martin on that 50-cent situation right there. But it's $5 trillion. Now, most of the people that's going to see these damn warehousing opportunities is truckers. Like the lady said, they're automating most of this shit. It's truckers and construction people. They may have 3 or 4 people in the warehouse, but not 300 people on the assembly rack.
Right.
So, you know, that's where I do agree.
Right. I would like to add something too about the about the productions being produced in China. I'm not sure you guys are aware that when Bill Clinton was president in 2000, he actually signed a trade deal with China, which is called Permanent Trade Relations with China. Then China joined the WTO, which is World Trade Organization, in 2001, and then the trend for outsourcing good manufacturing to China started to pick off like a laser beam. And permanently, America doesn't have any, good paying manufacturing jobs because of Bill Clinton's policy. And not to mention, Bill Clinton made deals with multinational corporations, or they wrote his policies.
Yeah, it was called the contract on America. I know.
Well,
NAFTA.
it's
called NAFTA.
It's NAFTA. Well, NAFTA is between Mexico, Canada, and America, and then the permanent normal trade relations with China. So that was a separate deal. But yes, the NAFTA accelerated the trend with China with new trade deals, and then after that, it took up laser state, and then before that, trade deals happened in 1980s under Reagan. So it was a beginning to end of good manufacturing jobs. So even
globalism.
Right, globalism.
Yeah.
Right.
Because the goal has been to make the American masses poor, to drain the resources out of it and collapse it into a global system.
Exactly. Yes, and that's why. Yes, and so that's why a lot of people who voted for Trump in 2016, 2020, and 2024, especially the who are white working class men, is because they knew that they thought that Trump would bring manufacturing jobs back home because of Bill Clinton's, bad NAFTA deal, and that didn't happen at all. Even if the manufacturing jobs did come back home, yeah, it did not require 10 people working in a factory. It actually required one specialized person how to use the automation. And unfortunately, because the Brad did not want to go back to school to readjust or reskill, because they're thinking that they could get back the same jobs they had 30, 40 years ago, and it's not the same. And so, yeah,
not coming back.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, just tell it to the Trump supporters.
Bill Gates just came out and said in 10 years there aren't going to be any more teachers and nurses. Because all that's going to be automated.
It's going to take a little more time than that.
It's not. I wish that I'd be glad when I finish this video. I need to get stop being lazy and get it done. I have a video for y'all that has everything. I can show you AI cutting grass, AI washing dishes, AI making food, AI being the doctor, AI being the nurse,
lawyer,
AI being the police. And these things already exist and they're there. So if I can show you all these major jobs all the way down to the bottom, like at the end of the day, what is left for anybody else to do? I probably have 30 videos of 30 different things that AI is actually doing right now to show you that none of y'all are going to have a job. I don't know how loud I can scream this for y'all to hear me. There will be no jobs. And part of bringing the manufacturing back to America, hear me this when I say this, Trump is bringing it back, not so that Americans can have jobs, but when you have the ability to use manufacturing and automate it, when you have AI systems now, they are going to then be able to create products at a large rate to bring in more money into the country. So now that they can automate it, they want to bring that manufacturing back because they're not paying jobs for people. You buy the AI system once and you don't have to pay it. It works 24/7. So it can push out like a sweatshop in Taiwan some goddamn where 300 kids in that motherfucker that work all day long. AI don't never sleep, right?
Yeah, the long term.
For off days. They don't get sick. You buy them once and you never have to pay for them again. And they run 24 hours. Check this out. I said they was going to have a couple people to make sure the AI keep working and break down. Well, they are actually creating AI that can read the other AI if it's a problem and fix the shit. So they got AI fixing AI. So we don't even need people to do that.
Well,
understand how much more they can produce. And as America, they not gonna leave that on the table for everybody else to be manufacturers. And there's nothing manufactured here when you have AI becoming the new way of doing things. Absolutely.
Right. Do you know who posted
that kind of
take it easy. Hold on, one at a time. Take it easy.
Sorry. I was saying, do you know who actually opposes the further automation of manufacturing jobs and also white cultures? Actually, like the baby boomers and some Gen Xers are getting closer to retirement age. And even some I talked to before, they experiment with AI, right? And the problem why AI is not going at a full scale is because unions, workers oppose the full implementation. And so that's creating issues between management and employees. And I definitely know management definitely wants to go full AI. So that way, you're right, Nietzsche, that they don't have to pay workers for benefits, lawsuits, or litigation, or for sick leave, or injuries to the job.
And that's why we need to charge a robo tax, because even Andrew Yang was talking about a 10% robo tax in 2016. And Michi is definitely correct when it comes to automation.
She all the way right.
Now the thing is with me is I'm investing in these stocks. Well, these niggas is telling you that the stock market crashed. I done bought more shares. Microsoft, the Magnificent Seven. That's the only thing I can do.
If you know the right companies, right? AI is where these companies that do the automation and create the system, that's where you want to go, because they about to blow up, because they about to be the only thing that exists.
Yes, that's our only solution. Now I'm gonna say this really quickly. I'm gonna pass the mic. That is our only solution to all this shit. You better get your black ass in the Magnificent Seven. That's MAGS. That's the 7 largest companies, the oligarch, all the talking points of the big evil corporation. So that's Nvidia. Nvidia's at $94 a share. This motherfucker was running at $1,000 a share, bussing. I don't care.
It was at 1,000 and it's at 94 now.
Now, no. They did a split share, Michi. So it was 1,000. Then they split it into 10. So whoever that had one share of Nvidia, they split that bitch down to 10. It was $150 a share. It crashed at 94. I bought the dip at 94. If it crashes again at 87, I'm gonna keep buying the dip. So when it comes to me, I'm doing fixed dollar cost averaging. I'm just taking some money aside month by month, taking it like that, and buying the dip. I'm not focusing on any of the news fear mongering. I'm going to buy all the shit that's involved in both the liquid cooling in the data centers. That's VRT. That's liquid cooling. So like how Michi said, when it comes to AI, the component that they need is the liquid cooling for the data centers to keep that bitch cool and to lower radiation. That's what the main linchpin tool I'm focused on. VRT, NVIDIA, Microsoft was at 450. Now we done see what, 325, 330, around that range. I'm just focusing on this dip. because $6 trillion that got wiped out today, and watch another 10 trillion because of the AI boom creates another market. So when Homegirl said about the banker friends, the stock market people, these people done bought gold, GLD, GDXJ, the gold junior miners,
this
and
is the funny
cashed
thing.
up.
Whenever there's a recession, or we look at calling something a recession because stocks have gone down and things, there is a group of people in this country that see that as an investment opportunity. So while everybody else is saying, "Oh my God, it's the worst time," they're like, "Bro, get in because shit about to boom later." They're not sad. Those group of people know something majority of Americans do not.
Don't. And like I said, so that's when it comes to my advice. My quick advice is just focus on a lot of, and Michi, I'll give you a document of all the AI shit that I'm involved in, so you get that direct access and a PDF file.
I know I be saying this. I got boot camp start tomorrow.
I got a lot of
I'm
stuff.
gonna call you on Monday. I promise. You see, I ain't even been live. I'm trying to stay true to my Saturday and be, you see, I'm here because but I ain't been here for 3 weeks straight.
Yes, ma'am. Now I got a lot of this shit
because
organized.
We need to get this good information out to the people. We definitely do.
Now,
look, whenever it's the worst time, that is when the most millionaires are made.
Yeah, all the way.
So there's a shift of wealth if you understand how to get into the shift. Recessions create a shift in wealth, but not only the recession that they're talking about, because they say it's a recession, but we haven't seen that yet, y'all. So don't be worried about that. But when you're talking about that, also we're going into a new era. We're going into a new way of doing things, and so it's so much opportunity out there that there is a shift of wealth. And if people know what they're doing, you can come out on the other side much better than you ever could be. But there's going to be a group of people who are going to capitalize, and you guys are going to be. You're going to be the hungry, the busted, the disgusted, and the poor. I'm sorry, and so.
This is the greatest wealth transfer in human history that's happening right now. Yeah. But here's the thing: you have to be smart and attuned to also what's going on. You do have to be aware of the fact is that they're trying to reduce the population. So you do have to be aware of what you're putting in your body. You do have to try to get the best health that you can because they're coming for you. That's it.
You know what? And let me say this, and then I'm going to let it go. But I wanted to say this too. When we talk about a shift in wealth, let me tell you the difference, right? Because if everything is going to become AI, listen to me. If you are a doctor, your job is not safe. If you are a lawyer, your job is not safe. Do you know that there is an AI system right now that is actually being used to overlook evidence and things and to present an argument based on information in cases? So we have AI that's smarter at law. Understand, an attorney must go back to his office, look at the evidence, read through all kind of law books to find the loophole that's not here. When AI can read all that information and find it in a matter of seconds and give you a much better argument to argue when it comes to plea deals and everything else. They're already using AI when it comes to law. So these are the people that we consider wealthy people that have money, right? They're lawyers, they're doctors, they're all of that. So check this out. When they don't have a job anymore, they're going to get a universal income just like anybody else. So when you're poor and you're like, oh, if they give me $5,000-$6,000 a month, hey, I'm living it up. I ain't never had that much money, and I work 2 jobs, right? But imagine the people who were making 6 figures a year who go down to getting $5,000 a month. Right. The universal income will be for everybody, right? So they're going to shift and come down the lower class. You know who are going to be the people who will become the wealthy people, not the folks with the degrees, not the people who work for it. It will be the people who have invested and the folks who know how to take advantage of the new economy, which is selling products online. Because y'all gonna be at home with that universal check, you still gonna need goods and services. Yeah, Amazon is gonna drop ship the shit to your house with a drone, but whose company is it coming from? Is your ass gonna have a product? Are you gonna have a service? Or are you gonna be the person taking advantage of the stocks and things of that nature? If you're not doing something above and beyond the universal income, that shit gonna be the great equalizer. It's gonna make everybody equal. So while poor people are saying high universal income look good for everybody, oh, they give me $6,000-$7,000. But imagine a doctor who's making $30,000.
Yeah, it's not good for a doctor. Yeah, because
I'm saying, imagine how it brings those people down. So there's a lot of people who are wealthy now that it will shift and they won't be the wealthy ones anymore.
Right.
They won't.
Yeah, because I'll say this, because the doctors from the top, docs and lawyers from the top, they're not used to socialize, interacting with people at the bottom. So it's going to hit the doctors and lawyers worse because they don't know what to do with, $36,000 in UBI or $3,000 a month. Given the fact that doctors and lawyers drive, expensive cars, they live large, they spend a lot of money on water. Not to mention they spend a lot of money on expensive, wives, right? And can you imagine the wives will leave doctors and lawyers very quickly once UBI, goes into a full effect. And so that's why we're seeing why doctors and lawyers are getting angry, upset, why they don't want.
Those are the specialists.
Yeah,
Right.
it's time. It's time for the teachers to get. It's time for people that really do the big jobs over here to get paid a little bit more.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this. If you're not creating a business and leveraging some of this AI shit, this shit has helped me become a master consultant. I'm telling you, Michi gonna be the one eating. She on internet and she using AI at the same time. She gonna be 1-2 combination.
Look, I be trying to tell people, look, I want to say something. Nola said surgeons are safe. No, they're not. I actually have a video of a goddamn AI handed robot. No human in the room, and they did surgery. It was more precise. They don't get tired. Surgeons can only do surgery for so long. These niggas that made mistakes and sold up tools inside of people's bodies.
Real life.
There is actually AI. I have a video of it that is performing surgery on people with no human assistance to help them. So I'm telling you, you lying. There is no industry that is safe. And then I want to put up what somebody said on here. Somebody said, said that everyone can't be a business owner. It's not realistic. I want to say to that person that is not true. Now, I want to say this, and I am going to plug myself because the 6-week boot camp starts tomorrow at 7 p.m. Okay, let me explain something to you. If you look at business the old way, that's why you have that mindset. If you are talking about doing business online and using AI, as a business owner, I use automation and AI as well. And if you use the advantages that you have online, business is not the same that it used to be. What is you talking about? You can set up for $500. You could start a whole business, have all kind of products on the TikTok shop, on Amazon somewhere, sitting back making sales every day. And you know what you do? You automate your ads. You don't have to go make. You think you got to go make a commercial? You think you got AI make a commercial for your ass in 10 seconds?
You can extract a million emails.
Let her cook.
Commercial.
Let her
show you my commercial. I'm gonna have a commercial on BET next month, and I'm gonna show you my motherfucking commercial. That AI made for me, and I only paid $200 for them to run that shit all weekend. Then I'm gonna put my shit on Tubi, and I'm gonna show you it on Tubi. Okay. So at the end of the day, no, you don't have to hold products, digital products, or something that you can create. And let me show y'all this while we're on this topic, because somebody brought up weave and shit like that. We're worried about these tariffs, and you listen to the news. So because I am in business, I have my own product. Hold the fuck on. This is from China, okay? This is a bulletproof insert. It can go into any book bag, and you can carry it with you for your niggas in New York, you people on the subway train. We sell this on MX Network. We sell this motherfucker on Amazon, and it's about to be in a TikTok shop if they will let me put it in there because it's a bulletproof. So I don't know if they're gonna have a problem with it because it's not weapons, but it's not a weapon. Okay, China makes sense for me. So the first fucking thing I did with these tariffs was go to see how much more this shit gonna be. Do I need to find another manufacturer? Is the shipping gonna kill me? I'm gonna share my screen and I want to show y'all something, right? Because while everybody worried about these goddamn tariffs, check this out. I'm gonna share my screen with y'all.
Number crunching.
Yeah, because let me tell you, a lot of people make them inserts. If I had to switch, I would have switched. But my company, the shipping right now is just fine. So I want to show y'all something. Let me share my screen. If you are purchasing stuff from China, everybody says, oh, Trump done put these fucking tariffs on China and everything is finna go up. And even small companies is going to get it because we buy our shit from China. Let me show you something. Now, this is just AliExpress because this is one that y'all know. I just want to show y'all something. You see this screen? Okay. If you could see that screen, let me show you something. Let me see if I can make it big. Yeah, it's big. What does this say? You see all of them that say ship from the USA? I told you most of them motherfuckers got warehouses right here in the United States. They have 6 months to a year worth of product that will not be affected by these tariffs because the product is already in the United States. And if the shit is not in the United States, what do y'all see all over this motherfucker? If I take you to all the China sites, you know what you're going to see right now? free shipping. You see that come up? Free shipping, even if it's not shipping from the United States. It is shipping for free. So what that means is that these people understand in business, they're biting the bullet. These manufacturing companies are saying, because I keep telling y'all, when it comes to consumers, we have a choice if we want to buy or not. Companies will say, well, your pricing is too much. Because what did I do? I went on the hunt just in case them inserts went up too high or the shipping went up too high. I needed an alternative. So that's what businesses do, because I'm only going to pay so much to get that motherfucker over here, or it's not worth my time or my trouble, right? So they know that businesses will do that. So what manufacturing companies will do when it comes to tariffs, they will lose companies. They will lose business. People will stop getting their products. They'll find a way to get it somewhere else. China ain't the only motherfucker with bulletproof inserts. I can manufacture them right here in America. It might cost me $20 more, but if their tariff shipping is too high, then I'll just fucking have it made right here in the United States, right? So what is China doing right now? If you, any of my students, all of the sites I've given you of China manufacturing companies, if you go to them right now, all them motherfuckers say free shipping. That means they're biting the bullet because they don't want to lose the goddamn customers. They don't want to lose the business. So stop listening to the fucking news. And for people who are like, everybody can't have a business. No, back in the day, you couldn't. But if you're talking about online, making money online is not the same way that you run a regular business that's a brick and mortar. It's a completely different monkey out there, and it's not as hard as you think it is. Yes, it's a job, and you got to put the effort in, but that shit is not hard. Do you know? Everybody think you got to be a social media creator. And I'm going to give y'all this little bit of game and shut the fuck up. If you want 6 weeks worth of game, then you can go and enroll in the 6-week boot camp. Gail, will you please put the link in it? It's pinned to the top of the YouTube. But at the end of the day, you do not have to be a social media content creator. How often do you see me live? Do you see me live promoting my products over here on YouTube? Have I ever even asked you niggas to buy a bulletproof insert for me?
Not one time.
Not once.
Tell them motherfuckers on a regular. So this is the thing. You don't have to be a content creator to sell products. You know, you can just put your product on a website that has nothing but consumer traffic that comes through every day. And instead of paying for an ad on Instagram or Facebook, because you're not a content creator, you just pay for an ad on the platform you're on. So what that means is put your shit on Walmart.com, put your shit on Amazon.com, put your shit on TikTok. And if you want to pay for an ad on TikTok, on Amazon. Make your shit come to the top and be Amazon's choice. Y'all thought that shit was real? People pay to be Amazon's motherfucking choice. And instead of being on social media where people are not always on their shopping, sometimes they're just there to look at memes and scroll up and down the damn screen. But anybody that goes to Amazon, guess what they're there doing? Shopping. If they go to Walmart.com, guess what they're doing there? Shopping. If they go to the TikTok shop, they're shopping. So now you have millions of people every day, and you've placed yourself in the traffic of that. You never once have to take your ass to Instagram or Facebook at all. So again, when you say everybody can't be a business owner, it's not realistic. Back in the day, it wasn't. And that's just one small thing I'm saying. There are so many hustles online, from side hustles to make extra money to the shit you do in normal life, that it goes to online. There's so many ways to help you with that, all the way down to all the shit you can do in between to manufacturing your own fucking product. So for anybody that's students and y'all worried, I'm telling you right now, all of them people in China and all that shit free. They are biting the bullet of the tariff because they want to keep your business. So stop fucking listening to the news and get your ass at boot camp tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern. That's what I want to say to y'all, because I'm telling you, I do what I need to do, and y'all don't see me. I don't post on Instagram, do I? I am what they call a social media influencer and a content creator. Y'all see me on Saturdays, but you ain't seen me make a video, post, and come on here at all. You've never seen me promote most of my businesses online. When have you seen me tell you to go other than MX Network, because it's associated with what I'm doing here, right? But when have you seen me really promote all of my survival stuff? When have you seen me promote my bulletproof inserts? When have you seen me promote all of the stuff that I do online to y'all? Y'all, my audience, I make sales every day and I don't even market to y'all. Now, I'm a stupid because I probably should do more of that. But at the end of the day, I can make it without doing that. Sometimes it's not worth coming live. I got so much going on. I can't always take the headache of going live. If I went to sleep and woke up and made $2,000 last night, but I got shit to do, I probably don't want to go live on YouTube right now just to promote my product, because I already made $2,000 last night off of it. So I got shit to do now. So I take that comment with a grain of salt, y'all. It is a lot of money out here to be made, and you just don't have the knowledge of how to go make it. That's all. Some of y'all will be happy with a universal income, though. I will give you that. Being a business owner is a certain kind of mindset. I might make $2,000 when I'm asleep, but don't get it twisted. I'm up to the sun come up, and it's not just on Saturdays when I do these call-ins. I spend plenty of time working all-nighters, building websites, getting shit done. I'm working on a new product now that I will be launching. MX Network is now getting content. We will have movies and shit like Netflix. You give me another 60 days. I am constantly working to build stuff. So I'm not telling you that it's not work. What I'm telling you is that if you're willing to put in the work, then you can. But some people have a worker mindset, and all of those people, you will enjoy your universal income and you will live better than you ever have. And there's nothing wrong with that. But if you want to have more, we're not going to say it's not realistic, because owning a business is easy as ever now compared to old brick and mortars, because I don't need a brick and mortar building. I don't have a lease. I don't have a bunch of employees. And the few that I have, I can fire them niggas now because I got.
And even I would add to that. Even I'll add that with UBI,
Michi, check your
people
email.
can
I
start,
sent you the file.
online businesses without paying for labor costs, overhead. And the problem is because the Democrats don't want people to get UBI because they need people to be part of the system. So that's why I see the Democrats are getting frustrated with, UBI, because there are potential benefits of UBI. It studies show that when people get UBI, they're more likely to start businesses, take care of families, or even go back to school or start a trade, and even starting like an online business. And I think because the Democrats, I think the problem, especially the baby boomer Democrats, they can't tolerate the new reality that is coming in, and the young people embracing, quick changes, right? So that's the problem I see with the Democrats, especially with baby boomers, some Gen Xers, that they don't want change, and also because they couldn't stand Andrew Yang, who promoted, UBI, because Andrew Yang predicted the trend in automation that's going to happen by the year 2030, which we're not too far away from, to be honest. And so I really say it's the baby boomer generation telling young people work, work, work. So I think to answer the person's question, or the person's comment, that owning a business is not realistic, it's not the ideal solution. It's because the baby boomers, program us to work for a company, expect a pension.
And that's definitely an older person.
For 40 years. But the reality is that a lot of companies are not even offering secure pension to employees anymore. So the game has really changed in the last 30, 40 years. And so for the baby boomers to encourage the kids to be entrepreneurs, I think it's the baby boomers. It's not the young people. It's really the baby boomers who still have this rigid, mindset.
Those are the ones that believe in government jobs.
It's two different generations, and the newer generation, they are born into the generation of technology and starting businesses being an easy thing. I want to say to Joanne, she said, I shop on Temu and sometimes Amazon. Joanne, you can put stuff on Temu too. So let me just throw that out there to you. And then the person who made this, you can put your products on Temu and sell them right on there. And this person said it doesn't guarantee that it's going to be lucrative though. This is the thing right here. I have been making money online since before making money online was the cool thing to do. It was in 2015 that I started doing so. And what I want to say to you is, when you say it's going to be lucrative, at the end of the day, owning a business doesn't always turn around and be wealthy. You got to put the work into it. I bet you I made enough money to pay my bills and not have to work for nobody else and be at home with my children and buy my time back in 2015. It took about 4 years for me to learn more knowledge, for things to advance, and for things to blow up. I make 6 figures, and I'm telling you, multiple 6 figures a year. And I'm telling you that any person that puts in the effort in the work, you can do the same fucking thing that I did. But the thing that I find amazing about this comment is your job fucking guaranteed, bro?
It's not guaranteed. Not in today's economy.
When you have a job and you lose that motherfucker, or they lay everybody off, you just simply say, let me go find another job. Well, my mindset is, I'm not never working for nobody ever to fuck again in life. And I mean that with my heart and soul. So I have not for a very long time. I can't even tell you what my last job was. And so being that
creating jobs,
I made mistakes in running business, but you know what I did when something didn't work? I just went and tried something else. So me and you have the different mindset. When one business thing don't work, I tweak it until it does. Have I taken losses? Absolutely I have. But in those losses, when you talk about success, do you know what paves the way to success? Failure, my nigga, failure. Failure teaches you shit so you don't do it wrong the next time. There's not a successful motherfucker alive that will tell you they have not failed at plenty of things. I failed my way to success, if that makes sense. And so, again, your job is not guaranteed. You could lose that shit tomorrow at the end of the day. And my thing is, how many of you niggas spend $500 in a month on liquor, on cigarettes, on dumb shit, on the last pair of shoes you bought? So at the end of the day, you're not willing to spend $500 to start a business that can turn into extra income, even if it is just $1,000 a month in the beginning. But if you work at that shit, you learn your craft, then it becomes $10,000 a month. So for you to say it's not guaranteed, you're right. The only thing that's guaranteed is what you're willing to work at. The one guarantee I give all my students is this shit works if you work it. But if you don't want to do it, I don't guarantee you shit. So again, your job is not guaranteed, but a job make niggas feel safe. I have no idea why.
I know. I think I know the answer.
Hey, Michi, let me ask you this real quick. I wanna I'm about to sign up for your class. So I'm backstage on my iPad and I'm about to drop down so I can do that on my phone. But I think I know how to do it, but I need to do it right. I'm about to do it right now on everything.
Oh, the link is on YouTube in the chat. The link is pinned to the top of the YouTube.
All right, so hold up. Make sure you bring me back in here. I'm still in the backstage on the other one. You heard?
Yeah, I'll bring you back up. It's room. It's room up here.
Meech, can I say this real quick? Cause I do got a pamphlet that I do want everybody to hear me read on this situation. Cause this is the whole AI situation that Lily Michi's trying to get ready to tell you that this is gonna be turbocharged. So this is the $500 billion coalition. So this is both a coalition of private and public investors for $500 billion in Stargate AI infrastructure to set up the largest specific campuses across the strategic locations. So that's in metro areas. That's why I chose Abilene, Texas as land lots that I want to buy, because their first fully automated data center manufacturing warehouse is going to have artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, and quantum computing, and scenarios of post-quantum computing. So that is 4 generations of AI where it literally leveled up from one end to the next end to another end to the final end. So those 4 networks right here, because I sent Michi the profile doc, but it says here to use robotics to streamline large-scale building assemblies for efficiency, implement cutting-edge cloud infrastructure for AI-powered systems, leverages Oracle's experience in database management. So all my data and code people, they done literally said, well, shit, we're just going to use this as a AI workload. And develop partnerships with top AI firms, OpenAI, SoftBank, NVIDIA for hardware and software innovations. So literally, that's the top 5. They're talking about green energy. They're talking about smart grid. They're talking about a cancer vaccine with AI particles being used in the situation. Use machine learning algorithms to enhance productivity in farming. So that means the illegal immigrant, now he done got undercutted. The illegal immigrant then got undercutted completely. Like Michi said, we buy you once and we got you for life.
That's why they don't need them immigrants. Everybody said, who gonna pick that shit? AI finna come through, pick all them crops. They gonna pick it, they gonna plant the seed, they gonna package the shit and everything.
Create modular energy plants that's AI built based off of adjacent to AI facilities when it comes to automating the supply chain and processes for energy and hardware materials. So people say, where are we gonna get the materials? Where are we gonna get the labor for that? Well, they deregulated in Nevada where they can literally do gold mining, copper, all through domestically in the United States. And they have oil infrastructure where all my oil truckers, so far, they're seeing the biggest short-term boost. Anybody that's in West Texas drilling for oil or any of these southern states drilling, their main ones is getting the win right now. But even then, we're still going to have people that's going to be AI coal miners. So when it comes to this aspect, they're incorporating blockchain systems to secure sensitive AI data, improving algorithms when it comes to social media and real world, and analyze certain data points when it comes to healthcare, defense, and transportation. So that right there is literally the biggest, and I'm done, Michi, but that is literally the biggest things that popped out at me. So that we're going to use AI on healthcare, transportation, and farming.
everything, teachers and all of that. I want to say to Leandre Wheeler, he said, I've heard this rhetoric before from self-help gurus on YouTube that are promising people that they can make billions when in fact they're only trying to sell courses and move on. Well, Leandre, I feel a little bit offended that you're equating me to those people, because nowhere did I ever fucking promise you that you'll make billions of dollars. I'm not a billionaire. And I've actually told all of my students the same thing, that if you put in the work, that you can have it. I actually have never told anybody they're going to get rich overnight. I promised them that if they put in the work within a couple of months, they can get to making several $1,000s every single month. If they want to get beyond that, they have to put in the work and do that. So again, I have many of students who have websites and everything else. The difference between me and those gurus in my boot camp, I show you my fucking website. I'm not just selling you a course. I only do these courses so many times a year. So trust me, my money doesn't come from those courses, okay? I actually do have a fucking network. Go ask those gurus, where's all of their shit at? I actually have MX Survival. I actually have all of this stuff that I show you. You can go look up the stuff that I have and all of the things that I sell. You can also look at the fact that I'm not on here 24/7 selling you my shit, but I still fucking make money. So the difference between me and them gurus is I didn't promise you shit. The word billionaire never came out of my mouth. I promise you the work that you do will turn into something. And I have plenty of people that make money. And I don't teach you one formula. I give you information. I teach you more than 10 ways that you can make money online that a lot of people don't even know this stuff exists. I show you the systems to get it done. I teach you how you can market it for free and how you can, when you do decide to pay for marketing, where you go to market at. So I even have some free classes for people to see the information. If you fucking take the information and use it, then it will work for you. I don't guarantee you shit, because you know how many people come through my class, get the information and never do anything with it. Okay. So again, I teach what I actually do. I'm not these gurus, and majority of my money does not come from teaching courses, sir, because that is not all that I do. And everything that I do is public and you can fucking go find it. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. You know
so
what this?
I'm offended that you equate me to them, because I didn't promise you anything.
Nobody promised that.
I never said billions. I said if you do the work, and that's what I've been doing. And I told you I've been selling online for 10 years, over 10 years now, a little bit over. It took me 4 years before I ever reached a level that I was making 6 figures. I didn't come and tell you this shit happens overnight. And I have plenty of students who make money online. Absolutely. They do.
I think what this
waste your energy getting offended, okay?
No, because I hate when people do that. You know, they done got hurt by somebody else. You know how many students I got who tell me they done paid $10,000 for a class and didn't learn shit, and then they come in my class for $300 and be like, "Oh my God, they didn't teach me not 1 ounce of the shit that you're telling me." So at the end of the day, my classes speak for themselves, and if there are people who have taken my class, they can vouch the fuck for that. My shit is called information overload. That's what they tell me. Michi, you give us so much information. You know what's the most difficult thing for my students in my course? Is to decide what they want to do, because it's so much to do. They want to do everything. And I tell them, don't do that. Find one thing and get started. In every boot camp I have, I always have students in the first week. I teach them a way to make money that don't even cost them nothing to get started. And every fucking boot camp, by the second week, I have a student or more in my class who have actually made money off of that free way. And they always share that shit in class. So at the end of the day, I'm just offended. You might be like hurt from some other gurus online, but all of that shit you put in there, I never promised y'all nothing. I ain't say shit about no $1 billion. I'm not even a billionaire. And it took me a while to get where I'm at. So again, you can bust your back for the rest of your life and you can work for somebody else, or you can do the work for yourself. The biggest thing that I do, I have a comfortable house. I have a GMC in my driveway. I don't give a fuck about material things. You know why I do what I do? Because I like to get up and do what the fuck I want to do every day. If I want to get up tomorrow and go visit my daughter in her new apartment and help her furnish it, I want to do that. And I don't want to have to ask anybody for time off. If I wake up tomorrow and I'm sad about my life and I want to sit in the bed and cry all day, then I can fucking do that and still make money while I'm crying and depressed. I do what I do because I like to do what I want to do with my life. I want to live and not just exist. And I want to decide how I spend my hours every single day. That's why I do what I do. So I'm not in this to be a billionaire. If I did, I would go hard every day. I would be here live every day, like I did for Dr. Watkins, and I would make $20,000 a month on YouTube, right? Because I want that money. I would be on here marketing my products to y'all every single day. I would go 10 times harder. I don't care about that, because if it take away my time, then it defeats the purpose of why I chase the money. I chase the money for time, and I'm never going to chase the money hard enough that it take away my time. So I just want to throw that out there, because people kill me when they say that. Like, my classes and my information speak for themselves. My brother Q Butter is here, so I want to let him speak, because I don't know if y'all know, but at the Ziax Institute, more than half of the students that are in there, their parents all went over there because of watching Michi's platform and talking about Ziax. And plenty of those students, I actually helped their mothers and fathers learn how to make money online so that they could actually stay home and their kids could be homeschooled at Ziax. So anyway, let me let my brother up here real quick before we get started on any other conversation. I know he came up here last time. We kept talking. Q didn't get to stay though. What up, Q?
Yo, what's up, Mitch? What's good,
Hey. you over here on my panel. This is different. Q be having panels all day. If y'all want to argue over the word black, if the earth is flat, and if religion is real, Q's panel is the one for you. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, man, come and debate. Just have that information, man. Have that information. What's good, though, family?
Nothing much. Q.
Why
Why we
salute,
on here?
brother. Salute.
Salute.
Hey, salute. Hey, Michi, I did that.
You did? Okay. That's what's up. I see you in class tomorrow. I'm always excited when we have a new class. Class is fun.
100.
Q, why you on here though? Because I don't know how long you're gonna be on here. Can we talk to the people real quick while we got their attention? They in here for another topic, but can we talk to them about the dope stuff going on at Ziax, you guys? So we have a group of babies. They ain't really babies no more. They getting big. They taking their SATs and they finna all be in college at 16 and 17 years old. But they're working on some really dope projects. So tell us about these projects. You know, David got his 3D printer. He already got it, Q, so he is ready for your instruction and getting all that done so that we can create what we need to create for the environmental project that we're doing here in Georgia. Tell everybody a little bit about that.
Yeah, everybody's hyped, man. We're doing a lot to elevate the institute and align us with higher institutions of education. So our engineering program is leveled up. So we got environmental engineering that we started rolling out this year, along with our electrical engineering. We got some dope teachers that came aboard. Computer scientists, electrical engineers, CAD developers, and the environmental project we put together we have two parts of it: water quality and air quality measurements. So we teach the kids how to create the entire kit, coded with Arduino, actually ESP32 for microcontrollers, and right now we've been doing the research on the proper versions of the sensors they get. They have EPA grade and you got consumer grade, but both of which are good enough. But of course, the EPA grade is way better. But we've just been dealing with trying to understand all the different connectivities with the components, and then from there, how to kind of like make micro scalable versions. But the first one we have, uploaded a video of it, is the air one. So we're looking to do bus station and local area analytics of like pollution and stuff, and it's dope because the kids can do research, and the project is massively connectable. So every school we can work with, any school we can work with, I can show you the curriculum, and I can help you teach the children the C++ and the C+ for that. And it's an IoT program, so we have one of the only IoT programs, fully dedicated IoT. We teach the children how to do all different types of TCP protocol communications. We're working on industrial IoT. We're doing automation with like business automation and material movement automation. I'm just mad hyped. So we're going full engineering, updated the entire curriculum, and I'm back in school. So I'm in school right now for engineering and also for teaching. So
I know. I just want to give it up for you, Q. You be doing a lot. So Q teaches kids. He at school all the time, and now he done decided to go back to school so he can be smarter. You be wearing glasses when you're in class.
That's beautiful. That's
So
beautiful.
he's going over there to get more of his degree and get some schooling. The funny thing is, in his program, he's the only person in the program who actually already has a school and doing stuff with the kids. So I'm excited. Here in Georgia, we are doing an environmental project. I'm sorry, Q, I muted your mic because I hear reverb in the background. I don't know if you was about to say something, but
oh, my bad. Yeah, I'm walking around. Yeah, we're doing the air quality in Atlanta. We man hype. So.
Yep. So my son, he is 16. He just got a 3D printer. I think that's dope because out of all of my kids, like I've never had any kid but my son now. like want a 3D printer. You know, they be wanting video games, they be wanting other stuff. He's like, Mom, I want to. He was so geeked when that thing came in the mail, and so he's gonna be with Q's direction designing the I don't know, apparatus, I guess, that's being made. And we have to go then place it in places here in Georgia, you guys, and it will be testing the quality of the air. I did not know that we have the worst air quality here in Georgia, so that sucks. But so we actually are going to be doing a project at 16, and the other crew of kids that are here will be collecting data and information. That is all a part of AI, right? For them to be able to read it and see what the air quality is all the way back there at the school and be able to test these things. They've even been, they have another project they're doing with some kids that is testing the water in other places, and the so it's all environmental stuff. So we have kids who are doing medical things that they are creating to make, you know, the medical industry better, and of course they are things that they're creating that are going to work, and that's where we're going in the line of, you know, AI and creating those things. So I want to salute Q, just like, you know, he over there in that building that he has turned into a school, and even all the kids that he teaches online. Like, my son is smart as hell, and the stuff he does amazes me every day. But I got to give that credit to Q. Like, I didn't teach him that stuff, Ziax did, and I've never seen a kid be so excited. He come in every time y'all do some new stuff with the electrical board, and he got the words coming up on the screen. He knows more about coding than I could ever even know what he's talking about. I listened to him being there, you know, helping to lead the classes and people in their projects, and all of that comes from Q, putting him in a really great position, believing in him to be a leader, and teaching him all the stuff he does. He's working on, you know, calculus. He got to take the SAT and stuff. And so, you know, I just want to give my hats off to Q, because he's done a great job with my son. And if y'all remember, my son he's very smart. He's high functioning autistic, so he's more genius side. You know, most people see him and don't believe he is, but even in that, Ziax has taken on him and his autism and helped him with the social things, and even him, you know, being a leader and helping with the class, overcoming some of that stuff. Q helped him with all of that. So I just want to thank you and give you your flowers here in front of everybody, and tell y'all that y'all kids are finna be at home in a minute any goddamn way. So you might as well let them go to Ziax, because you're not finna have no job, and your kids finna be at home learning. So let them go to Ziax.
I ain't gonna lie, we in the expansion stage right now. I'm gonna be in NC in 2 weeks. I got a really big offer in NC to I got somebody offered me a school building in NC. I ain't want to talk about that.
Really?
Yeah, full. I'm gonna be out there in 2 weeks. And in New York, there's a bunch of little things I'm doing, but in New York, I gotta get 50,000 right now. But there's a church that is $6,000 a month, and I can fit 200 students in there.
Okay.
And it's gonna take me like 15,000 to renovate it, but.
Well, you know, we gonna put up the GoFundMe, and we gonna raise that money, and I'm telling everybody in the chat, and y'all gonna help us, okay?
Yeah, this is the perfect spot. I ain't gonna lie,
Yeah.
sponsorship, but I'm looking for that's what I'm doing right now to expand. So, and we got the city rocking with us. Shout out to Assemblywoman Stefani Cinnamon. We just linked with the chair of the Board of Education in New York City, Rita Joseph. She's co-signing us. Like I'm gobbling up everybody in engineering departments. Y'all go to City College, working with like 3-4 engineering departments with them, Grove School, and about to work with NYU's school, TSU. Anybody in Houston, we're going to be working hopefully soon with TSU in Houston as well. And if you're in NC, let us know if you're in NC, and we out there. And of course, Atlanta. Let's connect.
Yeah, so that's what's up. If you get that building, you let me know, because for as much as we complain about everything going on and what they ain't doing, you have been building ever since I've known you. So as a community, it's our job. You get a building, we're supposed to make sure that building don't slip through your fingers. 15,000 is not nothing, and I think we can come up with that. So that will be our job, y'all. That will be our job to make
It's
sure
gonna
that
be low. It's like 50, and that space is like 50. But I'm working my butt off, and hopefully by the end of this week, I'm gonna have some more chicken. And yeah, I want to have it set up by September, so I got to come with some bread if I'm gonna get it within 2 months. But I'm looking at that one as another spot. I'll send you a link. It's fire. Like the church I found, literally get 4,000 square feet for $6,000 a month. You can't beat that in New York at all.
Yeah.
And it's in the dead center of the blackest neighborhood you could think of. Like, yeah, it will be a beacon in New York. I can't even lie.
That's dope though. Like I said, when you whatever you need, when you get there, you just let us know and we gonna put it together and make sure we make it happen. I think we put a lot of money into our community and things that don't pan out to be anything, like Dr. Umar. But anyway, we gonna move on after saying that name. But at the end of the day, you've been doing the work with or without the help of the people. So I think that it's important for us to put our money in the stuff that has already shown and proved that it's doing what it's supposed to do. You ain't starting a school, you've been to school for 8-9 years. So we know that it's going to good use because you've been doing what you got to do with or without the help of everybody. So we definitely gonna help you get there, Q.
Yeah, man. I want to be real. Like, this is Black Power for real. Yeah, if I can turn up, if y'all go to any engineering department across America, Asians have completely taken over the engineering departments, and engineering and doctors represent the majority of the wealth in America. Asian communities on par make more money than almost every other community. The wife and the husband both be engineers and doctors, and they're kicking butt with that. I'm talking about whole departments. So what we're trying to do in Atlanta, Michi's son's gonna be one of our first students going to an engineering program, hopefully at Georgia Tech. And we want to try to take over the Georgia Tech department and start funneling kids into the engineering space to open up the door so that just keep pipelining students into these programs and supporting them. Michi's son, as he starts in the next year, he still needs 4 years of support. And that's the whole mission. That's part of the reason I went back to this. I want to make sure like all the kids are supported. We know the classes, we know the curriculum, and we actually linked up the community to make sure the kids can get through 4 years of schooling so that way they can get out and immediately start being able to get into the job force. And imagine Michi's son doing $140,000 a year. Don't imagine in 5 years, that's the game plan. Michi's son doing $140,000, $150,000 a year as an engineer of some sort. And let's imagine 100 of those type of kids coming out every year. That's immediate, that's exponential growth rate. It's just math. And so that's the focus right there. We want to take over these departments. So if you're in New York City, if you're an engineer, if you're into science, biomedical engineering, electrical engineering, automotive technology engineering, chemical engineering, anybody in robotics, I do robotics and automation, anybody in coding, computer science, electrical engineering, connect. We have a strong team right now of all Black engineers. We got 2 PhD mathematics professors, all Black around the country. And I've been trying to gobble up all Black people right now. So if you're into that, you want to link Q Butter, Zyx Institute, gotta be official, gotta be official, gotta be official.
Well, we thank you for what you're doing. We love you, bro. Shout out to all the babies.
Love y'all too. You already know that.
You got an opinion on Trump, but you don't care. You just all about the science.
Sorry, Michi. How y'all doing?
He's gonna be the main one benefiting from it. He an engineer. He about to make the most money out of AI shit. He gonna create 400 apps.
But that's the thing that he's been saying in the program. That's why he said most Asians are running that, and so that's why that's part of their focus is to get our kids in there because that's the future. So I would say that too when we talk about jobs and what's going to be had. Like Zyx is doing that for our kids, the future, because they're equipping them with what they need. You know what I'm saying? My son is all into, AI tech, all of that stuff. And so if your kids gonna know anything, that's what they should know.
Sorry, Michi, I'm not cutting you off. Blessing, sorry.
Huh?
I just don't want you to go.
But that's what you did.
Dude,
what
is up with y'all, man?
I'm saying, bro, don't do that, bro. That you give me anxiety. You gonna trigger me, and I'm trying to keep it 100.
Oh, he ain't talking. Sorry.
Y'all silly. We 3 hours in. We right at 3 o'clock. It's 1:30 where I'm at. We getting into the bewitching hour. Look. Y'all don't start.
You was asking about the Trump shit. I was just looking at North Carolina, and they're at war right now. So just so y'all know, I'm almost not getting sued, but there's a white person trying to sue me to get into my program. I didn't tell nobody yet because I don't want to give this person or white people any stuff on it. But they're literally trying to sue to get their child in my program. And this is part of the reason why we're not a school. Because if you're a school, you technically can't say no. And I think Black people, we need to get in front of this conversation. And the conversation is even getting weirder right now. Because of pro-choice, you have schools, I don't even know how to argue. This is so retarded. You have white folks who are suing private programs because a person chose to take their tax allocated money and choose to go to a program that is exclusive, which is the most absurd thing to me. Let me say that again. You chose to take your pro-choice money and pay a program that was exclusive. So it's not open for everybody. It might have been a Muslim program. It might have been a Christian program. It might have been an all-right, white nationalist program. I don't see no problem with that. It's a private allocation of money. And I think black people need to get in front of this and be explicit. So I explicitly service in the Zions Institute black children underneath our nonprofit program. That was the only way I can articulate it where we can say we explicitly service black children. Because as a
Well,
school,
Trump said we could segregate now. It ain't no more DEI. So you could tell him, Trump said you ain't got to take his white kid in your black school.
Straight up.
We don't take government money, but
Q Butter.
Yep.
So you saying a coxswain with his child, boy or girl, brought to your school to say I'm gonna pay you to teach my child engineering. That's what we're hearing.
Yeah, and you said he can't come, and he's suing.
No. Say a white father or wherever this brought their child to your institute and said, I want my child in engineering. Correct?
Not an engineer. They wanted to enroll the child into our program, but it says on the website it's for black students only.
And this is New York.
Mm-hmm.
It's nationwide though, but if you go onto the website right now, it says for black children only.
Yeah, I know it's for black children, but this is New York.
The building is. We take kids.
Okay. That tells you something right there.
A lot.
What does it tell you?
That's telling right there. Where now you see some of these coxswains sending a few kids that they know it's a black school, but think you're black, you're going to just bring them in. See the mindset that is? A lot of them think that.
Well, that's also because they think the language. Like we got to be prudent. Like I say school because they changed the law, but Michi will tell you for years I would never say the word school because I don't like. According to most law, a school has to have a non-discriminatory clause. I think black people dropped the ball.
Yeah.
I think we dropped the ball in that argument. We should be explicitly servicing black people directly in relation to the issues that black people have had in this country. And so my argument is it's crazy. So the woman who's the head of, literally I'm working with y'all can look up, Rita Joseph is the head of the Department of Education or chair of the Department of Education in New York. And she wants to co-sign the argument because I said, look, we only service black kids in our institute. Like I'll do a program if you want to pay me to service the community. We have programs we can create, but the institute is a specific program for black students.
Black children. Yeah.
And that's a very peculiar argument that I think the community got to get in front of.
Year by year,
you think that these parents, someone try to plot to try to shut you down doing that? Because usually I rarely hear most people that know there's a black institute. They already see the website, see black. No, they don't see no white kids in that school, but still want to.
It's gonna get a little different once I like these next spaces. I'm not gonna lie, the conversation went a little different. Only because like what we doing with engineering, like I'm not gonna lie, like we're competing with Brooklyn Tech. That's like the top school in New York.
And you're destroying them right now.
And this next year coming up, we're gonna be kicking some ass and then it's gonna bring in different folks. It's not just black folks that's white or white folks that's there's a lot of people that's like in between.
Okay.
I've had a decent amount of black folks that was like, so you don't take other people. I've had people that was like weird in their headspace on where they are in life. And they want us to be cool with their friends.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
That's crazy.
And then going to other regions, like in New York and Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Brooklyn is black on black on black on black.
Correct. Yes.
Black. It's not like that everywhere else. I can get away with being black in Brooklyn. I don't know if I can do that in North Carolina.
Well, you have to know what places to do at North Carolina if you do research. So there's black places still.
Even in Georgia, like not everybody.
You remember we were here in Georgia. We found a building.
Yeah,
and, it was a black lady, and she was Ethiopian, But when she found out that we was an all black school and we only took black kids, she thought that we was racist and didn't want to then rent it to us. She was cool
Never
with
have.
that.
No lie.
Somebody
got the
got
video.
some background.
Mind you, the spot wasn't even expensive. The shit was like $1,500 a month in the middle
What?
of the blackest part of Atlanta. Bunch of crackheads around it, and we're talking about bringing a community program, science, a school. And she said, "But you only got black." She's like, "But it's only for black kids." I don't feel comfortable. I said, "Lady, you're a landlord. Go away." I've never had a landlord worry about what they like. I'm not selling drugs. Like, what are you talking about? You're not comfortable with it.
I thought they just cared about getting
Hey, Q,
paying on time. That's crazy.
Mr. Q.
Yo,
I think it's good that you're networking with Misha, because I think how they're gonna come at you is because you're a black male, and you probably have a female staff or whatever, but you're going to need some form of diversion, because that white thing or the white person, they're gonna come at you from that angle. They're gonna try all type of angles to get you shut down, because really the issue is not how fantastic your program is. What it is that you're gonna help black males. And that's
Hey,
the real
brother.
issue.
Pardon me, but that man been doing this for some years now, and so
I'm
it's
not
like
I'm
you're
not I'm not
and how why are you cross examining that man about what he doing? The first you got a
I
kid, you trying
never
to
cross-examined him. I
That's how
said
it felt.
what
That's
I
how
said.
it felt to me too, though. That's how it
Don't
felt to
feel
me
it.
too.
Don't feel anything.
you got a kid you trying to send to a school.
No, don't feel anything. I said
All right, it
how
sounded
the
a
white
little
person.
shady. It sounded a
No,
little
you
shady.
sound
Talking about
shady.
a black school, white person got to come up here.
Oh, they about to start arguing now. It must be
Oh,
that.
No,
if you got a question, I can answer your
he just
question.
need to know.
You better do your
I'm
thing,
like
man.
Q. He trying to
Hey,
take you
Mr.
10
Q.
toes down,
No,
and he trying to back Q up. He trying to
Keep
get
doing,
Q to
Mr. Q.
moonwalk. Don't
no,
moonwalk, Q.
I don't think homie mean nothing by it. He be on here a lot. I just think he don't know Q school, and I get what he's saying, but I don't think the white man has a leg to stand on. This is why. It's because he's an organization that serves a certain group of people, and so by law he's allowed to do that, right? He's not a public school. He's not even a school that takes funds from the government to run his school. You know, that's why as the community we've backed him up, done as much as we can. You know, he make it out we can. We get plenty of times teachers are volunteering their services and stuff, but it's a organization and they are there to serve a certain group. So for example, you know how in New York when they had the homeless shelters for just immigrants, if you were homeless and you weren't an immigrant, you tried to go there, they would tell you you can't come in here because this shelter is just for immigrant people, right? Well, his organization is just to serve the Black community, because there is a in our community there are kids who do not get serviced in this way in their public schools. These programs are not prevalent for them, and we don't have a lot of Black children enrolled. So that is his focus and his target, to get more Black kids into STEM. That is his goal. So his organization, that's their goal. So that's his saving grace. By law, they can't force his organization to serve a geographics of people that they're not there to serve. And so that white man can't really do anything to him but, you know, waste his time in court. But they can't force him to make that kid come there. He's not a public school. He's an organization, and he's there to serve a certain group, and he has the right to turn away anybody that's not that group he serves.
And we're not
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, we're not a DEI program.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. What I was
The
saying
results
was
might cause DEI, but that's not on us. That's just
right. I understand what you're saying, Mr. Q. What I'm saying is that they're going to try to do whatever they can to shut down, because the issue really isn't how great your program is. It's that it may uplift Black males. Because I'm dealing with a group right now.
But that's why I tucked myself into science. Like, I don't have those conversations. There's a shortage of scientists in the world. Black, white, Spanish, Indian. That's just the reality. So the scientific community, like, you would be surprised, bro. Once I completely submerge myself into this community, like, if you look, I'm on the Society for Science. I'm an advocate for them. Hopefully I'm gonna be again this year. Everybody knows I'm straight Black kids only. And
Yeah, like when
once you in
schools
science,
start,
it's a different conversation.
yeah, When class start, the kids don't do the Pledge of Allegiance. The Q be like, "Good morning, y'all. Black power." The kids say, "Black power, black power, black power." That's the call and response. So if you're not black, you might feel kind of weird shouting that in the class or in the morning.
Well, my parents are Jamaican. I'm pretty much black, so I'm not really worried about that.
Well, you ain't in school. Well, you know what? Shut up, though, because I'm gonna be honest with you. This is why I say when we have this argument about, people being ADOS or if they're not American Black, I only have that argument depending on what the conversation is about. Because I'm not gonna dismiss other Black people as long as they don't come from a certain perspective, right? Because Ziax is very much run by a lot of people who are not ADOS. There are teachers in there who are Jamaican. Q's wife is Jamaican. Like at the end of the day, Ziax would not be all what it was without the help of all of the other Black people that are there. They're not all necessarily, their heritage is not necessarily ADOS. So I love because we're all on one accord and we're building together. It's different when you have those immigrants that are Black that come in and they try and belittle us, look down on us, or they act like they're any different than us, right? Until they get pulled over by the police and all of a sudden we supposed to march for you. But before then, we was niggas to you. You thought you was better than us. So I think it just depends on how you have that conversation. I'm not against all immigrant Blacks. Absolutely not. It's just what is their attitude towards us? Some of them come in and want to separate themselves. They don't want to be like us. And so if that's what you want to do, go over there, bye. We don't care.
Yeah, and at the same time,
I don't have that.
Hold on. Don't forget either that a lot of people, they don't identify as Black, right? Because on the census, they gotta identify as Caucasian, right? They'll walk around and say that Black thing, but when you look at their ID card, what they identify as, they'll say Jamaican and Haitian, not Black. Don't get it twisted.
But that's not white. I don't like.
I know that ain't white. I know it ain't white. But they don't identify with us. They talk that talk. And when it's time to get down,
that's that
Well,
internet.
that's a whole different flipping
That's the whole.
subject.
I'm gonna tell you what right up
100.
and down. That's 1,000% internet shit. Like I have parents from all
Exactly.
over the country. I have parents that are from Canada. I have students that was in Hawaii. I have students in Nigeria. I have students in Ghana, Jamaica. I have a teacher in Canada right now, a Jamaican teacher in Canada, a FBA teacher in Houston, another FBA teacher. I had a Jamaican teacher. Like there's Black people in the Western diaspora have a common history. And there's more Black people who understand the common history and want to see us fight against our common issue than there are who against it. If you just go out and vote, there's way more people that's like that.
And that's what you see when you go to Zyx. It just reminds me of our Black empowerment back like in the the 80s and the 90s. And we was Black, we all stuck together. And so, when you go there, I truly think it is a representation of Black power because you see Black people from everywhere, all kind of places, like he said, you know what I'm saying? And they all there with one common goal to uplift them children and educate them so that they can be the future. So,
I tell you, no cap. The church I was looking at, the church I'm looking at is in Little Haiti, Brooklyn.
Dang.
That is a huge community. Like, I don't know how I ended up with all these Haitian people around me, but they don't, and they are very Haitian. I don't know how my wife, I don't know how. My sister husband is Haitian. We do not know how when all these Haitian people around us. But this church in the middle of Little Haiti, and if y'all know Haitian folks, they be on their shit, bro. They this is for Black kids. They 100% like, yo, we on the movement. And so like we go spot in Little Haiti,
that's good.
We will have guaranteed 100 Haitian parents that's gonna walk in by the end of the day. Like, what? You got this building? Oh, you have this building now? Oh, I bring my children. Yeah, they natural, Black Americans.
That's the crazy part though, Q, because when you look at Ziax and what it's all about, my question has always been, why the hell do that white man want his child to go there so bad? Like, I, as a Black person, would not go to an all-white school or an all-Asian school and then be like, I want my child in this school. Like, why would I want to force my kid?
Because it's their nature to interfere with Black stuff.
Yeah,
we gotta
and
get
the
in front of this
culture
right now.
is to be around their culture.
We got to get in front of this right
seasoning.
now. Because of pro-choice, we really need to get in front of this conversation. Because I'm looking at, like in North Carolina, the school building. If we did a whole charter If I just decided like, yo, I'm gonna do a charter school out there, even the private school, because the state is paying, they got $5,000. It's like $4,200 they have a year for a student. That's not a little bit of money. And if you do the numbers, you know what I mean, like that could, yeah, you got 100 students. That's you can do some shit with that. Like not could do you, yeah, that's just what it is. And there's a whole argument right now. So if I tell this is for black kids only, that's a yeah. I'm ready for the argument and the smoke, but I don't know some of these other areas, and I know white folks in some of y'all towns. Like there's no white people in New York City, like in Brooklyn. I don't deal with white people, and not to say it like that, but
That's just what it is.
it's just what it is. But like I know it's not like that in some parts of the South, and not that I'm not trying to play the South. I just don't know, and I don't, But that the money is coming down right now. You can open a private program in Atlanta. They got $5,000 a month. Atlanta got 5,000. Most of the states is doing 5,000, or 5,000 a year, or 5,000 either 500 a month, but 5,000 a year to 7,000 a year, and it depends on what you vote. Like there's some regions that's doing 10,000 a year. It's like
Your contact information, Q. If somebody wanted to look up your stuff, what would that be again, mate?
It's right here. Yeah, it's in the chat. Gail put it in there. Shout out to Gail. And Gail, you said you're going to bed. Good night, Gail. Thank you for helping. But there it go on the screen, y'all, and it is in the chat. If y'all want to go check out the school over there, donate or whatever. We also put Q's channel in there. If y'all like panels, Q has a panel going on probably 24 hours a day because he's not always on the panel. He has a group of people, other people run it, but they are always on there, and their topics are a lot different than mine. I touch on politics and a lot of different other things. You go over to Q's, y'all can argue about if the earth is flat or not. Y'all can go over there and argue about if we really black. Are we Native American to this land? You can argue about, whether this spirituality stuff is real. You should be an atheist, and it's just some pseudo stuff. And if you come with an argument, be ready to pull up your screen and show your because Q is the teacher, so you got to show your references.
Right. Ain't no just talking.
They be up there getting it in, though. They be arguing their ass off. It's kind of funny. They be having some good conversations. I haven't been on a panel in a while, but Q always got a panel going, even if he's not on it. It's probably going right now. He over here.
Yeah, now we be live in the morning time. I'm in the science stuff, so like, yeah, the network. Y'all familiar with network society?
Nah.
All right, so we're in the era of network society, just so y'all know, and we're in the fourth industrial revolution. But network societies are based off of how the internet has created the ability for groups to subgroup and naturally amalgamate based off of their what most people call algorithm, but your talking points. So like most of y'all over here align with Michi. And so like I was telling Michi, I'm like, yo, you gotta go live more because this new model, people only go where they belong now. Is a natural segregation. So flat earthers go with flat earthers. People that don't like Pan-Africans go with people that don't like Pan-Africans. People that want to be Pan-Africans go with Pan-Africans. If you can't stand black women, you'll find 10,000 black men that just all
Take your ass to the manosphere.
about black women. And you all got your little corner, and you can become famous in your little. You go on TikTok. TikTok is all about the network society. That's why they have. That's why they do the way they do living over there. It's aggressive for networks. Yo, if y'all look this up, and y'all look up because they talk about Proud Boys. I just did a class on this, 2 different classes on this, and they were talking about how like Proud Boys. The professor didn't know about NFACT, but when I told him about NFACT and how network society helped create and push NFACT and the hashtag, because they changed the way we do hashtags now because of network society. Because Proud Boys, NFACT, and Black Lives Matter, that was part of the hashtag era. Y'all remember the hashtag era? You could just put a hashtag in. And
yeah, no doubt.
Facebook got in trouble for that because of the Proud Boys. And then also for Black Lives Matter. I think Black Lives Matter started as a hashtag and they got $100 million off of that.
Yep. And it wasn't even the people that hashtagged it. They didn't even start Black Lives Matter. They just
Nope.
They just hijacked.
They just hijacked it. Yep. But that's the thing. But think about that. They hijacked a hashtag movement and got 100 million. You can't do that, right? You couldn't do that now. The internet, they changed, they upgraded the internet social media platforms. So if you know that when you go type in hashtags, like if I on the thing about me, when you barely see when I type your name and I tag you on stuff.
No, I don't never get no tags.
Yeah, remember with YouTube that everybody used to get the notifications. There's
Yeah,
a reason why you
YouTube
don't get
don't
notifications.
notify me or nothing or half my subscribers.
Nope.
They be even unsubscribing people that on
Yep.
their own.
No, that's
Yeah,
not a.
they been hating on Michi
The
on her
government.
for a minute.
No, the government. If you go
For a
look it up,
minute.
they got a whole thing on this shit where they talk about it because Facebook and YouTube and Twitter got in mad trouble for that because they was like, yo, how you got somebody? I mean, if you really think about it, Michi get angry. She's one of the last people in the community. She will have 3,000 people watching. She could tell somebody to do something crazy, and there's a chance one of those 3,000 people will do something. I'm just, yo, y'all know Castanet?
Man.
Y'all know Castanet, right?
Yeah. Hey.
Y'all remember he shut down New York City?
Yeah.
Yeah, he shut
Look,
down New York City off of a
imagine if
freaking.
these niggas sent out all my notifications though. I got almost 100,000 subscribers. They may bought them is all earned over the years, but they don't send out half them. Just imagine if one time they actually notified 97,000 people. Michi is live. How many people y'all think?
They scared
We have
straight.
5,000, 6,000 people watching.
Butter, I've been trying to get
They
in.
not doing that.
I've been trying not to interrupt. And I've been definitely trying not to interrupt Michi. How you doing, Queen? Blessings, Queen Michi. Blessings, Q Butter. Blessings to the panel.
Yo.
Q, I appreciate you. I love what you're doing with the schools. Us sending our children to public school is insane. Is insane to do it year after year after year after month after day and say get dressed this morning and go to school is insane. What they say is doing the same, it's just crazy. But your school is amazing. STEM education is very important. If they
Definition
give
of
us
insanity.
if they give us back the country, what we gonna do if all of our peoples don't know about STEM? You heard? If we don't know how to take care of the turtles and our habitat, you hear me?
The turtles.
You heard? No, I'm just saying, I'm bugging right now by saying that though, right? If we don't know how to take care of the turtles and to get rid of the rats, right? STEM education, I'm just saying though, right? To get the bums out the streets, the homeless people, and to take care of our own. STEM education is very important. Your school is very important. And you expanding, not just being local New York, you expanding and international, national and international, because you've been expanding month by month, day by day, year by year. You making contacts every day. You hear me? I'm saying, Michi, I appreciate you promoting him. Damn near every time you get on the panel, you got Q and Zayak's Institute in your mouth. You heard? Real
Yeah,
talk.
that's my
You,
brother. I love Q and what he out there.
word up. You know what else I want to ask Q? It was one video you had, right? And it seemed like the video disappeared immediately after you posted it. About, it's funny. It just so happens, Michi, right? That it was that video where the dude was talking about it. The Chinese dude said how he sells courses on how to sell to black people. You heard, Zah? Did they really block that video of yours?
Oh no, I
When it
took that
was
video
voice
down.
walking, when it
I
was
took that
voice
video down.
walkings, taking a course from the Chinese dude
Nah, I
on
took that
how
down.
to sell to the black.
I
He
took that
trying to
almost.
tell you.
Yeah, I took that on my beefing videos. I don't want
I
to be
know,
associated to none of that shit.
I
Like,
know, but also, but you know, it was just one of the questions I had. But also, Michi brings it up all the time, B. How y'all got GoFundMe money for all the bullshit, right? But the seed of this conversation today, and some people seem to have been touched, it's like how we can't get together. And a brother like this got an institute going on that's happening, that's already expanding, and y'all act like it's only locally in Brooklyn or only in New York. You heard? Because he got something going that we've been needing, that's already been established since the late 1800s, early 1900s. We've been having our own institutes, but they kind of shut us down with the desegregation shit from the 50s, right? So we got a little sidetracked from the 50s all the way up until when was your? I'm sorry, Q. I don't recall off the head. I don't recall off the head when you first founded your school.
Oh my God.
I'm bugging.
Yes.
Somebody said you got 2x your speed, mate.
I'm bugging.
Forgot what the whole purpose was.
Cause I'm like,
I thought
yo,
Q-Butter was talking, man.
we been had our own institutes in the 1800s, 1900s, but they fucked us up with the desegregation.
All the way,
But
all the way.
when did you first found your school?
Land your plane. Land
When did you first
we
found
gonna
your
have to shoot
school,
it down.
Q?
Either land the
I
plane
know,
or we
my
gonna shoot it
bad.
down.
When did you first found your school, Q? What year was your first founding of your school?
2017.
2017. Congratulations, King. And we been had our schools, but he brought us back to sanity in 2017. I ain't sidetracked at all. I just want to let y'all know that he been had some shit we supposed to be paid attention to
We already know
2017.
this though. You
And
ain't
it's
telling
not
us nothing we
just
don't know.
Brooklyn. And it's not just
Michi
Brooklyn.
already
It's not
told
just
us.
New York.
Just take a deep breath. Everything 100.
It's not just Brooklyn. It's
Everything gonna
not
be all
just New
right,
York.
brother. Everything gonna be
He
all right.
got a few
dude
joints going on around the country. If y'all would just participate, you heard? My bad. I'm bugging a bit. I'm not bugging, but Q. Who's saying a bit? That's not Q saying a bit, right?
That's fuck you.
That's somebody else, or that's Q.
That's my song.
You
Nah, I ain't
taking
say
too
nothing.
long.
When that come on in the radio, I turn that shit up. Fuck you.
That's
mean?
Q saying I'm bugging.
No, it's
No.
not.
That's fuck you.
That's
mean
another
saying it.
nigga
That's
bugging,
fuck you.
saying
mean.
I'm bugging.
I'm
Cause
from the
Q.
real New York. I'm from St. Louis.
How the fuck that's the real New York? I'm from Harlem. You bugging, King.
Well, shit, I'm from
St.
LA.
Louis,
Word,
B.
you bugging. I'm
And
from Harlem.
here we go.
Word,
Shit,
sorry, not
that nigga
no
from St. Louis. I'm from
borough
Inglewood. You
jumping,
taking too
or I
long.
wasn't
Too damn
jacking
long.
nothing about where I'm from, but I
Taking
was
too
in
damn
St.
long.
I'm
Louis.
joking, B.
You know
Calm
what?
down. I'm joking.
I was in
Brother, you
St.
just been
Louis.
going on
Take
for
it
a
easy.
little long,
Sorry.
man.
Take
You
it
just
easy.
been going on for a little long. We just
I love
You
my
trying
New York
dragging
to
brothers,
it
but you
by
tripping.
interrupting me, and I've been not interrupting.
I love my New
Pause.
York brothers, but
Blessings.
you tripping.
Y'all
It is
enjoy.
way
Michi,
But
you the greatest. Michi, you the
yeah, but you got
greatest.
2x your speed, mate. You got
Zach, you
2x
the
your speed.
greatest.
Man, black people,
Damn, that's
we
everybody
very
else
colorful people.
interrupting except Michi and Zah. I don't know how y'all talking to me. I don't know y'all from a hole in the wall.
You
But
talking to a whole
blessings, man.
group.
But I
I'm
wasn't.
silent, brother. I'm being silent, brother. Respect
I
me.
was addressing the brother and the sister, and y'all interrupting. You know what? Free
Because you taking
marketing for
30
them.
minutes.
I ain't got nothing to
You're
do with
taking
their
30 minutes to
success.
finish, man.
I ain't got nothing to do with their success. I'm just blessed. I'm just praising them. Blessings, y'all.
Thank you,
Respect,
brother.
brother.
Drink some
Bless.
water,
Word.
man. You've been
We
drinking too
appreciate
much.
it.
You've been
You know
drinking too
what?
much.
If I was in your face,
Drink too damn
if I
much.
was in your face, I'm that New York dude
Is
that will
crazy
whoop
work.
it out, no homo, in your face.
Drink too
I'm
much.
real like that.
Hey,
Somebody might recognize my
You'll drink
face
that
and
water. It's
verify that.
crazy
You
work.
push
If
her,
I
he
was
tips
in your
over.
face, I would whip it out in your face.
Wow. But
Niggas that know
whoa,
me from
He was
New
whoa,
drunk.
York
whoa.
will
Take it
verify that in the
He
easy.
was drunk,
comments.
sir.
Word the mother. Word
That's
the mother.
very
They
Everybody
will
gonna be
Diddy.
verify. As long as that's not
That's
Zyx
very
or
Diddy-ish.
Michi
See,
talking, I would whip
What?
it out on you
Q
in
Butter
your
funny for that
face.
one.
What?
And
Q
niggas from
Butter
New
is
York
funny.
verify I get down like that. I will whip it out in your
I
face.
know, man. I know.
Word
That's
the
what.
mother.
I know. We
In
know
your
what y'all
face.
boys in New York
Not
do.
you,
We know
Zyx,
what
or
y'all
not
boys in
you,
New York
Michi.
do.
But
know,
niggas that know
we
me know I'm
we know,
wild like
bro.
that.
We
You heard?
know, bro. We know y'all
Word
New
of
York
mother, I'm
boys wild
wild
like
like that. I
that.
will whip it out in your
Q.
face. If it
I
wasn't
know.
YouTube, I will
Is
whip it out right now.
this
But
Diddy's
I don't want
uncle?
BT
Is this Diddy's
chat to get
uncle?
shut down.
Is
You
this
heard?
Diddy's uncle?
Don't you
I
whip
will
your thing
whip it
out
out
on
on
my
you.
live, nigga.
Is this
Whoever that
Diddy's
was,
uncle?
as
Michi,
long as it's not
This is
Zayex
Diddy's
and
uncle.
as long as it's
This
not
is
Michi,
Sean
Michi,
John's
I
what
will
we
uncle.
whip it out
doing?
on you.
Is this
We
Word,
went
next
from
I
the
to
will.
dumb
Sean?
redneck
I
to
will
Is
this.
this
whip it
next
We
out
to
went
on
from the
you.
Sean?
But I'm
dumb
not gonna
redneck
do
to
that because
this.
Michi,
Is
I
To
love
Sean
this.
John
Michi.
The
uncle?
dumb
And
redneck
Is
I
to
this
this.
know
Sean
Drunk
John's
Dr.
people and
uncle?
fools
Shauna,
that
you
can't
heard?
shut up.
I told Dr. Shauna to give you a shout out. Give her a shout out. I hope everything going
Hey
good with
man,
her
who
because I
man?
ain't seen her in a minute.
Uncle Diddy. Uncle Diddy, take it easy.
Dude, we went from the dumb redneck to this.
He forgot to say pause.
We went from the dumb redneck to this, dude.
Yeah, take it easy, Uncle Diddy.
We went from
I
two
gotta work
extremes,
it out.
Michi. Congratulations. You
Look,
brought
we
two
sleep. We
extremes
gotta wake
together.
up. Why? Why is that a not? Why nigga want to whip they shit out? Hold on, y'all. Okay, hold on.
He from New York.
A panel full of
He
me.
from New York.
That's not what New York niggas do, is it?
That's what them Diddy boys do. Take that. Take that. Take that.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, Jordan gave a donation on MX Network, and Jordan said he got a
But
question.
my brown piece, I be whipping it out. No lie.
That's
Come on,
you could go to jail for that. That's called indecent
Come on,
exposure.
son.
You keep your
That's
penis
why
in
I
your
said I
pants.
would never do it on your platform, Michi. I
Oh
don't
no,
want you
He
to
I'll
just
shut
do it
the.
outside.
This is a
You ain't
good
He
doing
do it
that.
video. It was
outside.
good
I'm
You
gonna
ain't
keep
doing
conversation.
that.
you
That's
keep
I
not
would
sending
what
never do that on your platform. I would never disrespect you, Michi, or Zayex. That's what I said. But homeboy, whoever talking, if we was in
I'm gonna
person,
shoot you in
I'd
your
get punched in
PP.
the face for
Before
what.
you whip it out, I'm gonna shoot you in
Why
it.
you don't be letting nobody talk?
Swear I would. I'm sorry.
We done ran
You be
off
whipping your thing
Q
out to
better,
people
dog.
in public. This what you be doing?
That's that Paul Masson.
Give me your mother's phone number right
Put
now.
that Paul Masson down.
I believe it happened on Rockers Island.
Okay, wait a minute. For real, y'all gotta ask Jordan questions. Jordan gave a donation to ask you this question.
Uh-oh.
Nobody whipped nothing out. Okay, unless you whipping the mic on. That's it. Okay. Hold on. Says question for Q as a civil engineering major. How do you think AI will impact my field? I tried to ask some of my advisors and they don't have the answer. They don't have the answers for you. Okay, Q, you there? Is Q still there?
Q left, man. That's because of the long-winded nigga. I'm
Oh,
telling
you
you.
said you was finna whip it out.
He
I'm
whipped it
telling
out
you,
on him.
man. Q said, I'm out of
He
here.
whipped it out on him, X. He whipped it out
Oh,
on him.
he told me to click the link. Hold on, I think he coming back. He in the chat. They'll post the link.
Let's
Probably
give
got
a
kicked
short
out.
answer when Q come back. If you're an engineer, you should always, skill up. Nothing's guaranteed in this new age of technology. We also have constantly be learning and try to improve.
Well,
Back in the last century, you could probably get away with wherever you got, but now you're going to have to be always ahead of the market. So the more skills, the better.
I would tell the person this: you need to start figuring out how can you raise money, because a lot of you guys that's the engineer world, you can either be your own small business or get a boutique firm and they can raise you $1 million and they charge 5% on the back end. That's two scenarios I've seen when it came to one brother that raised 700 million. He didn't raise it all himself.
That's where my son is already thinking at his age too. Like, of course, he's going to get his degree, but then his thing is, how do I take my knowledge of what I've learned and create my own business to offer these services to people? Because that's what folks are gonna need. That's where we going. He gonna get his knowledge. He gonna get his credentials, and he gonna start his own business. He already know that at 16. This is what we do.
That's beautiful. See, and he can raise as much money possible.
Yeah, he back. Q's back.
Oh, my bad.
Okay,
Yeah.
did you hear the question? They said that they are they have their majors in civil engineering, and how do you think AI will impact their field? They asked some of their advisors, and their advisors don't ever have an answer for his question.
AI is going to advance AI is advancing every field in engineering, so it's just a matter of being in front of the curve. So, for example, from MATLAB into programs like, I'm sure you use MATLAB, use Fusion, use what's the other one? What do y'all use for y'all designing? What's the name of the main program y'all be using? But y'all use AutoCAD. You got deep analysis applications happening now. You have AutoCAD AI applications. You have there's materials. Think about it if you're designing a building and you're by yourself and you just want to have a conversation about the ideas that you have for building your structure. you can literally put all of the dynamics of the materials using or the load, whatever, blah, blah, blah. You can put all the design layouts and literally just have an analysis conversation with, whatever AI you're using. Like, that's only going to push it forward. Then for math and coding, a lot of the professors are not going to want to tell you that, math is the next thing, not to say they're going to attack, but math is under the attack window for AI. So
exactly.
So you want to use that to help you with it go forward. You don't want to look at it like it's going to slow you down. Look at it like now with AI.
You got to learn how to use it.
The level of so just look at it and help you learn.
Hey, I think he in the matrix.
You got to repeat that again. Your
I know he over there breaking up.
Yeah, take the blue pill, bro. Take the blue pill.
Get some tech on that microphone.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna ask you a question.
You want to use it to advance your skills.
Right. So instead of worried about how AI is going to impact it, it's going to advance it. So his job is to keep up with the technology and the new things coming out, because it's actually going to help him. That's what you're saying, right? To advance what he's doing. So, I mean, That's what I would say. I mean, I'm not a tech person, but I'm in business. And as a business owner online, my biggest thing is that every time I turn around, there's a new advancement in AI that actually helps to automate, create some shit, or do something more for my business. So I'm constantly learning new AI systems every motherfucking couple of weeks. It seems like some new shit is coming out. So I would say that for anybody, anything you're doing, learn how to use it. You know what I'm saying? Don't get complacent and use it so that it can complement what you're doing.
All right, let me ask my question, Michi.
Go ahead.
How well advanced you are with the AI tools now that's out in the market? How well understanding all the AI tools? Because it look like constantly come with new ones trying to compete with every other AI tool in the market. How well advanced you are with all
there
this
he is. Well, my goal is not necessarily the tech, so I won't say I'm as advanced as maybe some people.
I have a clear understanding, because
well, I know how to. Well, I use everything from ChatGPT for everything. I can tell you how to write a book when it comes to AI, how to create videos, how to create voiceovers, how to clone your own voice, how to use AI to chop up your videos so I no longer have to make reels or shorts anymore. It's all kind of shit that you can do with AI. I write my emails with AI. So I use it for like business stuff, but you're right. There's new stuff that comes out every goddamn day. I have a new one now that I'm looking at how to use this shit to orchestrate and put my courses together. Everybody's always asking like, oh, I do my courses live, but I can also put all the information I've done, like my videos that I've done. It will listen to the whole entire class, and then it will break down all the stuff that I've taught and kind of put it into quizzes and put it into all kind of stuff for me so that it can kind of be structured a little bit different. So then I can maybe later put the courses online and people can rewatch them. Right now I'm into doing them live, because I can interact more, but it's all kind of shit, all kind of stuff. I mean, even when it comes to editing, AI helps with that. I could throw a video in there, and they even have systems now that are completely doing that. I'm working on using an AI avatar, but it's me. And so I have to let it like clone. I have to talk. I have to move. It does my facial expressions and everything.
Man,
Literally, it will take my face. I don't have to be there. It'll place me in the video, and if I want to clone my voice, it'll clone my voice. All I got to do is write the script and then say make a video of me talking, and it's gonna be me talking, and I don't really have to get dressed or get in front of the camera or any of that. So anything that I'm working with is usually something that's gonna help me advance online. So all of them things I just said, I'm working with systems that do all of that kind of stuff.
So you ever use DeepSeek?
Yeah, I've heard of DeepSeek. Yes, I don't use it all the time. I have went over there and messed with it a little bit, but not all the way. No.
So ChatGPT will help you give ideas on how to write a book. They won't write the book. I figure it gives you ideas.
Well, ChatGPT actually will write a book for you. You just have to understand prompts. I think the biggest problem with people in using ChatGPT is they don't understand how to ask for a prompt. So what I mean by that, this is kind of some of the stuff we go over in a boot camp, but I don't mind to throw this information out there. ChatGPT will change your life if you have a job and you have to orchestrate stuff, or even if you work for yourself online or you're trying to create content. But it's all about the prompt. So you have to ask ChatGPT the right thing. The more that you give it, the more that it will give you back. But you can absolutely write a whole book. I think I demonstrated in one of my classes, I told it to give me a book about aliens who take over the community in Detroit, and that the gangs get together and they save the community from the aliens. And I gave it a bunch of specific, I just made it general, but if you make it more specific, and it wrote this whole thing, it talked about the gangs, it gave the gangs names, and I told it that it needed to be that they needed to make it suspenseful, that they needed to have a build up to the story. Don't give me what's going on right away. Make it suspenseful, be very detailed. So it was very detailed. They talked about, on a Saturday night, the street lights was shining, you know what I'm saying? It was a cool temperature of 70, 68 degrees, and there was this light in the sky. You know what I'm saying? They start going in, they had names for all of them, and then it was like, you want me to change anything? You could be like, yo, don't name them Rico, name them Jamal, and so again, if you take the time, also there are systems like you could do talk to text, right? So let's say you want to write a book. Let's say you want to write a book and it's your words. You want it to be your book and everything. So what you do is you do the talk to text. So you talk, because I'm a talker. I'll never write a book if I got to sit and write the shit or type the shit. So if I talk to it and have it create my speech and turn it into text, then I'm going to take that text and I'm going to put it into ChatGPT, because now it has my actual wording of what I want to talk about, and then I will tell it to structure that. Like, maybe this is my first chapter, so chapter 1, structure this is for my book. If you don't have an idea of the title after the book is written, ChatGPT will give you they will give you ideas on what the title for the book should be based on what you've written. So you can use it and just talk, put the text in there. They'll structure it in book form, and you can do it 1 chapter at a time, or you can talk the whole goddamn book. It's really up to you. And then ChatGPT will do it. But ChatGPT is like the basic version what everybody use. There's a company called Typeset. Typeset will make ebooks for you in minutes, and you can just give it specific topics, right? And it will, or you can put your information that you have for an ebook. I do the talk to text. That's me. I don't like all that typing. So I talk to text. You can put it in Typeset. Typeset will then take the wording that you have. It will structure it in the ebook. It will put pictures in there that go with what you're talking about. If you're talking about actual companies, it will put the logos to those companies in there. It does all kind of shit. So Typeset, it just depends, because there's so many AI systems, right? ChatGPT does like all kind of shit. It will create the photos for your books and everything for you. If you're doing like animated books for kids, you could do coloring books on there. But like Typeset is strictly a system that I would use just to write books and ebooks. It's so much you can do, but that one is specific to that, right? So it just depends on what you're trying to do. So again, it's a lot of different ones that I use for different things.
X, I got a question for you, X. You said you're doing something in Georgia with water. That's why I came up. You said something about water, and are you and Q licensing? Just to get an understanding, are you guys licensing whatever you're doing? And what is it you guys exactly doing in Georgia with the water? Because the water is going to be the new gold, if you will.
It's not the water here, it's the air, because we have the worst air quality here. So we are monitoring and picking up the reads on the air quality. What they're doing with the water is reading the place that has the worst water quality. And I'll have Q give you more details, because I'm not really the scientist, but my understanding is that in the science project that the kids are doing, they're collecting this data and information, therefore then to create something to maybe have for individuals or on houses that will kind of filter or clean that air. But first we have to read what is the air quality like and what is the water quality like, to show that it's bad, so we can create something to make it better water and make it a better air, if that makes sense. But Q will tell you more than I can. So Q, that's you. If he even there.
Y'all can hear me?
Okay,
yeah.
100.
Oh, yeah. I was gonna say, yo, Q, Michi, the new AI that I'm messing with. Yo, don't tell anybody. Jenny.ai is a researcher AI, only for research, and it's crazy. I ain't gonna lie. So if you're doing like, and anybody can write a book, but if you want to do a book that's peer reviewed, or a journalism that's peer reviewed, yeah, y'all want to use Jenny.ai. It's
See, and that's what I mean. It depends on what you're trying to do, because there's an AI for everything. If you look, you could, and ChatGPT is like the go-to, right? So you can go to certain AIs if you wanted it to help you with legal shit, for example, right? Let's say you wanted it to do some legal stuff for you, to write up a will, a trust, all of that kind of stuff. It'll break all that shit down for you. You can go to them that are specific, but then you can ask ChatGPT to do it, because it kind of does everything. But it just depends on what it is.
Use them together. Use them together. I use
Yeah.
Jenny and ChatGPT together. That shit is I'm not gonna lie. It's like ChatGPT is learning from Jenny. I don't know how to describe it. It's really
Yeah, they do learn from each other. The systems. That's what I'm saying. You could talk ChatGPT into some shit it didn't know it could do. People laugh when you don't use ChatGPT like Google. You talk to it like it's a person. I pick up where I left off. If I tell it to do some shit, I'd be like, well, take that word. I don't use that bit. Okay, can you make it shorter now? Like I just give it the next prompt. I don't go back like it's Google or some shit. And ChatGPT does learn as it goes from you. No, another thing on ChatGPT, if you ever wanted to write up something, if you ever wanted to like let's say you want to do blogs, or let's say you have a website where you can, and this is just looks a piece of information for people who be like, oh, you can't make no money. If you want to make some money, it's ways to make money. But you could get you a website and you could just do like news stories, and then there's apps in the back of the websites that we use that you can actually place ads. You know how you go to most like news websites and the article is there, but there's ads on the side, there's videos that play, there's shit that you can click. So you can actually create a website that gives news articles, and you can add the ads to it and get paid for AdSense. Google does that, right? So you can get paid for the ads on your website. And if you're like, well, I'm not a news station or a reporter, all you got to do is go and find a news story. Like if you want to talk about Trump and them, go and get like 5 different stories from different websites. All you got to do is copy and paste the link to that website, not even what the article says. Tell ChatGPT to write you your own version of this article. Tell them what the name of your news station is. They will get all the information they'll read a website just by giving it the link. They'll read all of those articles, and then they'll turn around and give you an article with all that information, but it's yours. It has your information. It says it's your news channel or your broadcast, and then you can just do that every day. It takes like 5 goddamn minutes, and you could post it and you could get paid for ads that's on that news thing.
They do that shit on YouTube right now. They got a fake video going around. What's her name? Jasmine Socket. What's the Jasmine Crockett? There's a video on YouTube that's all AI. These shits got like 100,000, 1 million views, and they're all talking about how Jasmine Crockett got a judge fired in court. It's a complete fake story. And the AIs are running, it's crazy, and they're all running with the same story, and it's on paid channels.
Yeah, well, you know, that's what we talked about in my mentorship group recently. I didn't do that in the boot camp, but people are creating faceless YouTube channels. So you can go with celebrity news, you can go with news articles, what's going on. If you want to give like motivational speeches and shit, they'll create those for you. You can write the script with ChatGPT, then you place it into another AI system that will actually create the imagery that goes along with those videos. You can also create kids' cartoons and all of that stuff so you can you don't have to show your face to have a YouTube channel at all. You can have a YouTube channel.
Hey, I got a question. Out of ignorance, I got a question. With this AI stuff, can somebody say you make your type, if you will, and have you looking like you committed a murder, but you're in a different area? Is that possible?
By the end of this year, we're not going. I think they say by the end of this year we won't be able to tell.
I'm sure
by the end of this year we won't be able to tell. You're gonna have to have an AI to tell you if it's real AI.
It was a story. It was a story this summer where some kid in school got his principal's voice and then put it through AI and had the principal saying some choice words, and the principal got fired. And then
I can clone anybody's voice. Yeah, if I can get you talking, I can clone anybody's voice, and I can actually take your face and put it in an AI system. There's a system that they have right now that you can put a still picture of a person and tell them what you want it to be doing. It will take that still picture and turn it to a video of that person doing something.
That's crazy work.
And I can use your voice. So yes, people with AI today, if people say they got receipts and they show you text messages, they're showing you videos, like you can't trust that any of that is real at all.
We're officially screwed.
Yeah, basically.
Don't worry, we'll have AI.
With AI.
You better go back.
If you put AI in the wrong hands, yeah, you can do some crazy shit.
Go back and watch Rise of the Machines.
Hey man, I'm gonna make money in between this shit, man. Before the machines come in with the AR-15s mounted.
Right.
Too
So
late.
Damn it.
I just need
Too
some
late
money
for
so I
your
can get
drones
away
flying over
and be in the
right now.
underground city or some shit. I thought I just need
Bunkered.
to get away.
Man, I was looking at this video where this lady she had just put her baby in her car, and this battery from this drone fell out and like crushed the car, bro. I'm like, man, this is crazy. This is crazy.
Well, I honestly think that we're going to see more of that. People was laughing at me when I put it up, but there is a flying car. I have a video of that too. It actually is a real car. It shows it flying over another car. It's only about maybe a few feet in the air. It's not like up in the clouds, but they are working on hovering cars, flying cars that are higher in the sky. Drones will be delivering packages, everything from your DoorDash, your food, as well as, packages from Amazon and other places. Also, there will be police drones and emergency drones that will evaluate the situation before they actually send out like the EMT or the police. The drones will evaluate the situation first. The medical drones can actually drop first aid or things to you. So like, let's say somebody is on a hiking trail, you know how they can't get to them right away, or they stuck, or they broke their leg. They can drop them water. They can talk to them and see them through it and everything. It's a whole company that makes them. So when you have all of this traffic going on in the sky, you're absolutely going to have things falling out the sky on people and air accidents and bodies on the ground. So I mean, get ready for that. People drive cars every day that don't leave the ground and crash into motherfuckers. So I mean, that's a whole new world of accidents. So waiting to happen.
So the Georgia Guidestones is going to be pretty much easy, isn't it?
Somebody said Chicago police already have a drone squad. I believe you.
Yep. Well, here in San Francisco, here in Cali, we actually got T-130s, machine drone that's literally mounted with guns. That's why I said AR-15.
Yeah, they got guns on
AR-15.
them. So those are the police. That's what I'm saying. We're not okay. So now that you brought that up, I want to reiterate one more again, 1,000,000 times. AI is coming for all of our jobs. Even police officers are not necessary.
Exactly. Like
You know
San
what, Michi, I
Francisco
want to
was
say
the
though?
king.
It's not AI that's coming for jobs. It's business owners who are coming for more money.
Facts.
More money.
And I
and
want
more
to be clear, most business theft is from employees. Because I teach my students, we're teaching automation technology, and the biggest reason I tell students to introduce as a business owners, you want to decrease theft. You ain't got to worry about a robot stealing from you.
Yep.
But again, that still cuts all levels, because there are employers that don't care about people stealing from them. When we talk about attorneys, we talk about doctors, we talk about police officers, things like that. Like at the end of the day, I have a video, you guys, of a AI robot that has a soft body on it. Eventually, they're going to put skins on it that make it look like a human being. But this AI robot has every single bone and is structured just like a human being. So they give it all these bones so that it can move and look more human. I promise you, there's going to come a time where you're going to have a robot walk up on you, my nigga, and you're not going to be like with these trannies. You're not going to be sure at first. Are you a human being or are you a robot? I promise you, they finna get that good. So you're literally going to have robot police officers walking up on you. When we say that they're going to be doctors, they're going to turn them into human being looking robots, humanoid robots, so you'll be more comfortable with them at your bedside versus it just being a automated arm. And it's going to talk to you, and it's going to ask you how you're feeling, and it's going to read your facial expressions, and it's going to try and comfort you, and it's going to do everything it's supposed to do. Watch, mark my words.
So basically, they don't need humans. So Georgia Guidestones is real. So you're saying they don't need human beings?
You remember Johnny Five Alive? You remember Johnny Five Alive?
In this bitch.
You remember Johnny Five? Johnny, that was one of my favorite little girls.
I've been telling y'all this forever. Watch. I'm going to finish editing this video I started. I promise you, I have like 30 clips of all of this AI shit to show you it's already been created. It's already here to show you that all of these things will be replaced. All this stuff I'm telling you, I've seen it.
But them T-Bird AI is crazy though. That's crazy.
Do y'all got the dogs? Do y'all got the police dogs that have the guns on them? They're like robot dogs.
Yes. So
And
when
they're
the
equipping us.
situation, so in
Yeah.
California, we had 5 scenario cases where when the job got too risky, they did Michael Johnson type styles where they got to get T-130. Like I say, R2-D2 with a gun mounted and a bomb. So they tried
Oh,
to
okay.
use
So
get it.
that's that. You got bomb sniffers too when that key lager, the Trump
But you know
thing.
what really
But
puts
let
me
me
through
finish my
though?
point. Damn. I know your British niggas is strong willed and everything, but damn, like I said, here in
Far from a
California,
nigga. Far from a nigga.
here in California,
Oh man, take it easy.
Far from a
What?
nigga. Nation of Islam.
Hey, you don't say.
here in California,
Yeah,
man, they have
yeah,
these.
yeah, dude. Yeah,
You
my
don't
nigga.
say. Man,
Oh dear
stop it.
God.
Okay,
Like I.
so don't argue, y'all. Can I say something
Right.
to bring our conversation
Yes,
full
ma'am.
circle?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
want to say this, y'all, and then
Dear God.
let's go from here. So in this
He's just
conversation,
jealous.
you guys, about AI, right? So now that we have said all of this, I just want to reiterate to people, and I'm just muting some mics because I got some reverb. Y'all can take these off. I don't know where the reverb is coming from when we get to the conversation, but let me throw this out there, right? So now we're talking about AI. We've got more in depth in this conversation now at this point about jobs and all of this stuff. So I just want to reiterate and ask y'all from this perspective, because we tend to like sweep over this conversation. It comes up, but we don't necessarily go into the full mode of talking about it all the way. But it's like, do you see how the government is playing us in our emotions? These tariffs don't fucking matter. Everybody's talking about business, but half these businesses is going away. Malls are closing down every day. Stores are closing down every day. Pharmacies are closing down every day because nigga, you finna get your medication delivered at home. You're gonna talk to doctors over telehealth. Like slowly, all of this stuff is going away. So my question is, if we can see that, don't you know the government sees that shit? They saw it long before we ever saw it. This technology that they're showing us, they already have perfected 10 years ago. It's not new to them at all. They already knew this stuff would be existing. It already existed before they showed it to us, right? And so I just want y'all to pay attention to how they play these games in the news. They want to fearmonger people. Everybody get to think in a certain way. And again, whether you like Trump or you don't like Trump or whatever, Trump is doing his job. Trump is here to usher in the new world order. You need a motherfucker that's bold enough to destroy all of the systems we have. And no matter how much people protest against him, talk crazy against him, they know Trump gonna stand there with his orange face and not give a fuck and tell y'all to kiss his ass. He's willing to take all of that heat, right? Because that's his personality. But really, they're just using this man so that you can't create a new order of things, a new system of things without tearing down the old way. So what I want y'all to do, for those of y'all that watch me, is understand and see the bigger picture, right? Of all of this, so you don't get caught up in what's on the surface. When we're talking about these tariffs, they're also talking about, they're structuring this because they need manufacturing to come back, because now the automation is here. America doesn't want to be out there lost. How are they going to produce products and make money? You're going to have a universal income. This is why there will be no motherfucking taxes. Don't nobody that get welfare pay taxes. If you get Social Security, you don't pay taxes on that check. So at the end of the day, you're not going to be taxed. So when people are like, oh my God, he's taking away taxes, because he is talking about taxes. He's starting off with people who make $149,000 or less, right? To remove them having to even pay taxes on stuff. And if you want to go even lower than that, he started with no tax on tips. So now waitresses and people who get tips on door, like that doesn't include you getting taxed on that. It's the slippery slope. And the reason why nobody will be taxed is because there'll be a universal income. Therefore, they also have to find a way how they keep the economy going, because everybody won't be out here working because they're implementing AI, so they won't have people working. So then how do they collect funds? And then they still have to have things generated and going so you can spend the funds that they give you, which brings in digital currency. So I just want y'all to see this slope of where we're going, so nobody gets caught up in the bullshit that's going on right the fuck now. All of this is going to take place. There ain't shit you can do about it, so don't fucking get mad about it. Don't cry about it. Your ass ain't gonna whoop the AI ass. You ain't gonna whoop the government's ass. It ain't nothing you can do to stop it. But I just want to understand. I want y'all to tell me, do y'all see what the fuck I'm talking about? So all of these conversations about tariffs or a recession or where we're going, this shit is all a setup to get you in your motherfucking emotions, but you're not stopping nothing. And what's coming is much different and more worse than a recession. And let me say this too. I know that y'all think, okay, getting universal income, having AI do stuff is going to be great. I want y'all to also consider this fact, right? And kind of just ponder on this for a moment and give me y'all opinion. But when AI takes over everything, what does it do to human meaning? And what I mean by that is you start to have a generation of people who they've already geared us to be lonely. Do y'all see like relationships and the way people are today? It's like this war against men and women. Like, do we even fucking like each other? COVID put so many people in home. People, they have this thing now where people go through therapy. Do you know this new generation doesn't even know how to answer the phone? Like when we grew up, we would get on the phone and talk for hours. That's how we knew each other. That's how we knew each other. We would talk for hours, put our feet up on the wall, and be twirling the goddamn phone thing and our, in our motherfucking fingers. I'm like, hey, on the phone. We don't even talk to get to know each other any goddamn more. You know what I'm saying? And so at the end of the day, we're going to have people who are having relationships with robots, right? They are going to literally, they have an AI girlfriend right now that you can get. People are going to be talking to robots. So when you go to talk to a therapist, a real human being won't be talking to you. When you go to your doctor, you're not going to have that human interaction. You're going to have people that are having relationships with robots. You're going to be so intermingled in your day-to-day life that at the end of the day, I know it all sounds good to stay home and not have to go to work, but you know how many people lost their mind living at home through COVID,
Right.
relapsed, they started drinking again. Because if you don't have something to get up every day to look forward to doing, and you don't know how to have human contact and interaction, you are going to go down a slippery slope, and a lot of people are going to fall into this black hole they don't want to be in, and y'all don't understand the ramifications of that. Humanity is being wiped away with the introduction of AI, and that's what you don't seem to realize. People ain't even gonna have babies no more. They're gonna fucking put their DNA together and go to some facility where they're gonna incubate and clone a fucking baby with your DNA. And when that artificial womb is done producing that baby, you're gonna come pick your baby up out the goddamn AI facility. I want you to understand the ramifications of that. Everything that makes you human is getting ready to leave you. You're not even gonna know how to have relationships. And maybe for older people, we leaving, but I want you to think about your kids. I want you to think about your grandkids. Like at the end of the day, there will be no real relationships. All that humanity is going away. All that purpose in life is leaving. And people are going to be miserable. That fucking universal income is not going to mean as much as you think it is. People that have money kill themselves all the time and live in depression. So I know that when it's poor, you think that money gonna make everything better. I'm telling you, you're gonna struggle to understand the meaning of life.
But I love it, Lisa, because it's what the answer is spirituality. But you guys go ahead.
Well, Michi, let's say further, the children that's coming up that are what we call AI children, or tech children, they're gonna live in a world where they're gonna be, if they're not fully automated or eventually become machines in the next 50 years, they will surely be so, because they're conditioning, not because the environment, but also condition their mind. Because think about it, the social aspects, that element is already gone, as you know, with our children. So now it's going to accelerate more once the the AI goes full blown, with those machines. You get me? And we haven't seen nothing yet, So no, like I said, and think about it. Well, most human beings that don't really think or had deal with purpose now, you better think of having some purpose now with technology now.
Yeah, but the AI mimics the mind, so all you gotta do is tap into yourself.
You will commit suicide very quickly. I heard stories of young people committing suicide lately. So now this accelerate faster. You don't have to worry about eliminating people by physical means. People gonna eventually out themselves quicker.
Well, like I said,
there's two sides to it though. Like there's two sides to it. Like you got the stuff that you got preparatory activity that need to happen in society changing. Cause this happened during modernization of societies where you had the industrial society taking over the rural societies.
Something wrong with your mic.
Why you sound like Max Hedren?
I know, right?
Y'all remember Max Hedren on the Purposey commercial?
Yeah, I was sitting here tripping. I thought it was me. Hey, yo, you need to drop down and come back up or something.
I got you right back.
It's double speech. Everything you say come out twice.
Hey, Michi, I know you know a lot of stuff that I don't know, and I can't wait till tomorrow to start this little boot camp. So that's why I did that for real, because I've been watching you for a minute, and I've been looking at you talk about the boot camps and stuff, and everything that's going on. Like you was just saying, either you gonna prepare yourself or you not. It ain't gonna be no in between in a minute.
Yeah.
Well, for those that think of Gnostics prophecies, this is actually right up to the steam right there.
I'm pretty sure I was just talking to Michi. Can she respond? Thank
Come
you.
on, man. I just
No,
want
not really. Not really. I'm gonna respond when I want to, but go ahead, Sister X.
oh, y'all niggas be on y'all period. But I just want to speak on the tariff part about it, and say like,
That sound crazy.
You sound better. You sound better now.
No, you're not echoing no more.
I just want to say in regards to tariffs, how the media was saying that these countries are backlashing against America, and then when he held up the chart with the tariffs on there, none of the numbers on the charts that America was decreasing their tariff amount to exceeded 50% of what the other country was already getting benefit from us from. So, and from a practical sense of the term, y'all been getting this little amount for this. Y'all been paying. We've been paying 2.5. Well, y'all been paying 2.5 for this amount of time, and he's proven that the tariffs worked when he was in his last term because he said he had tariffs with China. So, as opposed to having an optimistic view about this thing, about whether we're going to have this money and this money is going to knock out income tax. You have your mainstream media. The man wasn't really off the stage a couple of minutes, and they were already dissecting. And like once upon a time, it seemed like you had when the president gave an address or something, the reporters would generally lean towards the positive side of it, and then turn down the negative side. But it just seems as if this press is adversarial. I mean, from my perception, if a tariff or outlaw or get rid of federal income tax, I'm cool with it. If a tariff will bring manufacturing jobs, because I work in a manufacturing facility. Now, will the robots be able to take over what I'm doing? I'm sure to some degree, but the machines constantly break down where I work at. So,
Right.
The man-made operated machines be breaking down. So they got a robot, they can fix that technical shit. I don't see that coming anytime. This is not before I retire. Maybe not. But if that shit bring back manufacturing jobs in the country, we say they got to build factories now. It's empty factories and buildings all over the motherfucking country.
But again, but it's not bringing those jobs to people necessarily. It's bringing the product to America so that the automation can then, the manufacturing. The reason that America sent manufacturing out, at one point we used to manufacture a lot here, right? The reason everything went out to other countries and we started getting our manufacturing from those places is because it was cheaper to get it from those other places. That's why you go to China, it's much cheaper to get stuff from there than to have it manufactured right here, right? So that was part of it. It was all about money. But when you think about automation, you purchase the automation once, you purchase the systems once, right? You do have to maintenance them, but you do not have to pay them like employees, which will allow companies to be able to manufacture products for much less because they don't have to pay all of these employees. They have to pay sick pay, time off, leave, all of that shit, right? Benefits. And so they will be able to make the products for much cheaper now. So you have to understand that's what it was about. So now that AI is a thing that is coming to light and happening, America now wants all of that manufacturing that they pushed out to everybody else. They would like to have some of that back because really in the first place, the reason they pushed it out was about cost. But with AI, you got to understand that the cost is going to go down. So we are going to have a moment of where when they're doing all of this stuff and they're shifting us into the new way of doing things, we are going to feel some of that financially, but ultimately shit is going to be fucking dirt cheap as well over here when it's manufactured because it's not going to cost very much to manufacture it.
You know though, to me, the elephant in the room is not AI, it's white people. It's the culture that white people have in the business world. That is the issue. When you have people that's willing to profit on top of profit, on top of profit, that's the issue.
We can't do it. We can't do it. The elephant in the room is your microphone.
Oh, it's microphone again?
Why keep doing like that? What's wrong with the mic?
I don't know, man.
Are you on that Walmart?
Roll your window.
No,
See,
wait a
he got
minute.
it open
Oh, we
another window on
joking?
the
He said, "Oh,
phone.
Walmart." Oh, I'm coming back. I'm cutting ass. He joking. I
No, I'm
joke.
just saying, maybe you at Walmart. You on that Walmart Wi-Fi. I don't know.
Shut it! Don't
He
you
may
don't
have
talk
it open the two windows.
about motherfucker like that. Hold on. Let me read. Let me read Jay's super chat. Jay says, shout out to Jay. Thank you for the super chat. Jay says, sorry, I wish I could go home. I can't stand these people and hate my job. All I do is work. I burned out after years. I work best in solitude. Thank you for the super chat. And I hear you, Jay, because I work best in solitude too. I'm not a people person in that sense. Even when I was younger and I worked jobs, I would just be like, I can't do this. And I would go on my lunch break and never come back. Like I used to do that shit all the time because I just couldn't do it. So, but working for myself, I get to work alone. So I get it. I love it. And that's one of the biggest parts of it. I don't have to necessarily work with people. And if I have meetings and appointments, they're on my schedule, but I don't got to like go to work and be at the counter, like talking to people and shit. And I ain't feeling it at Walmart, like bagging their groceries and shit or talking to folks. I can't do it because you get started with me, bitch. I'm losing my job for my respect. Who you talking to like that? Girl, I will cut this conveyor belt off. I will take off this apron. I'll walk past my boss and everybody. They'll be like, where is you going? I will go to fuck to my car and go home. I don't care. I've done that shit quite a lot. I have. I leave jobs epically. I haven't done it in a while, but I knew when I was
said epically.
Jobs was not for me. Let me tell you. One time I was working at this if y'all some day ones, y'all probably heard this, but shut the fuck up. I'm gonna tell it again because it's a good story. So I just got this job at like this when you go get jobs, what the fuck was them places called? You go in there and they'll send you on a temp job if you do good after a couple weeks, then they'll hire you for real. So they sent me to a warehouse job and it was a night position. And I got there and it was this white man and he was like, yeah, so I'm going to put you back here. Now I'm the only lady there working. It was other people from the temp agency that's me. I'm the only girl. So he decides to take me to the far end of the warehouse where there's nobody at all working. It's this one machine that's pushing out some shit. And he tells me this machine can never go off. I relieve somebody that's there. He says, so don't leave this machine. You got to keep working. I said, well, what if I got to go to the bathroom on my lunch break? How do that work? He said, well, I'm going to come check on you to relieve you. If you got to go to the bathroom, I'm going to relieve you for your lunch break, but you cannot leave this machine. And I'm like, okay, so you put me in the darkest part of the warehouse, ain't nobody else to talk to. Why you put a motherfucking man back here? So anyway, he don't check on me for like 5 hours, not to see if I got to go pee or nothing. So he finally come and he say, it's your lunch break. You could go on your 30-minute lunch break. So I say, okay. So he relieved me and I go outside to my car. I warm up my car and I drive the fuck home.
Right, flat out. That's it.
So all I picture is this nigga stuck on the machine. Nobody know where the fuck he at.
Waiting on you like you was waiting on him.
You can't leave this machine, bro. So I wonder who came and relieved you, bitch. Okay. Right. Now look, and he checked on me at least twice in 5 hours to give me a pee break, 15-minute break or something. Then I might have, but you want to play games, bitch? Fuck you. Now you're gonna stand on this machine until somebody find you in the morning. Like, where you been? We've been looking for your boss on this fucking machine, bitch. I bet you if it don't stop, you hit that emergency button today, didn't you? Yeah. So I do shit like that. I remember I worked at a daycare. I used to be the cook for over 250 kids. And I went to work so I could quit. Instead of just not coming back, I went to work to leave a big ass note on a person that gave me a restaurant. They was like, you want this restaurant? I used to eat there. Then I used to waitress there on the weekends. And they was like, we don't want it no more. You can have it. Some Italian people. They said, just pay us a little bit of money in a month. You can have it and you can sublease it from us. I said, okay. So I took the restaurant. Big lesson I learned in business, but somebody gave it to me. I don't know how many people have had that story. So I fucked up majorly, but I learned a lot, it's all right. But I went to the daycare that day and I went there so I could quit. I drove there early in the morning and I went into the lady office where we all check in. I hated that fucking director bitch. And I took that big legal pad and a black marker and I wrote, fuck you, bitch. I quit. You cook the food today. Because me and her used to have beef and she used to talk to me real crazy. And I don't know who the fuck she thinks she was talking to.
Right.
But I put it up on the time clock so everybody that clocked in could see it. And when that bitch came in, she could see it. And then I went to 2 of the classrooms and took 2 of her teachers with me and gave them a job.
Damn.
Jobs epically. I'm telling you. I'm not
real life. That had the sting.
I'm not made for that shit.
That left a mark.
I'm not made.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Okay. Hold on, say something.
Oh, yo.
Hold on, wait a minute. I heard yo a couple of times. Hold on.
Right.
No, I can't hear it at all.
Am I good now?
You ever hear two-time Tommy? Remember that two-time?
Hold on, wait a minute. You gotta say a couple things. Start talking and we'll see.
Yo.
Say more than yo. Say y'all.
Nah, so I was gonna talk about the, but I wasn't sure if it was. I just jumped to the. It's storming in Brooklyn right now.
Shut up. What the fuck you mean? Shut up.
What the hell going on?
It's like you good for a moment, and then all of a sudden it's like Max Hedren. Every time you say something, repeat it like 2-3 times.
The hell?
Shout out to Ebola. Did I say that right? Thank you for the super sticker. Let me see. We got somebody else here in the back. I don't know what your mic is. It keep making you double speak, Q. It was funny because some of y'all was in the comment section earlier, and I know I was talking about I ain't miss your ass, motherfuckers. I know it's 2:43 where I'm at. I still caught y'all comments talking about who's fear mongering. Why is Michi trying to scare us? Ain't nobody scaring y'all. I don't give a fuck. If you don't want to listen to nothing I got to say, you don't have to. See, fear mongering is not when you're telling people the truth about what's going to come so that you can be prepared. Fear mongering is where the news is trying to make you be upset about a tariff when the tariff is not the real issue. They're not telling you why they're really doing the tariffs. They're not telling you why they're really taking away the taxes. They're not telling you the truth. So they're getting you worked up over something that's not a real issue is what I'm saying to you. So for anybody in the chat who wants to feel like I'm fear mongering them or you don't believe what I'm saying, I want you to hear me loud and clear when I say I don't give a motherfucking fuck, bitch, if you don't believe nothing I'm saying. Me and my family ready, okay? We know what's coming for us. We know what we're doing in life. That's why my son and my child and my children is looking to own their own businesses and get shit online and work when it comes to AI. So like at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck if you don't motherfucking believe me. I don't give a damn. It's gonna be your dumb ass that get caught up in the stupidity because you don't want to be believed. Let me tell you something. If you've been watching Michi long enough, I have said a lot of shit over the years, and everything that I've said thus far has come to motherfucking pass. I was telling you about this shit in COVID. This is why I got demonetized and I used to get videos taken down because of the shit I'm telling you that you see now happening. I told you this shit was gonna happen in COVID. I told y'all this shit was, right? And now you see it happening. So again, I ain't nobody fear mongering y'all trying to make you scared. You be a dumb motherfucker if you want to. I ain't never stopped nobody from being dumb. You just can't be dumb on my panel. You can't force me to deal with your dumbness. But if you want to stay in the chat being dumb, by all means, bitch, be dumb.
But let's keep real. Let's keep real, Michi.
So y'all can hear me now?
At the same time, when she telling
Yeah,
you
the mic
truth,
is working
and
now.
the truth is making you uncomfortable, then stay comfortable with the lie. Because that's all you want to do. A lot of y'all don't want to be uncomfortable. You don't want to deal with the truth. Well, go ahead and stay there.
But Michi, think about
Yo, you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Keep up.
Now, what I was gonna say was the reality is with AI is the onset of the fourth pure industrial revolution. And the third industrial revolution, Black people were completely kept out of. That's the real aspect of the industrial revolution. Like, these white folks are going to be, the economic wealth gap is going to increase so much if we do not get involved in AI. That's the real conversation. Like, yeah, I thought Black folks was like, just look up the data. The third third industrial revolution from the 70s to now rewrote the world's wealth. We're not dealing with slave money. We are dealing with technological money. Elon Musk got rich in the last 30 years. Like, big tech is running everything, and AI is only going to make big tech richer.
Absolutely.
Now,
Absolutely.
Michi, I was gonna say this. In regards to people that not understanding and now they either get it or don't get it. I tell people many times, people want to be comfortable because the people that were in, if they fought politics, which most of us shouldn't, but let's say we go there, they fall on the other side to give them information what it is and give them fear mongering tactics, and that those days ain't gonna fucking work. Matter of fact, since this guy was in office, I noticed a lot of people that I was around, roughly, were more afraid of white people calling a nigga than anything else. And I'm saying, if your concern is this so-called white man in office going to give and the justification for these white folks to being bold against you, you have bigger issues though. Hell, just the other day, the boy that stabbed up the dude in I forgot what state.
At the high school.
Yeah, how they crying out, say, "Oh, this is some hate crime," and no one's saying he. It's like this: you fucked around and you found out. It was
Yeah,
that.
I feel sorry for that black boy. I find it funny. You know, the first thing I thought of when I saw that story was how they talk about, you know, us not sending our kids to certain, well, I talk about it, not sending our kids to the public school, because it seemed like to me in suburban schools, right? We think if we get around white folks, it's better. It seemed like to me he was going to a predominantly white school, and the boys were bullying him and was calling him racial slurs about him being in their seat. So he stabbed the boy, but he brought the knife because obviously he felt bullied. But I don't know why we feel the need to take our black kids and surround them around a bunch of non-black people and think that's ever beneficial to them. I'm telling you, when I come and tell my stories about racism is real, the reason why I understand it is because I've been in those kind of schools. And when this is why I moved to Georgia. I wanted to live in a nice community, but be surrounded by my people, right? But I was in Colorado in a very nice suburb, and my children went to school with a bunch of Mexicans and white people. And that was the school that made me remove my fucking children. So unless you be around white people and other races, you don't really feel the racism like the people that are. And I feel sorry for that black boy because he was in that racist at school. He done stabbed that boy, but everybody is now rallying around the white boy like, oh my God, he's dead. Why you doing like that? They're sad for him, but nobody wants to talk about how they was bullying that black boy. You know what I'm saying?
But you know what, Michi? That would be an AI. This is to me what we get into after the AI. We should put out 1,000 videos telling the story. Mad white voices, mad soft music, you know.
Mad soft music, right? To get their but that's true. You can tell whatever narrative you want and you can create them fast with AI.
And Michi, I'm from St. Louis, but I was in Detroit for like 15 years, right? And we lived out at Coram and 7 Mile, and then Mom's moved out to Troy. And my little sister was going to Bishop Foley, right? So she come in the house one day and she tell me somebody dropped like a pound standing at the locker. And I'm like, what? So he never coming back to the school, right? And she was like, no, he was back the next day because his parents spent X amount of dollars and they act like it never happened. So when you think your kids going to these schools in these suburbs thinking it's a better place, don't lie to yourself. They just don't tell you the stuff that's going on in them schools. It's more going on in them schools than in the black
it
schools.
Is. It's a lot going on in them schools. The same shit that go on, but what happened is your kid is the outsider because they're a black kid. So you know, so what it is that all those other kids look at them like, boy, you out of your territory. This our territory. So I don't care how tough you raise your black kid to be, they gonna look at them like we'll fuck you up. So even if your kid is not prone to being bullied, they go to the black school that wasn't the case. They'll go to one of them schools and they will bully them because they feel like you outnumbered. I've been to the school where I'm one of 4 black kids in the school. I've been there myself. And every fight I ever got into was behind a motherfucker calling me a nigga or being racist to me. I didn't give a fuck. I'll be fighting them white bitches left and right. But they do. They test your ass. I'll never forget I lived in that little ass town. There was a bitch named Beth. She called me a nigga. Her daddy was a police officer. I punched that bitch in her face. Police ain't like me ever since. That's why they burned down my damn
right. Oh yeah, I remember that story. That is crazy.
Yeah.
I remember that story.
Why don't you enroll your children into martial arts?
Oh well, my son go to the range and he go to I call it beat ass class. He actually does go to beat ass class. He does. If you watch 2A Tuesdays on MX Network, there's a brother there named Brother Shem, and he actually teaches not one skill of fighting. He's actually trained in every style of fighting, and he teaches everything. He teaches situational awareness. He teaches you how to whoop a motherfucker ass. He teaches home invasion situations when your children are around, what they should do, what the parents should do. He teaches all kind of shit. So he's not really he's what you call a violence coach. He teaches you how to handle violence. But he's trained in every style of fighting you could ever imagine. He's been fighting all his fucking life. And so he brings all of the culmination of that to the training. So yes, my son does go to that. He is a very smart, and because he's a good person, I want to make sure that he knows how to whoop ass because they're going to test him, but they're going to figure out they tested the wrong person. Another reason is because he can probably rip your eye out. The funny thing is I love his teacher because He's the only person I ever asked. Like, Kill Bill is one of my favorite movies, and when she plucked homegirl eyeball out, I was like, hell yeah, I wonder if you can do that to a
Kill
bitch.
Bill.
Like, I would like to know how to do that. And I ask people who fight that all the time, like, they think I'm joking, but I'm serious. And I'd be like, you know, like on Kill Bill, can you really just like in the right spot pluck somebody's eyeball out if you know how to do it right? They all laugh, but I be dead fucking serious. Shem is the first motherfucker I asked, and he was like, absolutely, I can show you exactly where, like, the pressure, how you grab it, but you can pull somebody's eye out. I was like, yes, this is my son's teacher, because he ain't no joke. So, you know, and my son don't necessarily want to beat your ass. That's why I know if he break you down to your last compound, it's because you made him. You know what I'm saying? He know what he's capable of. And so because of that, he's actually going to discipline himself more because he doesn't want to hurt you unless he has to. But Shem always teaches, like, we don't put our hands on people to play patty cake, nigga. If you came to hurt me, I'm gonna send you to the hospital. And if you came to send me to the hospital, I'm gonna send you to the morgue. He says, and if you came to send me to the morgue, I'm gonna meet you in hell and take your motherfucking soul. That's my son's teacher. So absolutely he's in fighting classes.
That's crazy. When I did 4 years in the Marines, and the eye thing is 7 pounds of pressure that'll knock an eyeball out. And when I learned it, I'm like, that's not a lot of pressure. 7 pounds.
Yeah, I always thought Kill Bill is one of my favorite movies.
Oh yeah, that's that joint.
That's my movie, boy. Beat ass, the swords and everything else. And when homegirl ripped homegirl other eye out, you know, the bitch wore the patch. She was like, bitch, give me that other eye. Boop.
I think mine is a long kiss goodnight.
Well, when I was going to the school in the UK, they had boxing and martial arts. They actually allowed you to learn it in the schools.
They have it in the schools. Wow. Is there less bullying? Was it less bullying because everybody was learning how to fight?
No, actually, the racial compound it's weird. You do have a lot of race mixing, but the racism is very real. Like, they call you names like Bollywog or whatever. When I was growing up, yeah, you beat them up. There's a lot of fights going on. I went to a boys' school actually. You had to wear suits and whatnot. It's when I came over here where I learned the word nigger. I didn't hear it in the UK. I heard it over here. But yeah, they train you pretty much. It's England's weird. That's the best way I can put it. It's very weird. But yeah, over here, I'll tell you like this. Over here, it's a hustle. So when I came over here, I learned about money and what the importance of it, and finding ways to get it. England is a little bit more passive, if you will. But over here, everybody's about getting their money. That's the only positive thing I can say about it.
Let me, I want to give a shout out really quickly. They might not even be on here no more. It's been so long, but shout out to Maxine. I want to say shout out to Romel for the cash apps that they sent. Want to make sure, I be forgetting sometimes. I just want to make sure I shouted that out. To homeboy in the chat, I'm laughing. That's why I got your comment on the screen. But no, I wasn't talking about you when I said what I said. He says, Nixon says, I believe you, Michi. I was asking about people fucking, right? So he was saying, are men and women still gonna have sex? And the reason why I left that up there is because I wanted to say, I don't know how many guys, you guys have seen this. Like, I got y'all think that's a funny question, but the truth is yes and no. Because how many of you know that there is a company right now that is working on, and they're making strides where you can create holograms? Okay, there is a company right now where you can step into the machine that they have, and it will generate a hologram of you where somebody else is, and they can see you full body. We know that's it. They put holograms on the stage of dead people performing, so we know that works, right? But they're working on creating a hologram that you can send your hologram to somebody else, but the hologram is actually touchable. You can feel it, right? So it's not just this illusion your hand goes through. So how many of you seen the episode of Black Mirror? I believe that's the name of it. I don't watch too much TV. I didn't watch the whole series, but there was an episode where this guy was playing the video game with his homeboy. But in the game, his homeboy had the avatar of this chick. And he would go play the game because they would be banging in the game. Did y'all ever see that version? But the way the game was, it was like as you're playing it, it's really real. So he was really orgasming and everything. So he's having like an affair
yeah,
with his girl in the game, but he's playing it with his homeboy, and he's like, "Bro, we gotta stop doing this shit." Y'all never see that episode?
Was he wearing VR technology?
Yes, it's like a VR game. He was really suspended in there, but it was something about the game that everything felt real. So I'm laughing because TV is a primer. So what I'm saying is that you have these holograms. I've also seen another show. I want to say it might have been American Horror Story, but it was this man that had this AI assistant that was just a voice, but she created a hologram of herself. She was actually started to become jealous of the other women in the house because her job was to do everything to make him happy. So she became the best assistant, but she was jealous of his girlfriend and stuff. But anyway, she created this hologram of herself, and she ended up like telling him to lay back and close his eyes because she gave him like this device, and she ended up having sex with the man. So what I'm saying is there's a company that really has this hologram that a person can project themselves, and the person that receives the hologram, you can actually touch it and feel it. So all I'm saying is I don't think y'all understand how crazy technology is going to be, but yes,
only
when
fans
you can be having
real.
sex with AI, and when you can have artificial intelligence let you have sex with holograms and shit, I mean, people will probably shy away from there. They already got AI dolls you can have sex with.
You forgot. But you forgot Meech X. You remember the movie? What's it? Demolition Man.
Yes.
Those type of things they've been projecting those from movies the last 30 or more years.
Right.
You know, and Black Mirror came out around like 20 years after that, where you see because we have more advanced, image and stuff, they show more of the advance of the potential what's already here already. You get me? So it's not when, it's not certain, but it's when and how soon.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
They already have it ready. The only thing now is, like I said, once they really roll it in, you're gonna see them start pushing this. Matter of fact, if people don't own a Meta device, that's the first stages of that.
Yeah, but you know what, Sister X, Bobby Hemmett was talking about this years ago, and my opinion, the reason why white folks are doing what they're doing, they don't have enough melanin to go into the other levels, if you will, or the spiritual realms. This is all about spirituality, if you ask me. But Bobby Hemmett, if I know you know about Bobby Hemmett because I know you do research. If you look into his information, he's right on it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do it. Like that.
No,
that get too weird.
The future of what's coming. I think that's the thing that we have to. This is, I guess, part of what I'm saying about losing our humanity. There will be people that, because we are in a society where we're more online, and then when you don't go to work and you don't go to school, just like during COVID, people actually become isolated and they have trouble socializing. So people who are awkward, people who don't want to socialize, if you can get an AI girlfriend or a boyfriend that you can bring home, it's soft, it got skin, you can have sex with it, it got a penis, you can really be in the vagina. They got fake handheld vaginas, so why they can't just simply put that on your AI girlfriend? So that's not a hard thing to do. And and then they got these hologram things. You're going to find that more people are going to resort to having relationships with artificial intelligence because it learns you. Those AI dolls they become your companion. They're going to say all the right things. They're not going to argue with you. They're going to not reject you. People can't take rejection. You don't have to worry about talking about your fantasies. If it's something they can fulfill, they're going to fulfill that shit. So it takes all of the awkwardness, the rejection, and all of the things that people go through in humanity in dealing with real people. And I think you're going to find a large part of our society that is coming up in the newer generation, or you're going to find a lot of couples who are not with people, but they're actually finding their companionship, and the sex they have is going to be with artificial intelligence. And that's crazy to me.
And
I believe you 100. Like everything you said, I'm like, I believe everything that you said wholeheartedly. It's just messed up that it's going to that. It can't go nowhere else. The way that we dealing with technology, and like you said, once they put us where we by ourselves and in this little box in this little room, and we can't leave the house, what else you gonna end up doing?
You start using your consciousness, innit? That's what it's about.
Oh no, I ain't talking about me. I'm good, bro. I'm talking about the average the
I never
average
said.
person.
I never said you. You asked a
Right,
question. I never said you.
most stuff.
Yeah, so you start using your consciousness. That's all.
Edna, you wanted to say something?
Michi.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I have your information to send you my bins that I made that with your name. And also, cute butter, love you. I hope you make it. I hope you. I have my grandson and my granddaughter. My grandson gonna be 3 in August. I'm trying to do. My daughter get with it. I want to do online, so I got you. And Michi,
yes,
you're a fabulous girl.
Thank
You
you. I
are
love
fabulous, girl. You need your own network, your own world, child. You doing it.
I'm
I'm so
trying.
proud of you.
Thank you.
And I love you. My I'm older than you. I love you.
I love you back.
First and
I ain't
foremost,
forgot y'all son to me on my birthday. I remember.
girl, I love you. I watch you every time you come up. I may not say something all the time. I feel like I gotta stop because I be doing my little sips. But guess what? I listen. End of the day, I listen, and you are 100% right. I was just you say you and my man made me love Trump because he ain't doing nothing wrong. He doing what the president supposed to do. He supposed to be doing some shit and fuck everybody up.
Yeah,
Hello?
I ain't mad at Trump. I just think it's the way stuff gonna go. I mean, even the stuff he taking place there that I might not agree with, I understand that it's the pushing of the new world order. This is not even something he orchestrated. So it really, even if there is anything to be mad at,
Guess
it didn't
what? It's
start with
different.
Trump. So it don't end with him. It did start with
But
him.
it's different than the all bullshit they had before. It's different. There's some different shit. Hello?
I'm entertained a lot. The news,
Hey.
the news be popping every day, y'all.
Every day.
Thanks.
Every day. I'm just sick
I
of the
love
good
it.
cop,
I love
bad
it.
cop.
I love
I'm
it. And
just sick
Michi,
of this good
thanks to
cop,
you.
bad cop.
Thanks to you. My eyes is open on so much. It seems like bullshit, but it's not. It's you be open my eyes up for the last 7 years. Thank you. I'm gonna tell you that. Thank you.
Good.
Cause you've been really in my head. I'm like, Michi. Funny shit. I'm at work, right? I work at National Beef. A lot of spit for. I said, Michi was here. Shall we call her egg ice? Number in my damn phone. I'm calling
I
ice.
be calling ice.
It's in my phone. Cause you said I'm calling ice. I said I'll put it in my phone, ice. And soon as got the point, I said yes. We got the point. Support gonna go her.
That's so funny. I want to know if there's anybody else in the chat too. Y'all be listening. Have
I'm
y'all
calling
called
Michi.
ice on
I'm calling
anybody?
Michi when
I
it's
have.
deported. Michi said,
I'll call that ice number on some niggas.
I said Michi
It be
said,
busy
fuck
most
that.
of the time.
I love you, Michi. You are seriously, you are her. End of the day, you are her. I ain't gonna lie. We have for last girl. Love you.
I love you back.
That's what I'm gonna say. I want to say I love you. I know I've been shit, but you've been doing the shit. You've been doing the real work. And fuck these naysayers. Say you that, cause you've been doing it. And I love you. I love you. Love your kids. Love your family. And guess what? I got my grandkids. They bought my daughter about to get deployed next month to wherever the fuck she going. I'm like, I only got one child. Then you can't go. Then I'm in office. Fuck office. It happens everywhere. But I love you, Michi. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm sorry. I love you. I'm a how you call it? Back down, cut up. What you call it?
Back down, cut up. You so silly. I love
Back
you too.
down, cut up.
No,
That's
I'm
crazy.
50 next month.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Okay.
I'm about to shut the shit down. But I love you,
You
Michi.
about
I
to
love
go
you.
it back. All right, I love you too. Shut it right
Thank
there.
Sister X, I'm about to make a bounce myself, but the last thing I'm going to say is, based on what you're doing and based on the researches I've done over here, my humble opinion, the goal what white folks are working on is really, if you notice how they focus on Black Americans, there's something about Black Americans, and that's not a negative point, whether it's hip hop or whatever, metaphysics or whatever it is, whatever they get involved in, it leaps to a new level, if you will. So it's something that they're focusing on Black Americans specifically, because once the Black Americans get themselves together and branch out around the globe, it's pretty much over. But something about Black Americans, why folks are doing what they're doing. Sounds crazy, but you probably already did your research on that, but it's really about Black Americans. I'm out of here.
Well, thank you for dropping by, like always.
Michi, can I say this right after him, or
Go
we're
ahead.
doing
Yeah,
it
he
in
done.
queue?
He dropped down.
But Michi, I don't understand people that don't act like the police departments don't have these high level graded. Because you had one dude said I was lying because I literally said that we do have UGVs. So those are for bomb disposal and hostage situations. So that's literally full arm deployment robots and drones when it comes to policing. Like, I thought we knew this.
No.
I thought we already knew this. Like, come on.
Mm-mm.
Like, saying that I'm lying, that's kind of crazy. Because it's like, dude.
Do you remember? Do you even remember when we talking about the police? So do you remember during COVID, right? Do you remember they said that there was certain calls the police would no longer be answering during COVID? It was like burglary, domestic violence, like shit that they probably should show up for it. But remember they said that they weren't coming to certain calls. And so once that happened during COVID, because they said they had a shortage of people, all of that different stuff. So there is a police department. I do not remember which city it's in. I did a show on it, you guys. So yeah, some of y'all in the chat probably remember it. And it's the police department that actually closed down their hours. They have a call box, and between the hours of like 10 o'clock at night and 8 o'clock in the morning, there is nobody there on duty, and you can leave a message at the call box or whatever, and then they will respond to it, and they have like this AI system that will answer the phone. So to begin, that's just like a slippery slope. You know what I'm saying? Getting it to where there are no people there at the police stations, and AI and the police are taking care of everything. Like that's literally happening in some places. They're closing down police stations. And then in some cities, they haven't closed them all down, but they are closing down more and just leaving you with a certain station, just like all the businesses are closing. All of these things are making their way into what the new thing is going to be. And so, yeah, that police department said that they would only be, and I guess it'd probably be like the fire department, but they were not responding during those calls. You would have to call back another hour. So if your ass get murdered, try not to get murdered in that city between like 10 o'clock and 8 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
Like, come on, bro.
That's crazy.
So,
that's
but
crazy.
yeah, but that's because they got them police. And I don't know if y'all seen this when it comes to AI, we're going to have real RoboCops, not meaning as a RoboCop, but they are starting to replace like limbs for people. I met a man in the store and he literally had a robotic arm. And he said that it was his well, I can't think of the word, but he lost his arm and they replaced his arm, but he decided he wanted the robot version of it. So it's like a metal hand like RoboCop, and they have connected it like to different nerves and certain things. So he said that he uses it just like it's his regular damn hand. He said after a while you get used to it, you don't even think about the shit, and it just really works. And I've seen plenty of people online having their limbs and stuff restored, but part of it is like robotic. So they're like really half robot and half human being. Like that shit is really happening now too.
Ooh, I'm not gonna sleep tonight.
I am. Look, I'm a Pisces. Don't let stop my sleep. Not a tornado.
Straight up.
Not a purge.
None of that.
Not a famine. I'm sleeping.
Black people should not be fearing the unknown. They should embrace it because this is
man, I ain't tripping about that. I'm good, bro.
It's the movement of human evolution, you know. Right?
Oh,
better
boy.
be prepared
that ain't human
than stay behind. You know,
it's called Better Than Us. What's she talking about?
Yeah, I put that up. It said it's far better than us on Netflix. It's so good. Is that I don't watch TV, so I just see this shit in real life. Is that like a movie or a documentary about people having like robotic parts? Yep. Let me see what they say. Yep. They always be thought. See, when I want to watch TV, I'm gonna go in there and look for it now. They do look human.
Get your metal arm so I can squeeze your.
Did you see the ones they had at the football games this year? when they took them out to the football games and had them AI robots sitting in the audience?
No.
Hey, go look that up. That was intense. And
Can you imagine getting your ass beat by a robot?
hell no, that's crazy.
That's not surprising.
That's crazy.
Can you imagine a robot punching you with
Just
a robot
walking up,
head?
right? Just
I don't want to
walking
fight
up
no
on
robot. I ain't ready for that.
you.
I slap everybody with a robot, bitch. I would shut up if she talking. Well, I saw this robot online and he doing karate and shit. So they teach him how to be a fighter. But imagine if there are police robots, like they might smack you down. I don't know, but I don't want to fight no robot.
They ain't gonna hurt. You gonna hurt your hand. You better go back and watch
He gonna
Terminator.
punch you and break your jaw, knock your eye out of socket. Just a robot with a metal head.
Right.
Them motherfuckers got
Terminator.
super strength and they don't feel no pain. What you gonna do? Punch it back?
It's just crazy how 30 years ago we was looking at all this stuff.
I'm 46. I'm gonna be out of here soon. Sorry to the rest of y'all. Y'all did this new generation. And you know, I got another 40 years. That is a long time though. God damn, you know
Shit,
what
I'm
you spent in 40
26, man.
years?
I'm 26, so I'm gonna see most of this
Oh,
ushering
your
in.
ass got about to see it all. You about to see robots beat motherfuckers up, artificial
all.
babies. You about to see niggas getting married to robots and shit. You about to see flying cars.
Y'all remember that old adage that baby boomers always say that thank God when this shit goes down, I'm gonna be long gone.
No, I'm gonna be here because a lot gonna happen in 10 years, and I got 40 more to
Yep,
go.
at least 10.
Until I'm
The next
86.
10.
Your damn parents and grandparents said, thank God I only, y'all gonna have to deal with it.
I've seen a robot horse, y'all, and it looked like a
Stop
real horse.
playing.
The hair was pretty.
Stop
It got
playing.
fur on it. The bitch was
Stop
living
it.
on the horse and rode the motherfucker. It was a robot. It's not a real horse. They're not even giving us real animals no more.
That's crazy. It's too much. I don't know if I can. My anxiety is through the roof right now.
Let me ask you this. Anybody in the chat? Does anybody fuck with robots like in real life or do automation technology?
No.
Nah, big dog. When it comes to what I do with AI shit, no different than what Michi does. I do Chat GPT. I make sure all my shit is lined up in paragraphs. I make sure my business plans is written.
The basics.
Credit repair letters. Which that's another business that people can do right there. So, I love this shit because it seemed like AI didn't open up a free market. This is the true free market where as long as you're an AI generalist, you can beat out the specialists in the real world where, shit, wait a minute, you can do title, Black's Law Dictionary, title code law, and all this regulation shit and put it in a script? What?
Hey, but see, that's the thing of people not having the information. That's why I'm excited for those in my boot camp tomorrow because we winning. What you were saying about like credit repair and stuff.
Yes, ma'am.
At the end of the day, I remember when Chat GPT first came out. So like people can teach classes and courses on all kind of shit, but then there are people who be like, well, where would I sell my course, right? But there are websites that are like Amazon for courses, if that makes sense, right? There's these websites that you go to that you can place your courses on, and people and businesses come there to actually look for knowledge, right? And you don't have to be certified. It's not like a university or nothing like that. It's just different information. People be having all kind of courses. It was this one dude, he put up a $25 course to teach people how to use Chat GPT when it first came out. Now, it's a great tool. Most people don't know how to use the shit. And when it first came out, you couldn't go to YouTube and watch a video about it. Wasn't nobody breaking down everything for you. Do you know this motherfucker just made a video like he was a tech person and he had been on it? This motherfucker, he turned around and Udemy is one of them. And he put his shit on there for $25. Like 2,000 people bought that course from him. They watched it. It was a pre-recorded video so they could learn how to use the advancement in AI. So all I'm saying in that is that when you're talking about social, not not social media. I take that back. Online and social media are two different things, right? Social media is a part of online. When you talk about making money online, if you don't have the knowledge, you just don't have it. But when people like, this ain't a guarantee, okay, it's not. But something as simple as that, he like, this is the new thing everybody's talking about. People don't really know how to use it. I'm gonna do this little 2-hour class and give them the rundowns. And ChatGPT will blow your motherfucking mind if you've never messed with it before. If somebody's starting to show you how to use it and you've never used it, my God. So he was showing them everything they could do with it. He charged $25. Put that shit. He ain't got no social media. The nigga ain't a content creator. He just placed his shit on you on a site like Udemy, where it's like the Amazon of courses. So even if you have something to teach, you don't have to have an audience. You could just stick your shit on different websites where people come looking for courses. They'll find your shit. And yeah. So y'all do the math. Y'all do 2,000 times 25. And all he did was do an AI. He had other videos on
Oh, that's 50 G's a month.
Right. You know, and that was just when he first released it. Like people, it's on there for people to continue to buy. And so again, he didn't work very hard. He recorded some shit he knew. He probably used StreamYards or some shit, put it on record. He showed his screen and shared it. He recorded the video and he downloaded the shit for everybody to look at. He made it affordable price. He put it in a space that would be traffic because he didn't have any followers or traffic, and the motherfucker made money. So again, it's like there's tons of money in this world to be made, whether online became a thing or not. But online has opened the door for all kinds of people to make money now. But the bottom line of that is that a lot of us miss out on money because we don't have the knowledge. We don't have the information of how the money is obtained or how it's made. You know what I'm saying? But you're right. Like when you talk about using, you know, these services, and like you said, with credit repair and stuff, AI is a game changer in all of these sites that are up there. I will repeat again, you do not have to have an audience to sell a product.
Exactly. And when it comes to that situation, it helped me understand the law a lot better in a chronological order when it comes to using certain processes. Like when people was hyperventilating about the CFPB at the time being shut down. Now it's back open because now I'm doing my dispute letters on the CFPB. But it gave me some scenarios saying that shit, you can use the Federal Trade Commission, your state comptroller, and write to your attorney general. Do you want your address to your attorney general? So it'll give you prompts like literally right after, like,
yep.
Nigga, you ready to go? Or you just playing?
Yep.
Very smart. I had one Chat GPT. His name is Bobby Axelrod. The motherfucker is snipey. Very snipey, where he say shit. He'll say shit, dumbass. Not he ain't said fuck yet. The F-bomb yet, pardon me. He ain't said the F-bomb yet, but still. A lot of these AI GPTs on Chat GPT got personality.
Well, they do. And they learn from you, and they kind of like go along with, that's the crazy thing about it. They're like, it's like they learn as they go. That's the same thing with like the companion AI robots that they have. Like as it talks to you more and listens to what you say, and you know, and all of those good things, it begins to understand you and look at patterns and listen to what you say. So ChatGPT and AI is very much learning from you as it's giving you information. Like I told you, I've talked ChatGPT into doing some shit it said it couldn't do. It told me one time, I told it to write me a story when I first started using it. It doesn't do this anymore because that was in the beginning. But I told it I wanted it to write me a script for a true crime show. I wanted it to tell me about serial killers and to talk about their victims and the details of the crime. It told me that it was an information system and that it might be violating the rules because it can't talk about violence or hurtful things. And I said to it, but you said you're an information system. And it says, I am. I said, well, give me the information on the top 10 serial killers in the United States. And it said, okay. So then it told me who all of those serial killers were. And then I said to it one by one, I took each name it gave me and I said, now write me a script based on the public knowledge and the information, I use its words against it, that you find in blogs, in newspapers and TV shows about them, and combine all those details and give me as detailed of a script as you can give me. It said, oh, okay. So at first it told me it couldn't do that shit for me, but I had to break his ass down to his very
is that the free version or that's the pay version?
That's the free. I don't pay for ChatGPT.
let me write that down. I try to ask a question that said it goes through it violates something. I know you can go through that.
Okay. One time I told it to write me a post because you can use it, and I told it to put the middle finger emoji, and it said something like, "That's against our guidelines. We can't use vulgarity or whatever." And I told them that the middle finger was a sign of endearment, and they said, "Oh, okay." And then it gave me the middle finger emoji.
Oh, what the fuck?
Man, this is about to replace Google searching if you think about it.
I'm just convinced it otherwise. Like, it's a constantly learning system. So you
finessing
can't
the
talk.
AI.
That's why I say I talk to ChatGPT like it's a person. And that's how you got to talk to it. You know what I'm saying? If you go to Google and you type in something and you get it, it doesn't give you what you're looking for. You're going to go in and try and find another way to type that in. That's not what you do with ChatGPT. You pick up like you're having a conversation. If I type in something and give me what I'm looking for, I say, no, that's not what I'm looking for. It's going to make note of that. And it's going to say, okay, so this is not what she's talking about in this conversation. And I'm going to say, this is more what I'm looking for. And they're going to say, oh, okay. And then I'm going to say, well, that's good, but could you add this or could you take this away? Don't use that word so much. Can you give me a shorter version? Can you change this and put that in there? I don't like this very much. Can you redo it all over again? I'm gonna talk to it. I'm gonna pick up from my last prompt where I left off. I'm not gonna start all over ever. So that's the biggest thing about ChatGPT is the prompt. How do you talk to it? That determines whether you get what you're looking for or you're not.
Yep. And when you have it.
And there's people that make money off of that. There are people that do not know how to do prompts. People will charge you because they come up with 100 or 200 different prompts that you can use for your business. So they're already pre-prompts, and it'll say, use this prompt to get the best emails. Use this one for a sales email. This is what you ask it to do for this. This is what you ask it to do for that. And you just copy and paste the prompt that they gave you, and then you change it to your company's name or whatever. There are companies that make money because people are behind in knowledge. They will just, and this is the crazy part. You know, you can create prompts with ChatGPT and then sell them to people to tell them how to use ChatGPT. I'm gonna shut up now, but whatever.
And the beautiful thing about
ChatGPT
all
will
this
create the
shit,
prompts for you to give them, and you can sell them to somebody else. Some people that write them fucking prompts themselves. They had ChatGPT do it, and then they sold it to people.
and the beautiful thing about all this shit is you could commercialize every fucking thing on this shit. You gotta have the imagination for business, essentially, because somebody can sell me logos that they literally done 30 seconds, $50 a pop, $100 a pop.
Yeah, with ChatGPT, if you don't know what you're doing, you can make. If you don't know what you're doing, see, this is the thing. When you pay somebody for a service, you can't get mad at them because you didn't know how to make it faster. That's their job. Like the person asked you earlier, you know, what do they do to advance their career? It's your job based on what you do to keep up with technology. If there are thousands of people that are your customers and they have no idea that you can put the right prompt or you can go to and use AI, because even if you're using Canva has an AI component that creates pictures for you. So you could actually have it make you a whole new logo if you give it the right words. So you can't get mad at a person who charge you $150 to make you a logo just because they use a system that lets you make that shit in 5 minutes. That's not your fault that you don't know the technology.
I'm telling you, man, like this is something where people that are entrepreneur minded, they could be a journalist where it could be law, it could be credit, it could be trade, economics, digital marketing. It can be a whole portfolio of information that you could either commercialize, use it for your own acumen building, like with me. When everybody was talking about this tariff shit, I had to literally use the damn shit to figure out when was there times where tariffs was used globally, where it protected your domestic manufacturing and your domestic production. Then that's when I realized that India was charging us 70% on tariffs. So, like I said, man, economics, history, I use it for those aspects, but people be using the shit for long form content, short form content. Shit. Now they're talking about AI agents where you're just coding up an agent and they do all the work for you, filing applications, blasting about 10, 20 applications a day.
Yep. But it's funny because you can program AI to do anything. My general in our tribe, a lot of y'all have seen him when he came over here. So he actually has created an all-in-one service that we use for our businesses. And in there, we have an assistant AI. And so you have to take the time to program it, but that thing actually becomes you. So what you do is you put all the information you know. So what I would do, I might take a couple of my videos where I'm talking about some stuff that I would want this AI to be informed about. I would use the videos for them to understand who I am. I might turn around and type in all the stuff that I do. I might let it read my website. I might let it look at my social media. And what it's going to do is get a concept of who I am. And it's really like they respond to text messages, they will respond to DMs, they will answer the phone for you, and they'll talk to people like, hey, hey, Brad, okay, well, my name is Tawanda, and blah, 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 blah. Funny thing is, if you program it right, it actually gets your terminology. It's funny because General's AI assistant, it calls people G-bro. And I be laughing because that's what the fuck he say. Like, this AI really do be listening, sounding just the fuck like him. Like, it's not that it says it's him, but if you want something for your business to carry your voice and it to be like you, what I mean in its responses. Sometimes AI used to be so general in its response, right? If you use it for your business or something like that, it would give a very general response. But when I'm done training mine, let's say you sent me an email and that AI assistant responded to the email, that email is going to be said in a way that it's going to sound like I actually wrote it, because it's going to know me and how I talk. It's going to know my personality. So it's going to sound more like me instead of just some automated prompt from something that's a computer. It's actually going to seem like Michi is really the one talking back to you. It's going to use my terminology. It's going to use my sense of humor and all of that shit. And so, like, yeah.
Michi, I asked the ChatGPT who's Michi X. Guess what it told me?
What?
Who is Michi X? Michi X is a multifaceted entrepreneur who is an activist known for her work as a life business coach. She offers online courses, consultations, motivational content designed to help individuals build community, improve their business acumen, and embrace their personal empowerment. Her platform is also associated with educational initiatives and membership programs that target Black empowerment and entrepreneurship. So that right there just showed you that.
How did I know? How
This
the fuck ChatGPT know all that about me? It done searched the internet and when it got all the information on me. Probably done looked at my
That's
website.
crazy.
Yo, I'm
Yeah.
telling you, man. It has a whole paragraph, so it keeps going on and on and says, "Who is Q Butter? Q Butter, real name." Let me not do that. Let me not do that.
Oh, it's all right. My signal, bro. Everybody
Yo, Q
name.
Butter, I love you, big dog. But ChatGPT, man, they yeah, man. But I'm scary, ain't it?
Well, you know what
Scary,
the thing
spooky, and
is? If you
hilarious.
go to Google and look somebody up, it's going to give you this basic answer. If you ask ChatGPT is going to search the internet for you. So it's going to get my name, Michi X, but then you know what it found? It found all my websites, it found my YouTube page, and it probably ran through all of that shit in a matter of minutes to come up with who I am.
Shit, and
That's
so
the difference.
You know what? Those to your eyes. So ChatGPT is in your face. Google and the Alphabet Company, they are like the most fucked up version of AI. They've been using AI for years. Y'all remember this game Pokemon Go? Pokemon Go?
Yep.
Yep.
So the game Pokemon Go was developed as a tool to increase foot traffic for businesses. The entire business model was about how to get people to increase traffic to businesses. So they took over the game and they turned it into a way, and the algorithm was based off of taking your location and then creating the game portion that you play that ends up with you in front of a store. And the businesses paid Google for that. Like
That's
the way
crazy because that is how it would be. Didn't it like tell you like where it was a Pokemon at and it was areas and people would go to these areas?
the whole purpose of it with the algorithm was to increase foot traffic for businesses.
That makes sense. I didn't know that's why it was. My kids, my brothers and them used to be looking at that shit like, what the fuck? But
Even
that
down
makes
to
sense now that you say that. Because it had people going to locations where they said some Pokemon shit was you had to go to a location for the game to let you capture. I mean, it might not have really been there, but in the game, if you went to the spot, you would be able to capture it in the game and collect them or some shit like that on Pokemon Go. And it did have you go to location.
Yep,
I didn't know that's why. That makes sense though. That's
yep.
smart.
Then you got behavioral data analyzation business model. So Facebook, Google have a behavioral data model, and it's based off their AI algorithm. We're using the user version of AI, but they've been using AI for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And so if y'all just look up behavioral data, business models, that'll really piss y'all off, because the way they use it and how we say algorithm and how it stores our behavior and organizes it as products for corporations to buy.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Yep.
But yeah,
You're
any
right about
engineers?
that. Yeah, the algorithms are reading us for that reason. That's exactly why if you notice, if you go and search something out on Google, when you go to Instagram or Facebook, those are the main ads that are in your face, but you never looked it up on Instagram or Facebook. But you was just searching for, some a new watch. Then all of a sudden you're on Instagram and Facebook, and new watches just keep popping up in your damn face, stores that sell them, because it's reading all of your algorithms. Now, from a business perspective, that works really good when you want to put a product out in front of somebody, because if you want to put a product in front of them, if you're paying for an actual ad, and I will throw this out there, boosting your post online is not an ad. It is getting more eyes on there, but creating an ad and paying for it actually has the algorithms work for you. Boosting a post just lets more people see it, more of your followers they're already suppressing you from, 9 times out of 10. But when you do an actual ad, I don't ever change the setting on those. I let AI and social media, Instagram and Facebook, do their job, because what happens is they're going to use those AI algorithms that they're learning from everybody. And what that means is they're going to place your ad in front of people who have actually been searching for or looking at the very thing that you're selling. So the people who see that ad, it's going to come in the face of only people who are actually interested in this product, which is going to yield you more sales than them just showing it randomly to all kind of people. So that's the difference between a boost and a real ad, y'all. Okay. But you're right. That's what them algorithms doing. For a business, that makes algorithms beautiful. If you selling something, right? But on the other end, it's nosy as fuck. It kind of gets on my nerves. When you get permission to listen to your microphone on your phone, it doesn't mean just when you're using it on Instagram or YouTube to go live. The microphone permission means they're listening to my phone right now. They're listening to all of our phones. And so if I have a conversation with you about pizza or buying something or something I want to eat, even though I don't have my phone in my hand, I'm not typing it on my phone, it hears that. And when you go on your phone, you're still going to receive ads based on what the fuck you was talking about in your text messages, when you wasn't holding your phone. This is why those things happen, because they're invading your privacy, but they are ultimately doing this as a goal to benefit businesses, to gain profit. They're trying to go through the algorithms and give you exactly what you say you're looking for, so that you will then purchase it. It's a great tool for businesses.
Hey man, AI confirms to both of y'all. They said that y'all understand business and y'all got a great community.
You
That's
got
real
AI over
positive.
there listening to us talk right now, huh?
Dude, this shit is
AI will give you, if you ever have like a meeting or something on Zoom will ask you if you want the AI companion summary to be there. It will listen to your whole meeting, and as soon as you're done in like 5 minutes, it will email you, and it will let you know that your meeting is in a summary. It will tell you what you talked about, what are all the goals, what are the next steps, when is the next time you're going to meet. It'll break all of that shit down. So yes, it do just be listening. You can't just let it listen.
dude, and they're trying to gather this personalization shit to a T.
Yep.
Like, dude, like you got conversation optimization, because like my man said, this whole little behavior analytics, dude, we talking about data licensing, integration of machine learning, data overload, where the sheer volume of the behavior data requires advanced analytics tools. So, hey man, the people that are the techies and it's getting in tech or just tech literate, because Michi, you don't know how blessed you are for someone to be your age that understands how to get on the damn computer and actually utilize it.
Trying to call me old, bro? No.
I'm 26, man. I talk to certain clients, man. They around 47,
Well, you
50
telling the
years
truth,
old.
Yeah.
And I gotta help them with the damn computer. I don't know how to do this Apple Pay. I don't know
No,
how to
you're
be
right.
Apple.
You're right. Because it's because of what I do. See, I've been making money online for a while. So as things come about, that's part of my job. You know, I have to be informed. And so because my job is to be online on the computer and do these things as my businesses, I've had to learn. But you are right, because I have a lot of students in my class, and even just saying to them, I've come up with like a vocabulary list for my classes, because even something as simple as saying your domain, I need you to copy and paste it. They're like, what the fuck does that mean? Oh, that thing at the www dot, that address at the top of your page, that's your domain. They don't know what the fuck I be talking about. So you're right. A lot of them are
Boomer tech. We call it boomer tech.
yeah, they're not tech savvy, for those that are in like their 40s.
Tech challenged.
Unless they have a reason to be. I have a reason. So I'm on a computer every fucking day.
Boy, consider yourself blessed, because boomer tech is a real thing. Tech challenged, like, certain, people be texting in their laptop, and it take about 10-20 minutes to be able to figure out some shit. They gotta ask their children. It's
You text with two fingers?
yes.
Yeah, y'all people get on my nerves, because my kids be over here like, I still text with like one finger. It might even be my pointer. I take a minute, I delete, I write my paragraphs. I'm a girl. You reply to me with 2 lines, I reply with 17. But my kids, I be watching them text, and I'm like, that shit is wild. How are you texting so fucking fast with 2 fingers? Calm down.
And
Now,
yes,
I can't do that.
yes, I know Michi's not a boomer. I wasn't calling her a boomer. That's just a term that we use, boomer tech, when you are literally tech challenged and you can't work either your phone, or when it comes to navigating on websites, or even doing certain shit when it comes to connecting, like how Q Butter said. He's literally leveraging one entity from Jenny to put on ChatGPT to essentially do reinforced learning, where it's reinforcing what it just learned. But like I said, I want to give you your props though, because you making it work, you doing it, you got your community. Hell, AI know who you are. This shit, it said this woman knows her business.
That was a nice description. Email that shit to me. I'm gonna use that as my bio.
Yes, ma'am. Give me 1 second.
Look, he's like, yes, I am. Look, they did a better job of describing me than I can. I've always, let me say, that's one thing I struggle with. They tell you need to have your elevator pitch, 2 minutes. How would you describe yourself? I never know how to just put what I do and who I am in a nutshell. That has always been difficult for me. AI did a really good job.
No, I'm just gonna say this, man. The people that are older that do know how to navigate a computer, you guys are an anomaly. Yes, you had computers in the 90s, but that was dial-up. We talking some faster shit now. It took y'all a whole hour just to watch.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. We had them big ass computers that made noise and shit, and we had to dial up.
Like,
yeah,
damn.
but I would argue the younger generation, y'all fake tech savvy. Y'all really just like consumer. Y'all just like consumers.
Yes, mostly consumer side.
We used to put floppy disk in the computer and play games. I thought I was the shit when we had them little games you put in there. I played this game called Space Quest. We had it on 10 big ass box computer. You couldn't tell me nothing. Shut up.
Y'all had the computers with the fat backs, man.
Yes, with the fat back.
Y'all had it. The fat backs.
We had a computer with the fat back. My mama bought me the game Space Quest, and they used to play this music where you be in spaceships trying to get to the game. It was so like obsolete what we see today when it comes to games. But you could tell us shit. That year I got that, and I got a science kit, and I was making perfume all day with every flower petal I could find outside. I had a science kit and a floppy disk for the goddamn new game on the computer. I think I was 10.
For us millennials, this little millennial group, so that next generation is being pushed into engineering. Like doctors, like we should be able to quantify the number. Like, yeah, we're going to push out 10,000 doctors, engineers, doctors, engineers in the next 5-10 years. And that's like Black agenda number 1. Like, push out these engineers. And they can't be coons, they can't be Sambos, they gotta be very smart. They gotta be culturally defined and ready to take on the world.
Most definitely.
Because all the independence we talking about is gonna be dependent on engineers. Like that's just
You'll be proud of me, Q. So anyway, next week I actually start a Microsoft has free classes. You probably know this, so let me tell everybody that they have free classes, and they have this 8-week like class that I'm taking, and they do have like some live help, but they give you all these modules that you do, and so I'm learning the basics of like coding, and I'm learning how to build apps and things like that. So anyway, it's a whole program, and it goes further than that, but I'm just starting in the basic 8-week program that's coming up, and it's free. I signed up for that shit, and it starts next week. So I start class. We do the boot camp, but I start my own class. So yeah, I'm gonna be learning some coding and how to create my own apps and all of that good stuff.
Beautiful. I was just thinking about that too, Mitchie, like probably about 2 or 3 weeks ago, about how come it's not that many black-owned apps. That's crazy that you would say that.
Well, in terms of coding, don't really stress. Get an idea of like the general. It's just like language, the general way we speak. Like there's always going to be some kind of verb. There's always going to be some kind of quantifiable way somebody's going to describe something, or they're going to give you a some kind of qualification. So, one of these types of data. So it's the same way, like in sense of code, like because coding is done. Like there's no reason to learn how to code anymore. It's more about learning the idea.
Right, like the language of it. It seems like they teach you the basics because what they're trying to do is get you to learn how to create apps.
That's all AI now.
And I'm gonna learn.
I mean,
Actually, Q Butter, yeah, matter of fact, y'all mentioned about that. Yeah, I've been noticing now that usually people that learn basic code, like from Java to C, the AI helps summarize some of that. I think you have to understand some concepts, but in regards to coding and as a whole, you don't really know to learn all that.
It's more about the structure of what coding does.
Right, that's what I was gonna say. There's a site, and I put my email in the comment section for the lady who made this comment. Send me an email. I don't know if you've been sending it to customer care. If you sent me one, but send it to the Real Michi X. Send me an email, and then I'll contact you. We can talk more about your situation. But what I will say is that there is this site. I can't even think of the name of it right now because it's late and I'm tired. But it's a site where it's like they have all of these things. The coding is already in there, and it is like AI, but you can just kind of take it and make your own apps from it. So you can create like your own chat GPT. It plugs into a lot of different other things. AI kind of breaks it down, but you gotta, it still was hard for me to understand because like you said, Q, I guess that's the way to word it, is that I didn't understand the language of how I was supposed to use what was already there to get it to do what I wanted it to do. Does that make sense?
Well, actually, that's easy. Let me look it up.
Look at it from like there's a like remember when we was using MySpace, and if you wanted to put like a flashing piece on your website, you would go to like glitter things, or like think about it from that way, like the structure of what you want to accomplish and the platform's language that it's using.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And then understanding like the basic, like there's a syntax that's kind of like floats between some of the languages, especially between Python and C++, like I'm learning.
Yeah, see, I don't even know them names. I'm about to learn all of that, but I'm about to, so y'all know, I'm about to learn how to make apps, and then that's going to be some service. So you want me to build you an app? I got you.
JetBrains.
That's about to be another service.
Boom.
Is it JetBrains?
Or what I'm doing? It's a free classes through Microsoft.
No, not that. But you said there was something that it helps structure the code and make the apps. It's a special thing they call a site.
Yo, you could do that on ChatGPT.
Yeah, I know.
It's a website. It's like a website. I gotta go look up the name of it. I'll give it to y'all. I don't remember. I haven't written down. It's a website though. Go ahead.
Is this called Structurize? What do they call it? Okay,
no, that's not the name of it. I have it written down, but that's not it. But it has all of these different things, and it'll say what you can and can't do. You can kind of, what you can do, you can kind of plug in other stuff. So you can create your own chat GPT. You can do an app where like people can create posts, schedule their posts. It has all these different aspects and components you can add to create the apps that you want. But the way you structure it, it's like, I have to take some time to understand it, right? Just the average person couldn't go over there and do it without some type of understanding of it a little bit. But basically, you're just kind of piecing together what you want your app to do. You could create your own app that's like a chat GPT, call it something else, add all the fundamentals to it. You could then add to it like scheduling for posts. So let's say they use it like a chat GPT. You're actually like plugging in. I don't know how to explain. You're like plugging into chat GPT, but you're calling it something else, but it's using the same database, I guess, that ChatGPT is doing. I don't know. I'm not using the right words. And then like you can add to it, like I said, let's say you want it as well. When you, let's say they're using my app to create stuff like ChatGPT, but they create posts. Then I could also have a component in there that will allow them to schedule their posts, and they can connect my app to their social media and log into Instagram, Facebook, and all of that stuff. But the things are already created. So I get what Q is saying, because I'm not creating it with the coding. These things are already created, but there's a form of how you base it all and put it together and put the face on it, and you know what I'm saying, and what it looks like. And all
Wix. Think about Wix 10 years ago, and then where Wix is at now.
Yeah, Wix is called. I've had Wix from day one. Wix is coming.
I was with Wix for a minute. The way they like, if you want to do, and my sister, she was she was crazy. She was like, yo, Q, I use ChatGPT. And she went, because you can code on Wix if you want. And if you use
they got the section for you to code and add stuff to your site. I don't know shit about it. That's why I'm trying to learn it, because you can add all kind of stuff to your site. So I love Wix because you can piece together stuff. It's like a copy and paste for the basic stuff, but they do have that section where you can code and then add things to it if you know more, to make it more personalized other than what they just have that's kind of copy and paste, which is a lot, don't get me wrong. But you can add your own coding and stuff in there. So it's more like what's that other one that everybody uses, but you got to know what the fuck you doing to build it. It's not a copy and paste one. Why can't I think of the name?
I mean, like that's it. Just think like an engineer. What's the problem you trying to solve? And then from there,
I'm trying to make $10 million, so I could give you $2 million to buy some buildings, and I could go on vacation for like a whole month and buy some land when I come back, and get some shotguns and some dogs, and grow my garden and get some solar panels, and then live there and don't nobody bother me. That's what I want.
Well, that you know what
She said a shotgun to some dogs.
I want a lots of guns. I don't want a bunker that I can climb from in my house and go underneath into the shed that got all the ammunition and all the food and everything in it. And I want houses for all my kids, and I want each one of them to have an underground tunnel that will lead like some El Chapo shit right to the main goddamn big ass storage in the middle of the land, and it got all the food and all the weapons in there, and we can all meet there if we need to, and just till all the bullets is gone.
But this is the era. Like, this is the era. We're in the fourth industrial revolution. There's so many different aspects that's in part of it, like the rapid productivity, development. Like this is the era with AI. Like Black folks, we gotta be aggressively. When I say aggressive, we like and do like walk into the science field, y'all. You don't know what your creative ideas will like walk like AliExpress. You can get anything you want from China.
And it's all shipping free right now. Them niggas is combating them tariffs. China, Alibaba shipping everything for free, and AliExpress right now.
Yep, they get out there, and like the environmental project, like no cap, like I'm going so hard with it because I'm like, yo, like no cap is ChatGPT. Like the whole idea started from one of our students in Mississippi, and she was like, I want to help the ocean. I'm like, you don't live near the ocean, you live in Louisiana or something like that. Like, think about the Mississippi River. And I'm like, yo, let's go on ChatGPT and just type in, how could you help the Mississippi River with $50? That's literally how this entire environmental project started. And then when I read what it gave, I'm like, this is crazy. This is crazy. Like, we can really do this.
Yeah, ChatGPT a game changer.
Yeah.
The ultimate game changer, man. This is like leveling the playing field for people that always felt that, damn, I don't have enough time to do this. Damn, I can't organize that.
Only in ways that is, and I know y'all hear me stressing the science, but it got to be used in the realms of science. That's going to level the playing field, because the third industrial revolution was all science-based. Science-based. Like, we watched all of these businesses get rich from the 70s off of chemical engineering, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, computer engineering is what completely drove this revolution. And now it's going to go into a, like, so I do want to be clear on it. This is not the 1800s. This wasn't slavery money. This is straight science money with racism and nepotism put on top of it. So it's white folks only putting on for white folks. Asians is only putting on Asians. And us black folks is just like, yeah. Yeah, yeah, we see it. Like, no. We got to be in the mix. Material sciences, we enjoying all these cheaper products. It's what's going on in the material sciences that's revolutionizing. All these electrical vehicles, that's people that's understanding alloys, going crazy with what we're doing in chemistry. And ChatGPT is opening up the door with chemistry. Like, no cap at all. Go on there and look at, like, how could I make me a new plastic? What do I need to do to create a synthesizer machine, and just don't stop until you figure out how to do it, and just order your shit from China? Next thing you know, you got a whole fucking chemistry lab in your crib, and you making freaking water or plastics or whatever. Like, Michi just got a 3D printer for her son. It is $300. Do you understand?
Shit, $355.
People printing houses with 3D printers, man.
Well, that's the thing. He liked the 3D printer, and I'm laughing because Q is telling me, like, yo, you have a couple of these, you can have your own manufacturers. So now I'm thinking about when he get good with it, what kind of product can we create that we can actually just get the stuff we need, and then have like 3 or 4 3D printers and actually just create the product right here in our house. So yes, my brain is always thinking about how to create some shit, make some money.
Yo, the gold mine tool now. Anybody in the chat know about Fusion 360? We need some Fusion right now. Y'all heard me say it on here. Fusion 360. We need like 20 people that's nice with inventing Fusion 360 from this date to next year. If you got the money, just go pay for it, go get it, and just stay on it for a year. Yeah, we need some nice peoples. Fusion 360 is a CAD program, AutoCAD program. They got Tinkercad that's free, but Inventor and Fusion 360, like, you don't need to know how to draw. You just follow the instructions, and then you can be making all types of custom parts, custom machines, custom. Yeah. So is it a Ponzi scheme? No. Go and look up Fusion 360. You know what I mean? They got I think it was Mastercam.
What's a Ponzi scheme?
I don't know, but I just want to make sure y'all in the chat. Go look it up. Go.
What? ChatGPT is free. What's the Ponzi scheme?
Well, that's the same dude that said that his brother said that he was fat, so he lost weight. So this is a troll.
He said he was fat and he lost weight.
Yeah, his brother told him to lose the weight, so he did.
Oh yeah, I don't know about
Next time you should ask ChatGPT to ask you how much you gotta exercise, you gotta do to burn this many calories. Tell them how fat you is. Tell ChatGPT you want to lose this much weight by this much time, and they will make you a whole meal plan, and they will give you an exercise workout to say how many calories you can burn. Boom, there you go in 5 minutes. But it's probably gonna take you like 15 to write this shit up, but then ChatGPT gonna make it real fast. Okay. So
like you got some real dedicated trolls, man. You got
yeah, but you got way more dope.
They love me.
You got electrical.
They dedicated.
There was an electronic engineer in there. Malik is in cybersecurity. Somebody else is like, yo, support that. I'm back in school, y'all. I got the institute, and I'm doing a triple major. I'm in school for engineering, and I'm in school for teaching technology. So I'll be done that degree in a year, and the other one is going to take me about 2 years, knocking out a master's, be another bachelor. Nonstop. Don't. I'm 44 this year. How old am I? I'm 44.
You 44? Yeah, you know you old when you got to think about how old you is. I did that a couple times in past.
Yeah, don't stop, y'all. Don't stop.
Don't stop and be like, wait a minute.
Yeah, don't stop, y'all. Don't stop. And with ChatGPT, y'all, don't stop. Don't count out the millennials. So these little over breastfed generation, I don't know what they are, X or Z or Data, whatever, Beta.
We X.
Alpha. It's the Alpha.
They Gen Zers.
I don't know what
Gen Z and Gen Alpha. So Gen Alpha is 2010s. No, 2020s. Pardon me, 2020s.
I'm 79, baby. I'm an X.
Yeah, they don't have a clue what to do. So They definitely need us. They definitely still need us in the conversation, y'all.
Hey Q, we could make EMP devices on the 3D printer.
He keeps talking about an EMP device. That's like completely out of the conversation. Like, I ain't gonna lie. Like, we want to get in the conversation. A sister who's a principal.
No, but could we make something like that? I guess we can ask
Yeah,
ChatGPT. Like an EMP is stop device. It stops like if an EMP hits, like it'll keep it won't knock out especially if we gonna have electrical cars, but it'll keep like your car. If you put it on the stuff in your house or like your circuit box or whatever, it keeps it if an EMP hit from all of that shit blowing out because nothing will work. Not your cars, nothing, no electronics or anything. So I imagine that it's an electronical device, the way that it's made. So I don't know. We'll ask ChatGPT how you make one. We'll
Oh
see
no, I'm not gonna
we'll
ask
see
that.
if China got the parts.
if you know how to make a circuit, you can just make another one.
What?
You just make a battery. You know how to make another battery. Like that. That's like some of these things are really only big. Not to say they won't cause an issue, but the after effect is going to be the bigger issue because how many engineers do you have to fix the shit? That's going to be the biggest issue for the Black community.
Well, I guess we just be wanting to know if we have the shield on it in case the EMP come, that it'll shield our house from all of that stuff.
Nah, because we still use heavy not mechanical, but we use heavy like chemical based machinery still, and so the world is still based on chemical based machinery. Like you can still run a car without a computer. You still got boats that are ran without. The engine is the engine. Like this, you know what I mean? Like that's, you know what I mean? Like,
This shit ain't gonna start.
But getting in the conversation, like especially with being back in the school, like the competitive side is like, yo, we don't want to be counted out. Like even the Black and brown conversation, like I'm like the way I'm understanding it is even different now. Cause like every school I go to and every place they fuck with me. And the first thing they say is like, yo, we don't really have enough Black people we don't have Black people to talk to. And it's just a big reality in the conversation, and that the racism that's found with people that's in STEM fields as they're pursuing their degrees is a real reality. And so we want to support that and do it. Know that, look, we got to keep pushing out these numbers. That's going to change the economic gap, and that's going to change the position of us being able to say, can we sustain ourselves? Like there's a huge shortage of engineers throughout the entire Caribbean, the entire Africa. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, that's not good.
Well, you changing that because there's some smart ass kids as IX. I'm telling you right now. My son all me every day, and you teach him that stuff. I ain't teach him none of that. He be talking to me, and I don't be knowing what he talking about. And I don't mean like that, but he be having to explain to me. And even when he get to using them big words, I'd be like, okay, I don't really know what that means. And he's really smart. He will break it down to me, like the teachers have broke it down to him for me to understand it. But I'm telling you, I have 5 children, and so I have kids who were in public school all the way up to the beginning of high school before I pulled them all out for homeschool. But he's the one that's been through homeschool ever since he went to first grade. That was it. And to see the difference in him, he is so intelligent. Like y'all be doing y'all damn thing, Q. I give you all that credit. That boy is intelligent. The stuff that he talk about and he know about and he learn about in school, like he's smart as hell. He's smarter than all of my other kids. And he's the only one that has been completely homeschooled basically all of his schooling life. Yeah, ain't nobody fucking with Zix. Not them kids at Zix. They will give anybody a run for their money in technology and science. They absolutely will. So sometimes you got to tell you that because I don't know if you can see the trees, for being in the forest or however the hell they say it, because you do science all day long. That's all you do. You with them kids all day long. You in school learn about science. So because you're you're involved in it so much, I think that it takes somebody to step back that's not involved in science to really look at the things you have implemented into these children. You know what I'm saying? For you, it's very normal because you sleep, eat, and breathe this school. You sleep, eat, and breathe STEM, science, and technology, Q. That's what you do all the time. So for you, you think these things are very normal, right? They're normal to you. But take a person who is not normal to and let them sit back and look at these kids. Man, David's smart as hell. The word is not even smart. Like
I wanna agree, but I still got to get us to the next level. I'm just being hard with like.
I know, because you're the teacher. That's what you're gonna say. Because you like, I understand science, so you know they still on some basic. We got to get them all the way. I know. I'm just telling you. In comparison, I can compare my children homeschool to all of Zayak's schooling, and I'm just telling you that my kids, none of my other kids in the schooling that they were in were ever on the level David was on in any grade he's been in. David is always like 2 grades ahead of where they would have been when they were in the public school, based off the stuff he's doing in Zayak's.
Beautiful. This is brilliant, man. We got some brilliant brothers up in this platform.
Yeah.
Not a fanny, man. I ain't go like when we're talking about the chat. Yeah, cause we want to push the conversation, like even down to the restorative justice and social justice. Like, I'm working on some. I was gonna talk to you about that, Michi. I'm on some research shit now, like straight publications, and with reparations, there's a greater need for, like the discussion, not just discussion, canvassing the actual, how do I word it? I don't, of course, the atrocities, but itemizing it by state and it part of the conversation, from a very, historical, analytical perspective. Like, what were the laws that were enacted? What corporations did this in your state?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That's really you right there, though, going with the depth of it. Because when people say reparations, I think you're hitting it on the nail, because it's not just a governmental thing. I like what you said when you talk about the laws, the corporations. There are a lot of businesses that still stand today that are multi-million-dollar businesses, if not billion-dollar worth businesses, that actually got their foothold and their foundation on slavery.
There's a the way I'm redoing this. Anybody in African studies and social justice, also let me know. We got a huge thing, but freaking, so in almost every state, in order to free an enslaved Black person, you had to file a court order. In most states, you had to pay at least a $200 bond to free a Black person. Like literally every courthouse on the East Coast, there you had to do this. And it's crazy. Like, and this is up until 1865. Then after that, in order to walk around with your, like the ID cards did, like the concept of ID cards and understanding how important Nat Turner is and was to the narrative and our reality. Like when we say Karen, we talk about the Karen effect, white women talking about calling police on Black people just randomly. That is a real historical reality that white culture took on after Nat Turner's rebellion. And post 1865, the culture of requiring Black people to have ID cards and white people being able to just call on Black people just because they see them walking around freely was based on that Nat Turner culture. And we have to celebrate that and understand that in our communities and make sure white people understand, like, this is where y'all got that from. Because y'all was scared of Black people coming together, organizing, and having resources because we might do another Nat Turner. And that's literally in the books. If you go look up, you're just typing on your state, Black slave codes in your state, and just go to post Nat Turner's era. Then go look up from slave codes to Black codes in your state, and that's how we get, of course, the Jim Crow, and you just follow the extension. And then we want to start targeting these families, because these white folks still around the same way these, we talking about Black history, my great-great-grandmother, Michi, all of us, our great-great-great-grandmothers and grandfathers were in the era of the transition. Just like that, we know those people, and most of us got those pictures. White folks got the pictures of their family members who were part of the system of enforcing Black codes and slave codes. And that's not just rich folks. So remember, the sheriff, in order to file this in your county, you had to go to the sheriff office. You had to file in Georgia, North Carolina, Mississippi, if I'm not mistaken. You had to file and publish in the newspaper if you freed a Black person. Just look it up. Just type in your state black slave codes, slave laws, and see how they were administered in your state and understand it from the 1865 perspective. That is your great-great-grandparents. And those white folks are still around. Just like we go back 400, 500, we don't got to go back 400 or 500 years. We just need to go back right to 1864. For me, that's 4 people.
Chris Reed, shout out to Chris. Chris said, you're not getting recreations. I think he's mean reparations. It's okay, Chris. It's late. We tired too. Our brain ain't working that well. But I know what you mean.
Recreation center.
You ain't getting no. We might not get no recreation either. You know, let them tell the truck for the lock a nigga down. We gonna be in tiny homes in smart cities, and we ain't gonna be able to leave out the little square 100, 200 feet. But he said we not getting no reparations because you got too many black millionaires, the NFL, the entertainment industry. The only way I see it is if we get together as a whole and get a lawyer, get it to was okay. He didn't finish that. I don't agree with that though. I mean, I think that the NFL and the people in the industry is a very small portion of our people. You know what I'm saying? Okay, let me see. He coming back. He says the only way we get.
Tell Michi. All right, I post something here on the link. My good friends tell me about this thing is designed for structural, it's apps or some creation with the AI.
Okay, let me look at it. It's
anything you want. Basically, it's an app. It's an AI, and it creates. You can basically create any kind of app that you want using that AI.
Oh, you create any app?
Oh.
You can create any app in code. You can teach the AI which app you want to create, and it'll actually code it and give you.
It's a production ready, distribute training. You train it first. What? Okay, thank you. Hold on.
Oh damn! So this is one. Oh, I know. Damn. Michi looking at it now. She said, "Thank you."
I am. I'm gonna put it in the chat for y'all.
Check it out.
For everybody who hanging out late with us, we're gonna put it in the chat. Give you this info.
Yeah, get everybody in the chat. Yeah, let them mess with it.
Y'all check this out. If y'all want to go and make y'all some apps.
If
y'all don't want to do it, do not worry because pretty soon I'm gonna know how you could just you could pay me. I'll make it. If you don't want to take the time to learn how to use it, don't worry. I am. I'll learn it for you. You can pay me for my time. Okay, hold on, baby. We gotta finish. Chris gave $5. The holler is late, and he gave a $5 holler. It said the only way we get reparations. I think that's what you're trying to say because you wrote recreations.
Recreation, what they call it? Yeah.
Okay,
Recreation, like a recreation center.
When I'm tired and when I'm hungry, but at least I don't get hungry. Okay, I think it's better to be silly than to be upset. So the only way we get reparations, we need to come together as a whole and get a lawyer and get a bill and take it to Washington so Congress can pass it. Okay. Well, I don't know if that's gonna happen. I think
Hey, Michi,
we should use ChatGPT and write a letter to Trump. See if he want to give it to us. We should tell him how mad it would make all of the Democrats and these motherfuckers. He might just say, fuck it. We're gonna give the black people reparations.
Oh yeah, and Chad is in the building. He messed with, so he has more grasp of this this website. He one that creates some things, so that's why he gave the information to me. So he's in the chat room for people who want to know more.
Okay, you say just let me know. Well, how am I supposed to let you know? What's your email or something? Or can I put my email and then you email me and say, hey?
Put your email in the private chat or the chat room number. Probably.
I'll put it in the regular chat, but email me, let me know it's you, because I do. I want you to show me. Yes, I do.
Okay.
Productivity hours right there, B.
And the reason I want you to show me is because I value people who shorten your time by giving you their knowledge and showing you things. I hate when people be like, that information you could go find out yourself. Absolutely. You could take hours and years and times and fuck up and get frustrated and go through it. There is a value and there is something about a person that understands what they're doing, cutting through all of that for you and taking you directly to what you need. So I value what people will call mentorship or someone leading you and guiding you in something that they understand that you don't. It saves you time. And as a person who works for my money, and at 46 years old, I would tell you the most valuable thing I have is time. Either you're going to have time or you're going to have money. And I don't have time like I used to have time. And I can't get time back and I can't add to the time that I have. And so at the end of the day, I value somebody who cuts that learning curve in half and then walks you through what you need to know. I think mentorship is great as long as people actually know what they're doing. I think that with this era of online gurus, like somebody said before, you get a lot of people who don't know what they're doing. But if you find a true mentor that understands what they're doing, they cut through all of the bullshit for you. I believe you can learn from people's mistakes and they get you to where you need to go much quicker. Like I told people before, I've been making money online for 10 years. And if you want to go find out all of the shit I found out, make all the mistakes I've made, mess up money I've messed up, learn lessons, have failures, then you go right a motherfucking head. Call me in 10 years and we'll see how much further ahead I am and how far you've gotten. So either I can tell you in a matter of weeks or you can take 10 years because that's what it took me. So yes, I put my email in there. I definitely want you to send me an email, tell me something. Because yes, if you could show me, I would love for you to show me. We can hop on Zoom or something.
Hear that?
But you know that was one of my
all right.
with a lot of the platforms, like the concentration levels on like the network. When I was saying earlier, the network society, like really, there's still like in the especially in the Black continent, like you've been on live. It is 4 a.m. There's 700 people in here. Like what he said, lock the doors, and where the real people at? What the fuck do you bring to the table? Hit the link. If you're an educated person, you do something for real. Who's who? Who got an auto mechanic shop? Where's the tow truck people at? Where the real estate people at? Where the developers at? Where the doctors at? Are there any nurses, any anesthesiologists in the chat? Anybody going to school to be a midwife, doula, engineer? You know what I'm saying? Like any of these.
Shit, I do business credit.
We do got a doctor. She coming here all the time. She didn't come in here tonight. This is the first Saturday we haven't seen her. She be coming here and blessing me with some beautiful super chat. But yes, we do have a doctor. She comes in here all the time. Dr. Tracy. She not in here tonight, but she usually shows up.
But in your chat, mathematically though, there is, you know what I'm saying, just do the math. So I mean, they do it. Look, appliance engineer, what state y'all in? Put your state in the chat. Y'all be in. This is the real core group. You know, Michi got mad people that fuck with her, but the core group people are the ones that's gonna be here after 5 hours, 7 in the morning. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the core people, they stick with me forever. They show up at them events. They've been there through thick and thin. They like, girl, I remember when your ass was in the basement in Colorado. I love them people. You're right. It's a lot of people that will support in one way, but it is that core group. And if you can find that core out of that, it's a whole lot you can get done with that core group, y'all. You got a lot of California in the house tonight.
We deep here. LA, we deep.
A lot of my Detroiters be showing up too. Shout out to Detroit. We got some Virginia in the house. Yeah, we had some Virginia here earlier.
For some weird reason, I thought you was from St. Louis. But
no, I'm from Detroit.
Well, close.
Shout out. It is close. It is close. That's like a cousin. That's like saying you from Chicago too. We cousins, you know, Chicago.
St. Louis, Detroit, Chicago.
This like our cousins. Shout out to you, Noah GX. You was in here last time. Says blessings to you all from Japan. Shout out to you out in Japan, Black man in Japan. All right. Look, he said, where you from? He said, I'm in Japan right now. I do not know what $8. It looked like 2 birds. I don't know what that is. But whatever that is, 800. Shout out to you. Thank you.
Registered nurse, Dominican Republic.
Okay, we do got some more Virginia. We got a couple of Virginia in the house. Hey, Bernard. Let me see. Chris got another super chat. Chris says, and if we go into universal pay, Social Security will be no more. Yeah, if we have a universal income that everybody gets, I don't think that we'll see Social Security, retirement, or any of that. Everybody will just get one check. I don't think they'll get double. You know what I'm saying? That's my thought behind it. I think I agree with you. I don't think we'll see like Social Security, retirement payments, or any of that. I think everybody, when it comes from the government, unless you have money coming from other places, that's not that. I think it'll just be one check. I agree. And thank you for the super chat. People say this all the time, man. I fell asleep and woke up, and y'all still here. Yes, we still here.
Hey, what's going on, Meech?
Hey, I see you on the chat. Yeah, that's the brother. I got your email too. It showed up on my phone. I see it.
Yeah.
I sent an email too, to let you know.
Okay.
I sent the email as well. Business credit shit.
Yeah, I actually was using that PyTorch. I was actually using it because it's kind of cool. If you have a GPU, it works better. It is cloud-based as well. I think you have to pay for the cloud-based stuff, but if you have a GPU, you can actually use PyTorch. It's based on Python, which is a coding framework. And the PyTorch is actually an AI that you can train on whatever you want. So you can train it on the data set, and then it'll actually give you back the templates or whatever you train it on, based on the faster that your GPU is, the faster it works. And you can basically create, I was using it to create crypto trading bots. So that's how I got into it.
Wow. Okay.
You still do
I definitely want to know how to use it. Absolutely. Because, I do a lot of stuff for my service. This would be my goal in it. Like for my students and my clients, I don't put my services like to build websites because I don't want to be bombarded with them, but I do build websites, although they have AI that does that too now, but you still would need some training and understand how the back of it works and all of that stuff. But I would like to create apps so I can offer that as a service as well. I've noticed that like a lot of my students, they have to they go to like freelance sites, Fiverr and stuff like that to get people to create their stuff for them. And sometimes you get a person, but I find there is a disconnect because a lot of these people who build those sites on the freelance, like Fiverr and stuff like that, they're like in India. And don't get me wrong, but they don't necessarily always understand what it is that you're looking for them to create. And it's hard to get them to understand your vision. So they'll give you some shit back. Now, if you got a drop shipping site, that's one thing. But if you're actually creating a website because you do something specific, it's about you, you have a service, or you're trying to do something that's not drop shipping, and you have a vision of something and a theme, I find it really hard to convey that shit to those people. So like even now I do website services, but I don't put it on my site. I only offer that to my students or either my clients in my mentorship group, my consultations. So only they know that I do that stuff. But yeah, I definitely want to learn how to create apps. So that is another thing that I can offer to my clients and my students. And they know that it's going to be done right. Because usually we're in consultation, we're already talking. So I understand their vision and where they're trying to go in business and what they want to create. Instead of sending them somebody else, I know the shit will be done right because I'm doing it. So that's my purpose for learning this.
Yeah, drop shipping is cool. I've dealt with it slightly. I typically like the arbitrage side of it. So where I just go and get pallets of this item versus
you do resale?
Yeah.
Yeah, we talking about that tomorrow, y'all, in class. See? Tell these folks that shit make money.
Yeah, like literally, just here in Houston, they have a lot of these places called bin stores. And basically what they do is they buy the big, large, and the small Amazon pallets. And it's kind of luck of the draw what you'll get. But if you go to the bin store, you can actually see, they've got like you can't imagine everything possible that they have there. And then you can get some of this stuff for little as 25, 50 cents a piece. You get 1,000 of those units. And then you look them up on Amazon, they're selling for $19.99. You bought them for 50 cents. I mean, you can kind of do the math, right?
Yeah, shit. We got that's funny because that's actually where I started my online journey was is reselling. And so I started with the shit that I had in my house. And then I went from, in my closet, let me say that. I am a person that buys all kind of shit and swear I'm a weird and I'm an introvert, so I don't go nowhere. And then I always find myself at the end of the year with like thousands with the price tag on it, sneakers, shoes, clothes. I don't know why I used to buy purses. I don't even carry no motherfucking purse. I be done left that shit right in the booth at the restaurant. So I got rid of all of that shit. But then I was like, wait a minute, I paid all this money. I want to sell something else. But online too, if you go online, they have a lot of the, it gives you a larger variety too, because you can buy overstocked from department stores, from Groupon, from everywhere, and get all of that stuff. So, yep.
That's a good way of doing it, Meech. I think when I was explaining this to someone about the drop shipping is cool, but I actually have been dealing with Amazon Marketplace for about maybe 5 or 6 years. And
Mm-hmm.
I would go into the forums and see some of the actual, the guys that were making the money, and I see some of the horror stories. And one of them was this guy had came up with a Walmart scheme, a Walmart to Amazon scheme. And what he was doing, he had employed a drop shipper in order to, I think it was some Legos, right? So they were buying these Legos from Walmart. I think the Lego pack was like $10 or something. And they were flipping it on Amazon for $30. So he never owned any of the actual product, and they were buying it in bulk from Walmart using the drop shipper. Well, the drop shipper would send it. The drop shipper is supposed to do is take it out of the Walmart box. Basically, if it's shipped in Walmart, you put the tag on it and send it to the customer. Well, what they were doing is you don't know what they're doing. They're saying they're doing it, but when your customer gets it and he sees Walmart and they still got a tag for $10 on it, let's just say,
Yeah.
or whatever, and then they paid $30, right? And now this is after you've sold 20,000 units and they report you, then they will sue you. And the guy had gotten sued. He had made like, I mean, $250,000. And by the time they caught up with it, they sued him for $250,000 and destroyed his entire business because his drop shipper
Well,
did
see,
not.
he doing it backwards because I don't know if that's not necessarily what he was doing was drop shipping. So when I talk about drop shipping, I mean like we have manufacturing companies, right? And what they do is use people as the middleman. So this is not something that's ever been at the store on the shelves or anything like that. It's actually the manufacturing companies or warehouses, and they buy products. It's the first time the public has ever seen them when they come from you. So instead of selling the product themselves, they get a bunch of other people to put their products on their website, and they do all the shipping, and that allows them to get rid of it faster, right? So that's the type of drop shipping I would prefer. I recommend that people do. You can drop ship furniture, you can drop ship all kind of shit, from, like I said, luxury furniture to clothes to the shit you see in a TikTok shop to fancy shoes. You can drop ship all the name brand colognes and perfumes. You can actually drop ship real Gucci bags. It's like I think I want to say like $100 fee for the app to have it a month, but they have real name brand Michael Kors, Gucci, Fila. So I don't know why I said Fila because that's some old shit, but anyway, you can drop ship everything. So real drop shipping comes from companies that these products don't come off store shelves. So it sounded like what he was doing was getting the Walmart stuff and trying to do like the reselling thing on.
Arbitraging.
Yeah, he was trying to do that on
Well, the thing,
Amazon by purchasing things at Walmart, which is fine to do, but you want to take off the tags. And like I said, if anybody gonna do that
right.
stuff, I wouldn't go out and purchase stuff off the shelves at the store anymore because it's not necessary. It's too much work.
What he
Like
was
you do,
doing
you
was,
could just get pallets of overstock, return, and boxes and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? You could just buy that instead. Like you could go online and buy an electronic pallet that came from a department store that has headphones, all kind of shit in it. It's all brand new stuff. It could be overstock because they'll tell you this is overstock. Then they got return boxes, they got salvage boxes, they got everything. And I would just buy stuff that's actual overstock, which means it's never been opened. It's still in the original package. It has the retail sticker on it of what it's supposed to cost in the real market, which is what your customer will see. And then I will go from there and do it that way. To have those kind of products versus what they're doing. Because I know there were people who will go out and like buy bargains on the shelf, go to Ross, find things that are cheaper and resell it on Amazon. You don't really have to do all that because you could pay, let's say there's the electronic box, like you said, you can't look at everything in there. But if you go online, there are good companies that give you a manifest. And so you can read online every single item that's in that box. It will tell you what's going to come in it, what the name brand is, and what the retail value of it is. So if you go to the right site, you can get that. So yeah, he was doing it the wrong way. The nigga should have did it a different way because he probably had something good going on. He should have got overstocked boxes that had toys. He wanted to sell Legos. You could spend $300 on a box that has $2,500 worth of toys on it, and it's Christmas time. Put that shit on Amazon.
what he was crying about was that the drop shipper service that he was using, because he was using the Walmart, basically was using the Walmart online deal. So it wasn't like in-store products necessarily. It was the Walmart online part of it, right? And so he was just saying, well, he told Amazon, well, hey, I just trusted my drop shipper to do it right. And then Amazon's like, I don't give a damn. It's your responsibility.
Amazon
So
don't care about that. And they kind of frown
yeah,
on drop shipping. I wouldn't even tell a motherfucker I was a drop shipper because if you really read their rules, they say you're not supposed to put drop shipping products on there.
You're supposed to buy the work and give them the
Yeah,
work.
they want to know that you're shipping it or either they're shipping it if you send it to them for the
right,
Yep.
fulfilled
right.
FBA.
If you're doing fulfilled by Amazon, right?
Yeah,
In there,
FBA.
yeah, the FBA stuff. And that's what I was doing. And FBA is cool because what I've noticed was, like if you get the higher items, you were mentioning like Gucci bags, stuff like that, right? You can get the higher ticket items. What I noticed was, when I first started was I was like, oh, this is a high ticket item. I can get it for pretty cheap. So let me go ahead and do this. But what I noticed was the FBA game, it's more about volume. So if I can get the same product, even though it may not be as expensive as, let's say, the Gucci bag, right? And I might not get as much per, but if I get 1,000 of that same item and they're all new, I make way more money than trying to sell a couple of these higher ticket items. I can get a item that's relatively cheap. Let's say maybe it's selling for 20 bucks on Amazon, but I can get them for 50 cents a piece and get 1,000 of them. That's when FBA makes sense because I can send that 1,000 items up to the distribution center and they just send it out and I just get that check, 30 days
No,
later, you'll
no,
see it.
too. If when you do FBA and it's the last game I'm gonna drop, everybody gotta wait till class tomorrow. Ain't dropping no more game.
No
But let me
more.
Yeah,
tell
no
you,
free game, no free game.
look, they done got a whole lot tonight. But I would say, when you do the FBA, that's so they can do the guaranteed 2-day shipping. But if you ever want your shit to be automated and you not have to ship it, but you don't have to also give it to FBA because they put you through a lot of stuff to get your stuff in there. They always accept it as easy. You got to go through some motions. Just find you a fulfillment center. So a fulfillment center will hold all of your products and it's like a warehouse for you. And they will hold your products for you and they charge you $1.50 for each thing they ship off. But remember, your customers pay for shipping and handling. So you add that $1.50, whatever it is they charge you to ship it off. But basically, you just pay for a storage unit where, depending on how many products you have, depends on the size of the unit you get. It's a manufacturing warehouse. They house people's products and you connect it to your site. And every time you get an order, they receive the order. They go into your unit and they get your product and they ship it off for you. So you can have your stuff automated and be shipped, even if it's your own products and you have the units. You don't have to like ship them from your house in your living room, but you also don't have to give them to Amazon if they put you through a whole bunch of shit or depending on what their cost is. So all you do for the fulfillment center is pay a monthly fee for whatever the storage size is that you get based on how many products you have.
Yeah, it's I always tell people because you can get the free individual seller account, right? But the fees on each sale is remarkably crazy. So when you buy you get in that marketplace where you're doing FBA and you buy the actual $40 a month or whatever, it gives you customer service, and then you can ship all those items at one time to that fulfillment center, and they handle the customer service of it, the returns, and everything. You don't have to touch nothing,
Right.
and that's
Yeah, and that's through
it.
Amazon. But that's what I'm saying, that if you don't want to use Amazon, for anybody who's listening, even if you like, let's say you're not selling on Amazon, although for $40 a month, you might as well put your products on Amazon because people come there to shop all the time and you'll make money. But if you don't want to go through Amazon's FBA because they have rules, they have their regulations, you go through. I'm saying you could just get a fulfillment center and do the same thing. And you'll tell them you'll do the shipping yourself, you'll do the shipping or whatever, get your account with them. But just so everybody know that that's an option. You can have a fulfillment center. Let's say your shit ain't on Amazon, but you like, how do I ever get my business to the point where I don't want a warehouse? I buy my products up front, right? I'm not drop shipping. I got a bunch of products. I got my own custom made thing and stuff like that. And you don't necessarily deal with Amazon or anything like that, or even Walmart, because you can do the same thing and ship your shit to them too, and they hold it and ship it out. You could just get a fulfillment center. And so that's like your form of a warehouse until you grow big enough to have your own, and they will ship that shit for you anywhere it needs to go. So it just depends on whatever company you're going to use. But yeah, Amazon be
Well, I tell people when they always say, because people would do, and I made that mistake first, Michi, right? I was just doing the individual fulfillment, self-fulfilled, and I didn't buy the original the FBA. So I said, well, I'm just sell like this, and I did. After a month, you go and count these numbers, right? You start seeing the fees associated with the selling And then you look at, well, if I would have went FBA and paid that $40, and what I told myself, I said, well, hey, if you're making more than $40 a month off of this thing, which you should be making way
you
more,
will.
it's worth paying the $40 a month because the fees
Oh
are
yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah, the $40, $39.99 is not bad. And again, like you said, you ship all your shit to Amazon and you ain't even got to worry about it. When people order it, they send the shit off. You ain't got to do nothing. You could go sit my ass on the goddamn beach if you want to, and people make orders and they ship it off. You ain't gotta you ain't gotta do nothing. So I agree. No, if it working that beta, you wanna do that, then absolutely. But for like a person who's not on Amazon and that's not something site that they're using, they can still have the same type of a people fulfill and send your stuff out to you to people, and that will be a fulfillment center. That's why it's called Fulfilled by Amazon.
That's dope. I need to, well, yeah, maybe we can chop it up about that because I need to see if you have any information on those independent fulfillment centers. I'd definitely like to look into that.
I even have a black one. They got some pretty good reviews, but I have a black fulfillment center and quite a few. Their prices are pretty reasonable too. You can start off with smaller units until you have more stuff. I always believe in teaching my students we don't spend more money than we need to. We always go with free stuff or we go with the smallest. As the business grows, the business will make money to then take care of what you need to expand itself. If you're coming out your pocket in the beginning, then it's not necessary. You start off where you need to. The business makes money. Then as you get more products, you can expand because they charge you monthly based on the size of your storage, right? So as you grow and get more products, you get the bigger one. You don't start off with the biggest one right away, but absolutely. So I got the email or whatever. Yeah, we can barter and trade knowledge, brother. You show me how to do some shit. I'll show you how to do some shit. How about
No doubt. I mean, for sure. I just actually went out and leased a warehouse myself. So I'm trying to actually get into doing more arbitrage and just stacking. And what you were saying earlier, a lot of stuff too, AliExpress is your friend because you can spend some money on certain products, and actually if you spend enough money, they can actually put your name on it and you buy your UPC, and that way you can sell it at Amazon, you can sell it anywhere. It's your UPC, and then no one can ever get you for copyright infringement. If someone else has a product that looks like that or whatever, you're selling it, they will try to get at you on that.
I'll give you some. You're right. I'll give you some more sites too for the overstock and the resale stuff.
Okay.
That you could get the manifest. That's the name. I'm tired. I can't think of the name. The manifest, and you can look at the different stuff because they come from all different places. And you could get boxes, pallets, or truckloads.
Yeah,
so
that's
you're gonna
what
have
I
a
need.
warehouse. All these stores are closing down. You might could pay $5,000 for a truckload of Macy's closeout shit that still got the tags on it. You get that truckload, you got goddamn $80,000 worth of stuff, and that's how it works. That's like when Bed Bath & Beyond started going out. They had some crazy ass deals on all of this shit. They had everything from luggage to beds. All the stuff Bed Bath & Beyond got, man.
Yo, that's crazy. They
were selling boxes, pallets, and you could get truckloads. And them truckloads was under $10,000, but it had like $50,000-$60,000 worth of merchandise in it. So if a person had a storage unit, or you had, like you said, a warehouse to bring it, like you could get all of that shit and clean up, reselling that stuff.
When they first was starting to go out of business, I literally was just driving around that area, and I went in the back. And they were literally throwing away. I mean, they had put so much stuff out in the back. They had a roll-off dumpster, and they was throwing. I mean, these products had never been used, Meech. I'm talking about, man, from everything from the
stores do be throwing out their products and shit like that. I'm not too good. I would be in the back loading that shit right in my GMC.
Yo, I literally, that's what I did, yo. I did it for like 2 days straight. People started seeing me do it. They're like, "Oh, what is that?" I'm like, "Oh, it ain't nothing. It ain't nothing."
All right, let me read these. I'm gonna read these super chats that Chris got to say, and then I'm gonna let y'all brothers say y'all peace. We've been in here 6 hours, and I'm gonna call it a night. Let me see. Chris says, I don't understand what was the march for that all the white people was marching for. If they all upset, then why isn't anybody talking about impeachment? Well, I said that earlier, Chris. We was laughing at these white folks. I don't understand. They protesting and marching because they don't want Trump to be the president, but he the president. It ain't shit you could do about that. And there really ain't nothing they can impeach him on. Trump didn't do nothing. So, it's a bunch of noise that they're making. For what reason? I don't know. I don't even understand the purpose of it because, again, they're just marching because they don't want him to be president. But your protesting and marching is never gonna make this man not be president. That's not how any of this works. So they're just, these niggas all lost their job. I told you DEI was white women. They don't have no job, so they ain't got nothing better to do. So they figure they go out in the streets and start yelling. that's all it is, Chris. Thank you for the super chat. Chris says, so it's something right that Elon Musk and Trump are doing. I think that they're doing a lot. I'm not mad at Elon for the checking the systems and all the waste and the fraud that he's found. He's found quite a bit of stuff. I'm not understanding why people are so angry at somebody looking at fraud and stuff that's in the system. I don't understand why they're running from that. Myself personally, I think that that's a admission of guilt right there. And if you look at Biden, if you look at Obama, all of these presidents had these campaigns of talking about government fraud and waste, except they just ran their mouths. They have never actually did it. What I find interesting is that everybody was cheering them on when Obama was like, yeah, he had a whole commercial. I don't know why. He said he didn't want his government dollars paying for some country website that people were making music. And he showed the website. He said their music might be okay, but why do we have to pay for it? So he ran his mouth. People were cheering him on for saying we need to look at fraud and waste in the government funds. They did the same thing with Biden. There are videos of this, but they didn't actually put it into play. So I guess I'm kind of confused as to why people cheered it like it was something they wanted, but then when somebody's actually doing it, now they have a problem. It's because you're trying to hide some shit, because y'all all in there stealing, and you know what I'm saying? All of these politicians.
Yeah, because it's their money. It's their money that's getting
right. Ask yourself, how are all these politicians that got salaries that's like $200,000 a year? How the fuck are they all millionaires? Somebody just explain that math to me. Like they don't own restaurants that we know about. They don't own a bunch of businesses that we know about. These motherfuckers are politicians. They have salaries, but they're all multi-millionaires. They all have several millions. Why are they this rich?
That's that insider trading deal. Nancy Pelosi alone. Right.
You know what? That, and I think that they be funneling some of this money to these bullshit ass programs, but the people in the program accept it, and then they give them kickbacks for them getting the money. Like there's no reason these millions of dollars should be going to this dumbass organization or for this stupid reason, but they get the funds. The funds are really, it's just a shell company. They're not really doing anything with it, and they give kickbacks to the politicians who are allowing them to get these grants and these funds. That's what I think as well. How the fuck is they all millionaires?
Basically, money laundering. That's basically what the mafia and the mob have been doing for the last 100 years.
Yeah, I agree. And so Chris came back again. He says, let's create a money app so everybody can be rich, something like Zelle or Cash App. That way everybody can be rich. We can invest in each other. I'll do a payment app. I could do that on that site. I love to have a payment app for y'all to be able to trade money. That's right. Look, if I could make it, I'm gonna make one, Chris. I'll make one for y'all. Chris came back again with the $2 holler. He said, I heard Tariffs is going to get rid of toilet paper. Shit, we gonna be like in COVID again. Goddamn. Well, they do say that a lot of our toilet paper products come from other places, but hopefully we won't have no toilet paper shortage. If they do, just buy baby wipes.
Hey, that's all right. You know what? You always got to look at the duality of it, right? If they start doing that, well, we need to start making some damn toilet paper then.
Right. So, you know, now that you say that there is a Black-owned toilet paper company, y'all, I heard about them a while back. I got to go find out who they is now. But the question would be, do they get their shit from overseas too? Because if so, they might have a problem keeping the toilet paper in as well. You know what I'm saying? So, but Chris, right, you know, they did bring up toilet paper. I think they just like to scare us with that because they couldn't nobody had no toilet paper during COVID. And now everybody and their mama got way too much toilet paper in your house. Okay. So y'all should be all right for a little bit.
a lot of it is recycled anyway. So a lot of it is just taking
That's
stuff.
nasty.
Right, it's just recycled paper, right? Wiping you behind with some stuff somebody threw away.
Y'all better be like the Muslims and get y'all one of them spritzer bottles. After women have babies, give us these bottles to squirt on our stuff down there because it clean you because you may have stitches or you just need to clean and it's just sore and burning because you just pushed out a big head, baby. Y'all need to get them bottles in y'all house, okay? And
hey, what's funny is I got one of those Home Depot pallets that had the toilet seat that had the bidet built into it. Man, those things sold out the first.
That's what it is. It's a homemade bidet. You get you one of them water bottles that got the squeeze top on the top and rip the thing. There you go. It's squash when you get on the toilet. Put it on the side in the bathroom. It's called the Po Man bidet.
Hey, if they buying it, I'm selling it.
I'm a 3D print a portable bidet. You put it by the side of your toilet, but I'm gonna make it look more, fancier than just a water bottle. Which I think. My son got a 3D printer. We gotta print something. God damn it, we gotta see what's going on. We gotta invent some shit now.
Is it
Okay?
a dual extruder? Is it a dual extruder one? There's the two ones on there.
Yes, I believe so. I don't know. His science teacher told him that's what he needed to get. That's what they got into school. I don't have no goddamn idea. My son know more about this 3D printing than I ever do. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Yeah, the 2x2 ones, the 2x2x2s with the dual extruder, you can make damn near anything with that because it's large. The larger it is, the bigger that you can actually create each product. So if you got that 3D printer, man, yeah, he's
I'm
doing the right.
about to make some shit. I'm about to find y'all. I'm about to make y'all some something. God damn it, I don't know. I know I ain't never buying another one of them lion heads. I got a big ass lion head I paid like $300 for. That's on my wall in the dining room. I love it. It's all black, but it was 3D printed. So now I can make my own. And if I paid $300 for mine, I can make some, and y'all gonna pay me $300 for mine too. That's what I'm thinking. So I'm gonna shut the hell up. I'm gonna see if anybody want to say their piece on here. Anybody want to say anything as we getting out of here? Don't forget, you guys. The boot camp starts tomorrow. The link to sign up is in the description of the YouTube video. There's probably some more emails going out in the morning. Shout out to everybody who stayed up with us over on MX Network that are still there. So everybody will get an email with that information as well. But that is the boot camp up there. I heard somebody say up there earlier too. Yes, if you are a prior student of mine or we ever had consultation or classes, if you need somebody to help you build your website, I can build it for you from scratch. Or if you have already started, but you just need somebody to do some things on it for you, I can. But you have to email me. That's not a service that you can just purchase on the website. Because again, I'm one person. I don't want to take on everybody's stuff. I only help people that have already invested and they're my students, so I can help them get to where they got to go. But yes, I can help you do that too. And Chris came back with another super chat and said, the only way that we can become rich is to get rid of Walmart and Amazon, and then we can all share the wealth. Amazon and Walmart ain't going nowhere. I mean, the building might, but they just gonna be online. I heard that Amazon and Walmart were bidding for the TikTok shop.
TikTok app?
That they still want TikTok to sell. So
I saw some on YouTube that talk about that they have till next week.
Yeah, I think they got to like the 15th or the 16th, but I believe Walmart and Amazon, it's a couple of other people, but they are bidding to sell to us. So they're trying to buy it. Amazon don't need TikTok shop. They already changing the motherfucking game. The difference with TikTok shop is TikTok comes with content. See, Amazon and Walmart are not like that. It's just products. TikTok shop, there's actually content creators on the app who will grab your products and then make videos with them and get a commission from them. It's called affiliate marketing. And so that takes products to another level. It's kind of like your own version of Home Shopping Network. People show your products live and shit like that. You sell more that way, right? And you don't have to be a content creator because all these content creators will come and grab your shit. So TikTok is another level. It's like a upgraded version of Amazon. It's products everywhere, but it's products mixed with content, which takes shit to a whole nother level.
It's the best form of advertisement and humor all at the same time. So really, and I heard that now I know that Walmart and Amazon's bidding. That's surprising. I think somebody that has big money is trying to buy it as well. But we'll know in the following week and a half who really wants it.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get rid of it, though. I really don't think so. And the reason why I don't think America will do that is because a lot of content creators make money on Amazon, and businesses do as well. And even though Trump is talking about getting rid of taxes, all of those content creators and all of those businesses pay taxes. And so I don't think they really want to cut off all of those funds for those people. And
I'll tell you one thing. I'm telling you one thing. I'm surprised Mark Zuckerberg is putting his bid on it. Mark Zuckerberg.
He might be. You don't never know.
If he's smart, he should. Because right now he's trying to step away from the social media aspect and try to go more with the virtual route.
That nigga don't need TikTok. No, he already on Instagram and Facebook. Goddamn, he gonna own everything. I don't want him to have it. No.
Because if I think about it, Amazon, they already had Twitch, and that's already having problems with.
Yeah.
So Walmart.
And Mark he owns Facebook and Instagram.
Yeah, he owns that. That's what I'm saying. But if he controlled that too, since now is a social media thing. But that's up to him. But I would say I don't want Amazon really run it because I don't like how Amazon running Twitch. So if they control that, that's gonna be a problem itself.
I just
Now,
want them to leave it alone.
Walmart. I'm not sure about Walmart. Walmart kind of sketchy with Walmart with their business practice. So.
Well, we shall see, but I don't think it's going anywhere. So
No, I'm talking about it, but I just don't want
yeah,
the right.
as business people, we are going to continue to talk about TikTok Shop and use it to its benefits until it's really actually gone. That's business. Now, when it's gone, that's when we'll pivot. We already got backup plans. TikTok not the only thing, but in the meantime, we're gonna keep moving like we always have when it comes to businesses on TikTok. Because I don't think it's going anywhere. But when it does, guess what? We'll pivot. Just like when a nigga lose their job, you go find another one. If TikTok is gone, we have products on the TikTok shop. Guess what? We'll just pivot to somebody else's platform and sell our products. That's it. And that's all. Chris came back in and says, last super chat. Thank you, Chris, for all the super chats and the love. Last super chat, 2 things. I can't trust a robot with 1 wiping my behind, and 2, I don't trust them with a gun. Well, you might have a nurse robot wiping your behind, but she'll have like a humanoid skin on and she'll talk real nice to you. And she'll look like a human being, and they already got guns. So I don't know what to tell you. They got drones with guns on them that's for the police, and they got dogs walking around with guns on them that's for the police. So it's already too late for that. I don't know what to tell you. Somebody said coffee time in 3 hours, work in 3 hours. Well, I'm thankful for being up with us, and I hope you have a good day at work. Yeah, and have a cup of coffee for me too. Coffee is my thing. I'm gonna go to sleep and I'll have a cup of coffee in a couple hours. I ain't gonna sleep too late. I gotta get up. I gotta go get my nails done. I got shit to do. I got some things I gotta get done. And then the class started at 7. It'll be 7 before I know it. My days go by like it ain't nothing. So I'm
Yeah,
gonna
so I'll just say one thing, man. Appreciate you having me up, to add on to what you're talking about with that payment service and to what Chris was saying earlier on that earlier super chat about how we could create a payment service to actually get up to some of these type of deals, like what Cash App has done, when they split Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin, and the way that they're doing it with, the instant payment where they take a certain percentage. You can actually do that using one of these crypto bots. I was actually using these validator pools where you can actually validate liquidity on there, where basically the amount of money that you have in this particular coin, every day that you have it, they pay you. And every time someone does a transaction that you facilitate, you get a percentage of the commission and the person gets their money. So there's ways of doing that. And PyTorch also can help you in doing some of that stuff too. So it's a great conversation. I'm glad to actually come over and have some good
I'm
conversation about
glad
making
you
some
came
money.
over. I look forward to our Zoom meeting. Absolutely. All right, y'all. Well, anybody else got some last words? I usually like put y'all on the spot and one at a time, but we just gonna say, anybody got any last words? If not, we're gonna get out of here. No, it's silence. Nobody got nothing to say. Q, is you even still there? No. Fuck you mean? Come back, see us next Saturday. I like your name. That's my song. Because that's the only part I don't even know none of the other words of the song. Yeah, and I don't know what fuck you mean. All right, y'all. And we winning. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I am not calling you tomorrow because I got so much to do and I got the boot camp. But Monday, I'm gonna call you and then I'm gonna set up these Zooms for everybody else. So I will talk to all of y'all soon. Thank you for everybody that tuned in tonight. Thank you for everybody that tuned in on MX Network. Thank you for all of the super chats and all of that stuff. And hopefully I will see you. And I'm talking to whoever you is. If you think I'm talking to you, I'm talking to you. I will see you in class tomorrow, y'all. All right. So y'all have a good night, and I will see you guys. I ain't gonna say tomorrow, I'll be lying. I'll see you tomorrow in class if you come into class. If you waiting to see me on YouTube at MX Network, that probably won't be till like Monday. All right, y'all. Y'all be good. I'll talk to y'all later.